Good morning. Thank you, Randy, for that kind introduction. And thank you all for being here at FIU. We're so excited to have you here and to be able to kick off what is, I promise, going to be the best Hemispheric Security Conference that we've had thus far. We've been at it 11 years. Dr. Fonseca and his team have put together just a great show, a great event. We are going to have the A-listers of all A-listers. So it really is an honor to kick it off here as we get to welcome you to Miami, the capital of the Americas, where we have just so much going on at any given time. We've got, of course, here at FIU, 55,000 students, 350,000 alumni, top 50 public university. We're, again, honored to have you here. So thank you for coming, for all of those that are going to participate in the panels. We are really blessed to have such a great event lined up for you. Across the Western Hemisphere, we are confronting a convergence of challenges. Those of you that are here understand it all too well. We are focused on addressing a number of issues, everything from transnational crime, irregular migration, external geopolitical influences, economic disruption, and of course increasing pressure on democratic institutions. At the same time, we're also facing a rare and important opportunity, what I would call a historic window of time to rethink how we collaborate, how we partner, and how we shape and lead in our hemisphere. That opportunity requires institutions that can connect policy, research, and real-world implementation. And that is the role of FIU. FIU, at its core, understands the hemisphere, understands the region. I say this often, there is no other university in the country, and dare I say the world, that understands the complexities of the hemispheric challenges. We are so proud to be hosting this event today because we believe that these conversations, these dialogues, these plenary sessions are going to elevate, they're going to highlight, they're going to really address some of these important topics that I just discussed. The work is not theoretical. Here at a university, there's professors, they love to talk of theory, but we believe that it's not just theory, it has to be applied in the real world. It's practical, it's measurable, it's outcome driven. And so over the past decade alone, more than $55 million in federal investments have supported FIU-led initiatives that have strengthened the justice system and prosecutorial capacity. They've modernized forensic laboratories, they've combated human trafficking and other transnational and organized crime, and they've enhanced disaster resilience, an area that FIU has significant expertise in. We've also built data sharing platforms to track illicit networks. So our researchers, our experts are helping not only monitor external influence in the region, but provide policymakers with the data that will help shape those important decisions that are being made. Our teams are training law enforcement and judicial operators. Our scientists are developing tools from DNA tracking to advanced analytics that are being used across the globe. So equally important, our alumni are carrying the mantle of work forward. Today, FIU graduates serve in many agencies throughout the diplomatic corps, throughout the national security ecosystem. We have leaders like Kevin Cabrera, U.S. Ambassador to Panama, a proud FIU alum, who is understanding the impact and the ability for FIU to help facilitate many of the important engagements in the hemisphere. We're expanding this network through the work of the Jack D. Gordon Institute for Public Policy and new university-wide initiatives. We're strengthening our national security enterprise through our presence in Miami, our very strong presence in Washington, D.C., and across the region. We're very proud to be doing this work that connects research and policy and experts. So as we continue to look at ways where FIU can help and assist, please know that we're already advancing initiatives that align directly with these priorities, making sure that we can help with societal stabilization, efforts to strengthen forensics and law enforcement capabilities. I had the ability to tour and see firsthand the impact FIU is having in places like Panama. FIU has also launched a comprehensive multi-phase initiative, what I deem as a whole of university approach to support transition planning, humanitarian response, and long-term institutional and economic development. As we know, so much is going on. I was joking with Dr. Fonseca. I said, as you were planning this conference, I don't think you could have predicted all that's going on in the hemisphere, but I will tell you, we are ready. FIU is very excited to be involved in the future of the hemisphere and being able to shape it, but also bringing in other universities. I believe strongly in the power of partnerships and collaboration, and so I know that together we'll be able to forge ahead with a solid, strong path. I do want to acknowledge right in front of me is our former chair of the Board of Trustees, Claudia Puig. Thank you for being here with us. And our former president, Mark Rosenberg. Thank you also for being here with us. Again, FIU is proud to host. I know we are going to have a number of really important, impactful sessions, so thank you for being here. Thank you all for your leadership, especially for our military personnel. Thank you for your service. We look forward to the next couple of days. Have a great day.
Thank you, President Núñez. One more round of applause, President Núñez, please. I'm very excited to introduce our next speaker. He is our co-host for a Hemispheric Security Conference, has been a co-host for the past couple years, and a great friend of FIU and a great friend for most of you all here and in the region. So I'd like to introduce the president of Tadea Foundation and Tadea Publishing House, who are leading efforts on global strategic issues, including technology and development. Please join me, Mr. Mario Montoto.
Señora Presidenta de la Florida International University, Janet Núñez, señor Brian Fonseca, Vicerrector de Investigación en Defensa y Seguridad Nacional y Director del Jack Gordon Institute, señores Ministros de Defensa de los países hermanos de la región, especialmente al Ministro de mi país, Teniente General Carlos Presti. Aunque quisiera, es imposible nombrar a todos y cada uno, porque veo muchas caras amigas que a lo largo de estos años nos seguimos encontrando. Así que voy a resumir diciendo distinguidísimos asistentes todos. Es un verdadero honor volver a dirigirme a ustedes en una edición de la Conferencia de Seguridad Hemisférica, un espacio construido por la FIU y en que la Fundación TAEDA apoya desde hace años, donde nos encontramos para pensar la región, nuestra región, teniendo en cuenta la perspectiva de todos. Estamos convencidos de que la única manera de encontrar soluciones verdaderamente efectivas para nuestras naciones es que desarmemos las recetas prehechas, escuchemos las experiencias de primera mano y encontremos un camino conjunto en el que todos tenemos algo que aportar. Esto aplica al combate al crimen organizado, a las amenazas del terrorismo internacional y a la injerencia de potencias extrahemisféricas que buscan la desestabilización de nuestros países. Es una idea que planteamos y por la que trabajamos desde hace mucho en TAEDA. Recuerdo que en un primer encuentro que organizamos en Washington, D.C., junto con la George Washington University, en el 2010, ya insistíamos en la necesidad de unificar la información y plantear un plan de acción conjunto entre los países de la región. El embajador Frank Mora, en aquel entonces subsecretario adjunto de Defensa para el hemisferio occidental, el jefe de operaciones del Comando Sur y un joven que todavía sigue siendo muy joven, Brian Fonseca, presentes en aquella ocasión, pueden dar testimonio de esto. En ese sentido, me gustaría remarcar una idea que a mi juicio debería estar presente en los debates que escuchemos a lo largo de estas jornadas. El hemisferio americano para nosotros los americanos. No es una frase nueva, pero hoy tiene una vigencia y una urgencia que pocas veces tuvo antes. No hay que remontarse mucho en la historia para ver en acción este concepto. Hace pocas semanas el presidente Trump y varios líderes de nuestra región, entre los que se cuenta el presidente de mi país, el doctor Javier Milei, lanzaron el Escudo de las Américas, una coalición para combatir organizaciones criminales transnacionales y a los carteles de la droga en el hemisferio occidental, con especial hincapié en el intercambio de inteligencia, operaciones conjuntas y el uso potencial de la fuerza. No es más ni menos que el hemisferio actuando en conjunto y de manera coordinada para enfrentar sus problemas, sus desafíos y encontrar nuestras soluciones. Y en esa idea de totalidad me gustaría incluir una extensa área de nuestro hemisferio que durante mucho tiempo fue dejada de lado. Me refiero al Atlántico Sur. Esa mirada fue siempre un error, pero hoy ya no hay excusa. Cuando el estrecho de Hormuz se tensiona, cuando un buque de carga queda varado en el canal de Suez, cuando el canal de Panamá muestra los efectos de la sequía y reduce su capacidad operativa, queda en evidencia algo que muchos veníamos señalando hace tiempo. No hay rutas alternativas infinitas. El Atlántico Sur no es una opción de respaldo. Es, en determinadas circunstancias, la única opción, y eso lo convierte en un activo geopolítico de primer orden global. No solo se trata de conectividad marítima, la depredación sistemática que ejerce la flota pesquera china, entre otras, sobre nuestras aguas, la importancia estratégica de las tierras raras que encontramos en esta zona y la proyección sobre el continente antártico son elementos que agregan más complejidad y tensión a esta vasta extensión oceánica. Permítanme entonces formular una pregunta que desde mi perspectiva debería incomodar a más de uno en este continente. ¿Por qué aceptaríamos con naturalidad la instalación de infraestructura de potencias extrarregionales en el extremo sur de América, bases logísticas, puertos de aguas profundas, estaciones de monitoreo, y no resultaría controversial o problemático reforzar la seguridad con presencia de nuestros socios naturales en el hemisferio? Y no me estoy refiriendo exclusivamente a nuestro reclamo por vías pacíficas de soberanía que como argentinos hacemos sobre las Islas Malvinas. Pero el Atlántico Sur y la región sudamericana son también un activo económico, un reservorio de recursos naturales estratégicos y crecientemente un destino para inversiones, para proyectos de largo plazo, para personas que buscan estabilidad en un mundo que ofrece cada vez menos certezas. Esa dimensión merece ser incorporada seriamente en cualquier análisis de seguridad hemisférica que aspire a ser completo. Al respecto, quiero compartir con ustedes una noticia. Desde hace varios meses, un equipo interdisciplinario de TAEDA viene desarrollando una investigación sistemática sobre estos temas. En poco tiempo, este trabajo estará disponible en formato de libro, pensado para ser un insumo concreto para centros de estudios, universidades, bibliotecas especializadas y organismos interesados en la materia. Es nuestra humilde contribución al debate que hoy inaugura esta conferencia. Para terminar, no puedo dejar de nombrar a aquellos soldados norteamericanos e israelíes llamados al servicio en esta guerra contra el Estado terrorista de Irán, especialmente aquellos que perdieron su vida. Solicito, más allá de credos, confesiones o religiones, una oración en su memoria. Muchísimas gracias a todos y que estas jornadas sean ricas en pensamiento, debate y propuestas. Muchísimas gracias.
One more round of applause for Mario Matoto, please. All right, I'm very excited to welcome our first plenary session of the Hemispheric Security Conference. This one's going to be looking at great power competition in Latin America and the Caribbean. We have a great moderator to facilitate this session. Andrew Sullinger is CEO of Foreign Policy, a foreign policy leader in geopolitical discussions, and former EVP at Business Insider, Executive Director of Political New York, and Managing Director at the Financial Times Americas. Andrew, I turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Randy. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Raise the energy level. Wonderful. Good to be here. Great to see you all. And I'm really excited about this discussion and panel. And actually, when Brian asked if we could do a panel here at this incredible meeting and mentioned it would be an hour, I thought, my goodness, how am I going to keep an hour-long discussion running? And then he said, oh, it's with me and John Mearsheimer and Rafael Grossi. And I said, could we have 2 hours? Would that be a better amount of time to use? Really excited for this discussion and to be joined by these august gentlemen. We are here to discuss the big question of the day and this week in this room. How do Latin America and the Caribbean survive and even thrive in an era of great power competition? For years, the Americas has been treated as an afterthought geostrategically. That era is over. From lithium mines to 5G competition, it is now at the forefront for a new kind of competition. And we're going to try and unpack that today. And as I said, we have the dream team to do that unpacking. We have strategic realism, global diplomacy, and regional security, all represented up here. And I'm really looking forward to it. John Mearsheimer, University of Chicago, the world's leading voice on the tragedy of great power politics, if I could say that. Rafael Grossi, the man currently holding the line for global nuclear and energy security globally, and by the way, leading candidate for UN Secretary General. We'll come back to that. And of course, Brian Fonseca, who understands the operational reality of regional security probably better than anyone here. So we're very excited to have all three of you gentlemen. Welcome.
Thank you.
John, maybe we could start off talking about global order and structural shifts. You've long argued that the tragedy of great power politics is inescapable, but as we are here now in 2026, is the international order really in the rearview mirror? Are we firmly in a multipolar West? Or is this just a new chaotic transition to another bipolar kind of bipolarity structure of great power?
I'd make two sets of points about how I think about the world at a macro level. The first point is that we are in a multipolar world, and I believe we have been in a multipolar world since 2017. I was born in 1947, born into a bipolar world, which went away basically in the 1989-91 period when the Cold War ended, and we then saw the Soviet Union break apart in 1991. And from 1991 to 2017, I cannot emphasize this enough, we lived in a unipolar world where by definition there was no great power politics. You can't have great power politics when there's only one great power. It was a unique period in modern history, and it was actually a remarkably peaceful period, certainly from the point of view of great power politics. We are now in a multipolar world for the first time since 1945. Multipolar worlds are very dangerous. Never want to lose sight of that. There are three great powers. The United States is numero uno, China is a close number two, and Russia is a distant number three. And the US-China competition is going to be the defining competition of the 21st century, the competition between those two great powers. So that's what you want to keep in mind. My second cut from a macro level has to do with how the United States thinks about the world. Important to understand that the Western Hemisphere is the most important area of the world for the United States. It always has been, and it always will be. The reason we pay so little attention to the Western Hemisphere from a strategic point of view is because the United States is a regional hegemon in the Western Hemisphere. We are Godzilla. We face no security threats whatsoever in the Western Hemisphere. That allows us to worry about other regions of the world. I often say to students, have you thought about why the United States is wandering all over God's little green acre, sticking its nose in every country's business? The answer is very simple. It's because we're a regional hegemon and we're free to roam. So then the question is, what areas of the world really matter to the United States? From 1776 or 1783, when we got our independence, up until about 2017, the most important area of the world for the United States outside of the Western Hemisphere was Europe. We always had a Europe first policy. The other two areas that mattered were East Asia and the Persian Gulf. East Asia because there were other great powers there, and the Gulf because of the oil. Since 2017, for the first time in our history, we no longer have a Europe first policy. East Asia is now the most important area of the world outside of the Western Hemisphere. And again, I want to emphasize that the Western Hemisphere is the most important area, it's just that we have no threats there. So when you think about the world today, the two most important things to keep in mind at a macro level are, number one, we live in a multipolar world, and multipolar worlds are very dangerous. And number two, the United States, which has historically focused almost all of its attention on Europe, has begun to pivot away from Europe and pivot to East Asia, because that's where China is, and China is the real peer competitor.
Thank you, John. And just to put a fine point on, we know what happened in 1990, 91, when that non-polar world began. 2017, simply the advent of the Trump administration changed that perspective from Europe to East Asia?
I mean, Trump did that, but what happened in 2017 was a result of structural factors. First of all, Putin basically comes to power in very late 1999, and then between 99 and 2017, he brings Russia back from the dead. And with regard to China, starting in the 1990s, early 1990s, we pursue, foolishly, a policy of engagement toward China. We go to great lengths to help China grow economically. And as almost all of you know, China does grow in a remarkably impressive way from the early 90s up until about 2017. So by 2017, it has so much economic might on top of that huge population that can easily turn it into enough military power to qualify as a great power. So what Trump does is Trump abandons engagement. Very important to understand this. Trump comes in, engagement goes down the toilet bowl, and we, for the first time, adopt the policy of containment toward China. But it's only because China has grown economically and therefore militarily so powerful.
With that type of engagement, I'm just going to add one last follow-up. Do you think without Trump, that type of turn in U.S. policy would have occurred around that time?
Yes, it would have occurred anyway. Just two quick points on that. One is Hillary Clinton, when she was Secretary of State in 2011, was the first person to enunciate the pivot to Asia because she understood that China was rising. But it was not executed by the Obama administration. Right. It was Trump who did it. Second point, and this is very important, Joe Biden, who was an arch proponent of engagement when he was the head of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and when he was vice president, he becomes president, as you all remember, in 2020 after Obama. The question you want to ask yourself is, does Biden go back to engagement or does he stick to containment? In fact, he not only sticks to containment, he doubles down on containment, which I think tells you that Trump mattered for sure, but it didn't really matter for structural reasons.
Yeah, so that's great, and thank you for explaining that. And Brian, I wanted to bring you in on this point. You know, so American foreign policy shifted dramatically in that first Trump 1.0 administration, and it has taken a hard industrial turn since then, and that's a lot of what we're going to be talking about, I think, this week. Was that an aberration, or have we kind of like stripped away the polite fiction of globalization, as John is kind of intimating, and now we're in a permanent, deep, national interest-focused era of global power politics?
No, thanks, Andrew. First and foremost, I just want to say it's an honor to be on stage with you both. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be up here. And Andrew, of course, jumping in and moderating this session. And good to see so many familiar faces, and hopefully I have a chance to meet some new ones. It's an important question, and I think first and foremost, one thing I just want to annotate, and yes, the national security strategy pivots very directly to the Western Hemisphere as being sort of the priority in American foreign policy thinking right now. But I would say that's not necessarily to abandon the idea that the United States has been engaged in the Western Hemisphere. It's just often that engagement was below the state. It was the people-to-people connective tissue that was built over decades, centuries, in fact. And so, again, I think there's this, and the other challenge was that the Western Hemisphere was not often a fire in the Oval Office in the sort of contemporary landscape of American foreign policy. But I think the United States has reasserted this idea, and I think two things. One, that the Western Hemisphere is back at the forefront in terms of our policy thinking. And policy thinking, rhetorically, is not the same as sort of the investments that the United States is making right now in the Western Hemisphere to sort of follow that, and we can certainly unpack that a little bit more. But I think the rhetoric is aligned with sort of Western Hemisphere being the priority in American foreign policy at the moment. And of course, that's in a broader context of this strategic denial, global competition with China. China's not written out of the strategy. It's very squarely in sort of how the United States is thinking about engaging, not just in the Western Hemisphere, but broadly across the world. And I think as I interpret sort of a Trump administration 2.0 foreign policy over the last year plus, I think there's three things that I've seen as sort of truths in terms of how the administration has been approaching foreign policy. I think the first is it's this idea of hard values over interests. And that is sort of a downplaying of things like democracy, democratic institutions, human rights, I think in exchange for things that it ties very squarely back to the American interests, certainly here in the homeland as well, things like combating drugs and migration, and of course pushing back against adversarial actors that are operating with degrees of impunity in the Western Hemisphere, pursuing things like resources and trying to deter rivals from sort of acquiring those resources. So I think there's this context of strategic denial, which, by the way, I would argue is not the same kind of strategic denial that we faced at the end of the 19th century, in which we were trying to keep European powers from coming back into the Western Hemisphere. In this context, China is very deeply embedded in the Western Hemisphere, and in fact, it's kind of moved across the open field over the last, quarter of a century to really deepen roots in the region, in a way that the United States is going to have a really difficult time in displacing that. And so I think the United States is going to have to think very carefully about sort of the coercive elements of Chinese engagement in the region, from the things that could contribute, I think, meaningfully to prosperity, while sort of, again, giving the United States the ability to maintain its dominance over the region. But three interpretations. I think one is that interest over values. I think the second is that this administration has been unapologetic about using coercion as part of proactive statecraft. In other words, this administration has been very clear that it's willing to use coercive instruments of national power at the start of the conversation, not in sort of reciprocation, not as a part of the dialogue, but it's going to come out the gate, whether that's tariffing the whole world or leveraging the military instrument as a very sharp instrument to pursue policy change. I think that sort of has been very clear that the administration is willing to use coercion in ways that we haven't necessarily seen in previous administrations, particularly at the onset of engagement. And I think the third is sort of the diminishing appreciation that the administration has for multilateralism. And again, this isn't necessarily a place of value judgment, but I think the administration doesn't want to have conversations about consensus. I think the administration has a very clear understanding of what it sees as its interests, and it's going to pursue that unapologetically. And in the case that multilateral organizations don't necessarily serve that, then the administration is going to pursue it very directly in bilateral contexts. And so I think that sort of diminishing appreciation for multilateralism in some cases may be effective in pursuing interests. In some cases it may be detrimental, I think, to the long-term opportunities that the United States has to bring communities together. And against that backdrop, to sort of one annotation, the Shield of the Sum of the Americas was, I think, indicative of that, right? I mean, here in Miami, the administration hosted just over a dozen countries to talk about sort of border security and combating drug trafficking, and I think there was an underlying context of, let's get the Chinese out of the hemisphere. And what was noticeable were the countries that weren't represented in that, and it was countries like Mexico and Brazil and Colombia. And so it was this discussion that the United States was only bringing together like-minded countries. And I think the answer is yes, that was the intention. The intention is we're not here to negotiate our interests. We're going to bring countries together that align with that interest, and we're going to engage. But that doesn't mean that they weren't engaging others, and I think that got lost a lot in the discussion. I mean, Trump, the previous month, had Petro at the White House. There was an open invitation to Brazil's Lula. The intelligence that led to the killing of El Mencho in Mexico was provided in part by the United States. And so I think it's that distinction of, and that's my, so that third is that there's a diminishing appreciation for multilateralism when it doesn't map directly back to American interests. And then there's a doubling down on bilateralism in order to sort of tease out very specific interests.
That's great. Thank you for all those thoughts and annotations. Clearly, this administration is looking at coercion and then diplomacy rather than the other way around, which is normally the formula.
I mean, it could be coercive diplomacy. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a very sharp approach to engagement where the administration wants to start its discussion at a point where, again, it's leveraging instruments of national power in a very coercive way.
And then also it's a perspective on multilateral institutions, the importance of bilateral negotiations. I see Raphael smiling as I'm hearing you talk about this.
Sorry, Raphael.
So I want to go there, but I'd actually first like to talk a little bit about your role as Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, and kind of shift a little bit into the weaponization of everything that we're seeing right now in the world. We used to define security as being a powerful military, and now it's much more than that. It's about the resilience of the power grid, the security of the chip, and the control of a data center. So is traditional security even a thing anymore, or has everything kind of become kinetic in this age of hybrid warfare?
Well, thanks, Andrew. It has different dimensions, of course. We have now the discussion about energy security, which didn't even exist a few years ago. And where I live in Central Europe, you see that in a very powerful way. The war between Russia, the Russian Federation, and Ukraine brought, in a very abrupt, violent way, this reality into the agenda and decisions of many European countries, and in the extended sphere, in the northern hemisphere at least, and of course, going to my own mission in terms of nuclear energy, the way in which the energy structures of many European countries was intertwined with Russia, and the fact that, of course, the war upended that in such a clear way, determined that all these countries started taking a number of decisions. For example, doubling down on nuclear because of the autonomy it brings, trying to reconnect after what, in the case of Germany, is paradigmatic, I believe, in this regard. So the energy security discussion is also projecting itself into the Gulf, where we see diversification in a way that is very surprising. Why would the United Arab Emirates build nuclear power plants? What would be it sounds counterintuitive. And today, 30% of the energy is coming from nuclear reactors. So all this multipolarity that John was pointing at is also giving us, making the strategic equation more difficult. If I can refer to a couple of the things we are busy with, for example, Iran, and how we deal with that. We shouldn't forget that this used to be a problem where basically there was an overall consensus, even between Russia, the United States, China, France, the United Kingdom, they were all reacting in the same way vis-a-vis Iran. Not anymore. Not anymore. That consensus that used to exist is gone through the window. So, and this is influencing to a great extent, and perhaps, arguably, I would invite you to think about is one of the reasons that why we had war here, because countries do not have this common approach anymore. So what is a problem for Washington and perhaps others is not so much one for Moscow or Beijing. And I will take you even further away. Let's go to Pyongyang, where Russia is saying today that the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula is no longer an issue. And North Korea is saying that the reunification is no longer an issue. It has disappeared from the scheme. So I would 100% agree with John when he says this multipolarity is complex and is making all this work far more complicated than it used to be. Not that they were, that there was harmonious, starry-eyed harmony. But when it came to Iran, well, at this UN Security Council, you could count on resolutions being taken either without a vote or in agreement. And that has disappeared completely. So you have to deal with all these issues with competitive and agendas from the central powers.
Fascinating, and it is multi-layered. These interests are no longer converge or even parallel. They completely diverge. John, that's a great point to bring you back in. Is this expanded definition of security, including energy and technology and geoeconomics, actually change state behavior? Or is it just new jargon to describe what is dressed up 21st century, same old power dynamics?
Yeah, I'd like to answer this question by piggybacking on what Rafael just said. You have to think about going from unipolarity to multipolarity. In unipolarity, there was one great power, and you didn't have security competition, great power competition between the United States and China, the United States and Russia. So you could get a consensus on Iran. Everybody was on the same page,
Exactly.
by and large, because it was a unipolar world, and the United States was Godzilla. So if you think about the world that we're in today, and that the world that most of you came of age in, it's a fundamentally different world. And people are seeing it in terms of a new way of doing international politics. But if you're an old dog like me, and you grew up during the multipolar, but with regard to things like energy, and we worried about oil in the Persian Gulf during the bipolar world. That's when we built the Rapid Deployment Force. We fought wars in the Middle East.
Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
Yes, exactly. That went away in unipolarity. Again, you cannot underestimate what a fundamental change took place during the unipolar moment, because there was no great power politics. And just one final point on sort of technological competition. Today the United States is involved in mortal technological combat with China over things like AI, quantum computing, you name it, right? We had a similar situation during the Cold War, where the United States went to enormous lengths to make sure that sophisticated technologies
Export
from the
controls,
West
yep.
exactly didn't make it into the Soviet Union. So from the point of view of bipolarity, this multipolarity doesn't look that different. But from the point of view of unipolarity,
Yeah.
and this is the problem that you face. You're now in a multipolar world. If you become the head of the United Nations, oh my God, right? It's it would have been much easier if you became head during the unipolar moment.
More predictable, maybe.
The world's toughest
predictable.
job. We're going to come back to that for sure. And that's really all incredibly fascinating points, John. And we could deep dive on that as well, whether it was U.S. military technology or the commercial technology base that actually defeated Russia, Soviet Union in the Cold War, but would love to, and also, by the way, other things have happened since then as well, like the advent of fracking here in the U.S., and the U.S. becoming completely energy independent and changing that structure. Brian, but would love to bring this back to the Americas. How does this newly defined security apparatus, technology, energy, play here in the Americas? And is this digital encroachment destabilizing governments in Latin America and Caribbean right now?
So, I mean, to pick up on what John said, I think he's absolutely right. I mean, there's maybe not necessarily repackaging, but an evolution and a contextual change in which these security dynamics are playing out. I think certainly the speed and scale of tech is being disruptive. But I'd kind of note in terms of the regional security context. I mean, we still reside in a hemisphere of relative peace, right? I mean, the zone of peace in Latin America, I think, is a real thing. The threat of interstate conflict is still incredibly low. I mean, I know there's still territorial disputes that we have to reconcile with, but the threat of interstate conflict is relatively low. I think the biggest issue is and I think the region knows this, I think everybody in this room knows this, is the continued pervasiveness of transnational criminal organizations and coercive elements that continue to undermine the solvency and efficacy of democratic institutions. And I think this is where the real issue for the Americas, and that's, by the way, not just, I mean, you look at transnational criminal organizations leveraging drones to fly into police checkpoints in the region. I mean, this is still the premier threat, no matter what the technology or the resource. I mean, transnational criminal organizations, mining gold illegally. So I mean, the problem is that states in the region continue to be relatively weakened. And I think there's this vicious cycle. And in fact, Frank Moore and I talk about this all the time, this sort of vicious cycle where you have, weak institutions that afford, space for corruption and illicit trafficking organizations to move and penetrate and sort of, be coercive elements on the state. And that sort of undermines the ability of institutions to do their job in the region. And that undermines, economic prosperity and then fuels transnational criminal organization. Again, you have this vicious cycle that it seems that we have not been able to sort of get right in the region. And I think that the spirit of the last successive administrations is how do we really tackle, transnational criminal organization. Oh, by the way, that's in the context of what we're talking about. There's also the element of coercive powers like China, Russia, Iran that are also undermining, the solvency of democratic institutions in the region, which continue to fuel, the illicit transnational criminal enterprise landscape. And I think that is the biggest, sort of, if you want to say, and I wouldn't even necessarily call it non-traditional, but certainly kind of state-to-state conflict. Right. I think that's the big issue that the region faces. All of these things like, energy, security, environmental, I mean, illegal fishing off the coast of Peru, Ecuador, and Argentina continue to be, incredibly, destructive to ecologies and economies. And that is being supported by China, for example. Yep. And so I think those things continue to be, really incredibly, powerful threats that continue to plague the region that I don't think we've figured out. And I think, conversations like this will help us get there.
Non-state actors, very important. Thank you for introducing that. John, you brought up the UN and multilateral institutions. I think we need to get back to that. Can international institutions like the UN, the OAS, the IAEA survive in an era where the great powers see cooperation as a zero-sum game? Are we watching the slow death of multilateralism?
Well, my view on institutions is that they are very important, and they are very important for the United States. The United States has been interested in creating multilateral institutions because there's no way you can run the world if you're a great power without institutions. Institutions are basically rules. And it's very important to understand, as you well know, that we created most of the international institutions in the world. Yep. And we created them for selfish reasons. They serve America's interests. That's why every president up to President Trump has been a multilateralist. We wrote the rules to our advantage. And we do occasionally violate the rules, there's no question about that, but by and large, multilateralism is a good thing. We now have a president who is the ultimate unilateralist. He thinks that institutions are where the Lilliputians tied down Gulliver, and we have to do everything we can to wreck those institutions. And let's go out and wreck the United Nations and create this ludicrous institution called the Board of Peace. This is laughable, right? We need those institutions. We need international law. And the key point that you want to keep in mind is that these institutions, which were created by the United States, are in our interest. And one of the principal reasons that the United States is in so much trouble all around the world, it's only one of the reasons, is because we have abandoned multilateralism and we have adopted this policy of unequivocal unilateralism.
Okay, Rafael, this is your all set up for you, by the way. So you're a candidate for Secretary General. Let's to kind of counter this, and please dive on in. Is multilateralism over, and where have we seen lately multilateral institutions hold the line?
No, it's not over. You have to understand what multilateralism can and cannot do. I think you wrote in the 1990s that international institutions reflect the power structures in the world. They do not shape them. Does that mean that they are useless in the metabolism of international relations? No. And this is the point that I think John is trying to make here. And we can see it. Then, let's descend that into examples. Otherwise, everything is up in the air.
Yeah, please.
When you talk about what's happening in Iran, when you talk about what's happening in Ukraine-Russian Federation, and when you're dealing with certain issues, certain problems, unless you have a structure that is not going to violate the general balance of power and how they have been shaped and the institutionality inside the Security Council, how it works, or the Board of Governors of the IEA, how it is convened, that makes the possibility of projecting power and at the same time making your political goals viable. When this sounds very abstruse, when you need to inspect a country to see what is happening, you're not going to be doing it with American inspectors. It's not going to work unless you are a defeated power. The short period of Iraq after the war and Resolution 687 of the Security Council. But now you need something different. You need a structure that is going to be there, that others are going to be partaking and tolerating to a certain extent. I mean, China and Russia and the rest, because they know that there is an interest. They are also sharing an interest in this suboptimal, maybe, solution, but still important. And this applies. I was listening to Mike Waltz, with whom I work a lot. He's the American ambassador to the United Nations, and he was making the case. We were together in Los Angeles for the Milken Institution Conference, and he was making the case for standard settings in some institutions, at least IMO, ITU, et cetera, and he was telling basically skeptical American audience, I mean, we need to be there, because there are all these standards that are set, there are all these actions that we can have when you have international institutions that are operational. And you have to, like you were saying, John, China is a close second. Also in terms of money, when it comes to funding these institutions, China is de facto number one in some of them, and important ones, including the UN, because the United States is in arrears. And the US is paying 22%, China is 20%. I mean, it's very, very close. And he's paying, and he's making the point that he's paying. So I think the unipolarity that we are seeing and is leading to the creation of alternative institutions is about also at the UN having leadership and putting its act together in effective ways. Because I don't believe, let me finish with this thought, I don't believe that the fact that you have superpower confrontation makes these institutions completely useless. This is why you have the figure of the Secretary General or the Director General. I could insert ourselves, the IEA, in the middle of the conflict and the war between Russia and Ukraine to avoid a nuclear accident. In September 2022, Zaporizhia
You were on the ground.
was being shelled. All right? So we did it, and nobody asked me to go there. It's about negotiating your way in, talking to Vladimir Putin, talking to Volodymyr Zelensky, of course, talking here in Washington, and trying to, find these spaces for convergence that do exist if you know how to find them.
I just read that piece in the New Yorker about your tour into no man's land mission to Zaporizhia and
Well,
that was a really you didn't have to do that, but these are examples I presume that you think need to be illustrated to show that a difference can be made. So thank you for that, Brian.
No,
please.
just to add, I agree with everything that both John and Rafael said. I maybe one other sort of interpretation is that at least the great powers are going to look to leverage institutions in their interests a little bit more directly, or abandon. I mean, the idea that multilateralism dead, I don't agree with, but I do think that, again, countries by obligation may be looking to defend space as opposed to leveraging this space to pursue their respective interests. And when these institutions don't necessarily serve their interests, they may abandon them or at least downplay, the relative influence that they give them. And I look back at this region. I look at, for example, the moving away from the Summit of the Americas that was supposed to take place in December and sort of abandoning that for this idea that perhaps the shield of the summit, which would bring a smaller, tighter group of countries together that were far more aligned with U.S. interests. And so, I think that multilateralism will remain, and that's, again, I think it needs to be, front and center in terms of how countries' international system, engage in a multipolar system. But I think the powers are going to look to leverage these institutions in their own interests, whether that's pursuing interests in offensive, form or defending the space.
That's always been true.
Right.
We wrote the rules that underpin these institutions.
But
It's
the
not like
influence
these
of-
institutions have been pushing us around and forcing us to do things that we can't do. Right? We created the NPT, the IAEA, the Nuclear Suppliers Group, so that we could make nuclear proliferation, nuclear non-proliferation work, and we've done a brilliant job. Those institutions are invaluable.
No, John, I agree. I think in addition, perhaps, is that the administration saw organizations like the WHO and the WTO necessarily not aligned with American interests, and that may be a perception that the administration is taking, which is why it's downplaying. I mean, it pulled out of 60-something international organizations over the last year because it didn't feel that those institutions. And I'm not again endorsing this. I think multilateralism, should remain front and center in a very complex multipolar environment. I think the administration's approach has been, again, it sees those institutions in some cases as strategic risk, and it's looking to downplay, its equities in some of those institutions. But I agree with you; they've been around. I think this administration maybe look at them differently.
John, again, bringing this back to the Americas, you mentioned the moat around the Western Hemisphere. The U.S. really didn't need to focus on it. In the context of the race with China, do you think the region is being underestimated? I mean, I'd love to bring Brian back in a second on what we're seeing right now in Latin America. Is this the new rimland of great power competition, or is it still East Asia?
No, China is located in East Asia. And our principal concern about China is that it will become a regional hegemon like the United States is in the Western Hemisphere. We don't want them to imitate us. As I said to you folks before, and you always want to remember this, the reason that we are free to roam around the world and stick our nose in every country's business is because we are so secure in the Western Hemisphere. What we want is for China to be pinned down in East Asia and have to worry about the local balance of power. We want to put great limits on its ability to roam. So that's our number one goal with regard to China. Our second goal is to make sure that they don't develop a blue water navy that allows them to challenge us in a serious way on the world's seas. The third major concern, and this is where Latin America comes in, is that they will try to project military power into the Western Hemisphere and in effect violate the Monroe Doctrine. There's no question that economically the Chinese are already involved in the Western Hemisphere. But the question is, will we have something like the Cuban Missile Crisis down the road? That's the really big issue. And of course, I would advise any country in the Western Hemisphere to go to great lengths to make sure that nothing that looks like a violation of the Monroe Doctrine ever happens, because that would lead to untold trouble.
So really good points. But there's now a digital sphere of influence that isn't the same as that hard power military projection. And Brian, we've already got Huawei all over the place with 5G networks. We've got Alibaba data centers in Mexico. Is the U.S. Latin America policy lagging behind that? I did a session earlier in the week at NVIDIA with Carl Meacham, who used to be Carl, a congressional staffer very focused on Latin America, and he called for a Monroe Doctrine for AI. Do regional leaders play the field? How do regional leaders here play the field in between U.S. and China?
I mean, it's tough. I mean, obviously the United States is pressuring countries in the Western Hemisphere to push China out, particularly in spaces like ICT, technology, digital infrastructure. The problem is China is incredibly embedded in terms of the digital infrastructure across the region. I think countries need to balance sort of the demands to push China out with sort of the benefits that Chinese chip technology has in terms of creating connectivity across the region. I think that this is where sort of U.S. policy needs to think strategically about distinguishing the coercive elements of sort of Chinese influence from those elements that could benefit the region. I think over the mid and long term, it would be impossible to sort of rip and replace all of Chinese technology across the region. I think that would be something that's just not in the cards. But looking at what elements of coercive, digital infrastructure is in place and looking at trying to move that out. The other big challenge is Huawei and ZTE are willing to operate at a tremendous loss because they're extensions of Chinese foreign policy in many ways. And Western companies are not willing to move into the region and take those kind of losses over the 1 to 3 year ROI cycle. And that's, I think, a big challenge for U.S. and Western companies that want to go into this place. So I think the United States has to be really strategic and thoughtful about how it encourages the region to sort of think about rules of the game. Sovereign AI, sovereign digital infrastructure, where data centers and data flow happens throughout the region to ensure things like citizen security and infrastructure security are preserved. I think that's something that the region has to sort of consider, that the United States, I think, can play a meaningful a role in helping shape some of that. State Department, DFC, and others are really trying to encourage and incentivize American businesses to go down and compete. Again, the success, we'll see how it turns out. It's not incredibly compelling right now because of the risk to environment. But I definitely would caution. I mean, again, from the regional perspective, the degree I can weigh in on that, it's balancing the benefits of China's massive economic opportunities against the more coercive, undermining elements of democratic solvency in the region, and then, of course, undermining the alignment with the United States. And I think that's something you're also seeing, particularly in sort of the Trump administration or the Trump, this sort of Trump 2.0 era, is countries are trying to, balance that engagement. You take, for example, Ecuador, and you take, Argentina, and I have a lot of Argentine family here. The challenges of Malay coming in and saying we are going to displace China, but yet the economy is so tied to China that the Malay government had to tone that down and focus on more strategic elements like strategic minerals and security cooperation. And sort of the geopolitical elements of that engagement, and kind of leave the economy intact. That's the balancing that I think regional governments are going to have to do.
Interesting. Rafa, would love to future cast a little bit on risks maybe that we're not thinking about staying in the region in the Americas. Is there, looking ahead to the next decade, is there a black swan type risk challenge in the Americas perhaps that we're not thinking about currently? Rafael, that's for you.
Well, black swans in the region, I think we have a pretty good idea of what is happening. We see in terms of economy, energy, etc. I think we should take a look at institutions. We should take a look at transnational crime. I mean, it's amazing that this region that represents 8 to 9% of world's population concentrates 40% of criminality in the world. So I think this is a staggering figure, and that should be looked at very, very seriously, because it has to do, governance, of course, viable institutions, are essential. And we are seeing how, even from that perspective of hard politics and international agendas and the capacity of certain nations to penetrate, of course, it's easier when you have institutions that are weak. Western Hemisphere, of course, as John was pointing out, I think there's a factor of hard politics, but also soft ones in the sense that with all its ups and downs and exceptions and aberrations from time to time, the region is relatively adhering to liberal democracy in general terms. Even when we've been suffering from military coups and things like this, they were even invoking democracy as a reason why they were interrupting democracy. So it is something that is there, and it's important, and it's a dimension, since you are asking what is what we haven't discussed this morning. I would point out to that.
Yeah.
Criminality, transnational criminal networks.
John, I know you want to come in. Migration, crime. Do these countries even have time to think about great power competition?
Well, they should think about great power competition. I mean, obviously those other problems are of enormous importance, and I wouldn't want to dismiss them. But you want to understand what's going on here with regard to the US-China competition. And here I'm piggybacking on what Brian said. The United States has never confronted a security competitor as formidable as China. The two building blocks of military power are population size and wealth. And during the Cold War, when it was the United States versus the Soviet Union, you had two countries that had roughly the same size population. And in terms of wealth, the ability to generate wealth, develop sophisticated technologies, we were superior to the Russians or to the Soviets, right? So we had significant advantages during the Cold War. We are now up against a competitor that has 4 times the population of the United States and may not only be able to compete with us, but may beat us in terms of developing sophisticated technologies. The Chinese are truly impressive, as anybody who's gone to China knows. They got a lot of people, a lot of gross national product, and they are going to compete with us all over the world. And this is the situation that you're describing, and you folks all know better than I do, that you see in the Western Hemisphere. Chinese penetration, sophisticated Chinese technologies that you'd like to buy for all the obvious reasons. That situation is not likely to change to our advantage, our meaning the United States. I worry that it's going to change to their advantage. So there's going to be more Chinese influence, I think largely economic, maybe ideological, maybe coercive along the lines you're describing. If it's military, then you begin to violate the Monroe Doctrine. But even if you don't violate the Monroe Doctrine, that US-China competition that I described before, which is the centerpiece of multipolarity, is going to have a profound effect on your lives moving forward. My final point that I want to emphasize, this is to show you how remarkably foolish the United States has been. We, starting in the early 1990s, decided to help China grow economically. We purposely helped China become the great power that it is today. You were bad-mouthing the World Trade Organization. We let the Chinese into the World Trade Organization in 2001. And by the way, this policy of engagement, I was one of the few people on the planet who opposed it, was pursued by both Democrats and Republicans. So it's not like the Democrats are the bad guys or the Republicans are the bad guys. And the end result is we created Godzilla. And now we have to try to figure out how to live with it.
on that positive note, so as I mentioned, Brian, I knew we would need more time. This could keep going on forever, but really a fascinating discussion. We covered great power competition, the impacts in the region, the future of multilateralism, a tremendous amount of ground. And before we thank our panelists, I just wanted to say, shameless plug, there's a card on your chairs for a new podcast that we're producing with our colleagues at FIU about hemispheric security. You can download it by hitting this QR code, and we're doing some great interviews here on it also. Shameless plug over. Gentlemen, I want to thank you so much for participating with me in this panel. Please join me in thanking Raphael, John, and Brian. Well done. That was great.
Well, an excellent discussion. Thank you again to our great panel. One more round of applause for them, please. I'm excited to welcome our next speaker, Rick Delatorre. He's CEO of Tower Strategies and a retired CIA operations, which means I have no idea if Rick Delatorre is his real name. But over 25 years of intelligence, diplomacy, and global operations experience with a focus on Latin America, including being chief of station in Caracas, Venezuela. Please join me in welcoming Rick Delatorre to the stage. Take off the something, right? Yeah, take that off.
Thank you. All right. Good morning. I want to thank just about everyone here who I've known. Special thanks, obviously, to FIU, the Jack D. Gordon Institute, President Nunez, and everyone who made this conference possible. And a very strong salute to my Miami Sunset Senior High classmate and a great United States Marine, Dr. Brian Fonseca. I don't think when we were in high school we ever thought Brian would be a Dr. Fonseca, but here we are. So we here believe this forum matters because it brings together people who are accountable for outcomes, not just commentary, not theory, outcomes. And that's rare. And it's necessary, especially in the Western Hemisphere. It also matters that we are here in Miami. I grew up here. I'm a graduate of FIU. My family fled communism in Cuba. I grew up just down the street around people who lost everything to a failed system and rebuilt their lives here. In Miami, we say, si pasa en La Habana, se siente en Miami. And that's not just about Cuba. It reflects the interconnected reality of this entire hemisphere. Miami is not a slogan, it's a result. And to the leaders here from Latin America, thank you for being here. You chose to be part of a conversation focused on sovereignty, security, and execution. That is not trivial. Today I want to share what I see from my vantage point in Washington, D.C., and from my experience as a former CIA station chief, and what that means for the future of our hemisphere. And I'll keep this simple. At some point, conferences like this one, and too often there are few real outcomes. The takeaways feel too hard, too costly, or too complex to act on. So let me try to change that. Because whether we like it or not, much of what shapes the security of our hemisphere still runs through Washington, D.C. And that's where I spend most of my time every day. So that means policy, capital, sanctions, access, and timing. Washington is not abstract. It is a system that rewards alignment and exposes drift. Right now, that system has shifted. Under the Trump administration, the Western Hemisphere is being treated as contested space. Not background, not an afterthought, but contested. We see it in border security being treated as national security, in supply chains being deliberately rebuilt, and in the recognition that we are in direct competition with our adversaries, and in particular, the communist-controlled People's Republic of China. That last point is where many governments need to be more candid about what it actually means to them. China is not here to help you. China does not care if your country develops. China is establishing a strategic presence inside your country. Over the last decade, Chinese state-backed entities have expanded across this region with discipline. The headlines focus on trade, but the real story is control. Control over your ports, control over your logistics, control over your energy infrastructure, control over your data networks. Put these pieces together, and you don't get partnership. What you get is leverage. Look at Peru's port of Chancay. Majority Chinese ownership, built as a direct Pacific gateway. That project dramatically reshapes how trade moves across South America. It shifts routes, dependency, and power. Across the region, Chinese-linked firms are already embedded in dozens of ports. Not visiting, embedded. Then add telecommunications. When a foreign power builds your core networks, it gains visibility into your country's data, your systems, and your vulnerabilities. That is a generational decision. And when governments push back, the response comes fast. We saw it this year in Panama, as President Molino moved to unwind Chinese-linked control around canal infrastructure. China responded with pressure, economic pressure, diplomatic pressure, targeted friction where it hurts. That's how China's leverage works. Quiet when you comply, but very loud when you don't. Now here's the part that doesn't get said out loud enough, I think. Governments in this hemisphere are not passive victims. They sign these deals. They agree to the terms. They approve the financing. And they defend those arrangements once they're in place. Dependency is not imposed, it's agreed to. And that leads to the real dilemma. Many governments want the security partnership of the United States, but then want the capital flows of communist China. At some point, you have to decide which system you're actually operating in. Because those two tracks do not run in parallel forever. They converge. And when they do, the decision will be made for you. Now look at the other side. The United States recently brought together more than a dozen countries in this hemisphere to coordinate against transnational criminal networks. Real-time intelligence sharing, joint enforcement, coordinated pressure applied to real targets. That is operational cooperation. Washington is engaged, but is not interested in supporting countries that won't help themselves. From where I sit, leading Tower Strategy, I can tell you exactly how this works. When governments show up in Washington with clarity and discipline, the system moves. Doors open. Agencies engage. Capital flows. When governments hedge or try to play both sides, they lose leverage quickly. Because contradictions get exposed. You cannot balance security alignment while building strategic dependence somewhere else. You cannot talk about sovereignty while outsourcing control of your infrastructure. That tension always resolves. And this is where we operate at Tower Strategy. We work with governments and companies to navigate Washington and as it actually functions. And what that means is aligning national priorities and private sector interests with US policy, building leverage across the interagencies and Congress, and turning access into decisions, capital, and partnerships that hold under pressure. At Tower Strategy, we've assembled a team that understands Latin America, the way it actually operates, and Washington, the way it actually works. Former operators, former US and foreign ambassadors, senior practitioners, people who have run missions and embassies, not studied them. There are plenty of firms that promise access. Every senior partner averages over 3 decades of real government experience, not a couple years as a political appointee or congressional staffer. We convert that into outcomes. That's the difference we do. Before I touch on Venezuela today, let me give you a quick window into how these systems that I've been talking about actually operate on the ground in Latin America. So when I was chief of station Caracas, you didn't see a vacuum of authority. What you saw was something far more dangerous. The regime didn't lose control, it outsourced it, and it manipulated it. I remember sitting with a local contact who explained very calmly how things worked in his neighborhood. He told me, if I have a problem, I don't go to the police. I go to the colectivos. They decide what happens. And those colectivos weren't separate from the system. They were part of it. They were connected to security elements, tied into political structures, and operating with the regime's full awareness. That's what corruption at scale looks like. The state didn't disappear, it was repurposed. Now look at Venezuela today. What happened there recently was not symbolic. The United States acted decisively. Maduro is gone and facing justice here in the United States, and that sent a message across the entire hemisphere and the world. But removing a leader does not remove a system. The networks remain, the security apparatus remains, the incentives remain. Power didn't disappear, it shifted. And that is the lesson. Moments like that create opportunities. They do not guarantee outcomes. If governance does not follow enforcement, the same system comes back, but just under a different name. We've seen that before. But right now, there's a real opportunity in this hemisphere. An opportunity to see the end of Marxist and communist governance within our lifetime. That is not a slogan, it is a window. And windows close, opportunities end. We may not see another chance like this in our lifetimes. The United States is signaling that it is ready to lead, but it cannot impose the outcome. That will be decided by the leaders here today. So if you're serious about sovereignty, start with three things. Audit your critical infrastructure for control, not contracts, but control. Map your data architecture. Know who can see what's inside your systems. Align your security partnerships with your economic decisions. If those move in opposite directions, you already have a problem. From where I sit, the difference between countries that stabilize and those that drift comes down to alignment. Policy with enforcement, economics with security, and words with actions. That is where outcomes are decided. So here's the standard. Stop recycling socialist and Marxist systems that have already failed. Enforce your laws and stand behind the people doing it. Be honest about external actors, especially China, and what they are doing inside your systems. Choose partners that strengthen your position over time, and focus on results. Sovereignty is not declared, it is maintained and enforced. At Tower Strategy, we help you align your internal frameworks in a way that creates leverage and delivers outcomes that hold under pressure. If we get this right, our hemisphere will be stronger. If we don't, China or someone else will shape the outcome for us. Miami did not become the gateway to the Americas by accident. People made choices. Those choices compounded. The same will be true for every country represented here. That is the bar, so let's meet it. Thank you. I'll be around if anyone would like to chat or have any questions.
One more round of applause for Rick. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Leonie Diaz. I am a recent graduate from Florida International University with a bachelor's in international relations. I am also a two-time Intelligence Community Center for Academic Excellence Fellow, one time on the Intelligence Analysis track and another time on the Cyber Threat Intelligence track. Over the past couple months, I've had the pleasure to conduct an open source research project on Cuba, its relationship with transnational criminal organizations, and Venezuela. and it is my honor to introduce this panel, the Venezuela and Cuba panel. And it is even more so my honor to introduce our distinguished moderator, Dr. Nora Gómez-Torres, who is a distinguished journalist for El Nuevo Herald and the Miami Herald, and she has trailblazing research on Cuba and Latin American policy. Please welcome me and the moderator in a round of applause to join this panel in applause.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this panel, Venezuela and Cuba, Future Scenarios, Risks, and Strategic Opportunities. I cannot think of a better moment to have this discussion. So I'm grateful to FIU, to the Gordon Institute for Public Policy, and especially to Brian Fonseca, its director, for the opportunity to moderate this important conversation. It is my pleasure to introduce this distinguished panel. Ambassador Story served as both ambassador and chargé d'affaires to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela from July 2018 until May 2023. In June 2024, he was nominated as ambassador to Mozambique. He has taught at Georgetown University, served as the chargé d'affaires at the U.S. Embassy to Angola and Sao Tome and Principe, as well as the chargé d'affaires in Eswatini, and to the Dutch Caribbean from Curaçao. They kept you busy. Yeah. A little bit. Ambassador Story retired on May 2025. Rosa Maria Payá is a fellow in Latin American Studies at the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, and she's a commissioner at the Inter-American Commissioner for Human Rights. Rosa, as you know, everyone that knows her knows, she's a fierce advocate for human rights and democracy in Cuba, following the legacy of her father, Osvaldo Payá. She's the founder of Cuba Decide and president of the Latin American Youth Network for Democracy. And she's the latest recipient of Freedom House Alfred Moses Liberty Award, so congratulations, Rosa, felicidades. Elizabeth Meikler is the project director for Central America at the Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom, and she has a degree in political science and modern history from the University of Bonn and Potsdam in Germany. And she has been working on the foundation for 20 years, I think, since 2006, where she has been coordinator of the Mexico project, regional assistant for Latin America, as well as coordinator of the programs for Central America and climate change. So thank you all for being here. So I think we can all agree how much US policy towards the Western Hemisphere has changed in a matter of months. We might see significant changes happening in Cuba. And we have already been seeing major changes in Venezuela, which impacts that extend beyond, its borders and cross into, migration and regional security and geopolitical dynamics. And yet, regimes in Havana and Caracas, they're doing everything possible to adapt and survive. Even, despite, unprecedented pressure, economic, political, even military pressure. So how should we think about the most plausible, future scenarios in both countries, and where do you see the greatest risks and opportunities in the coming years? So I'm going to pass the magic ball to all of you. So who wants to start? Ladies first.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nora. Thank you to FIU, to President Núñez for this opportunity, and thank you for that introduction. I should say that I'm here in my personal capacity and not representing the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. And when we talk about Cuba and Venezuela, I think that one important element that we should keep in mind is that we are not talking about parallel cases. We are, in many sense, talking about the same case. We wouldn't be talking about the liberation of Venezuela if not for the actions of the Cuban regime for the last 25 years. It was obvious for everybody when the largest amount of people that died during the extraction of Nicolas Maduro were Cuban soldiers. And the Cuban regime has been a defining element, propping up Hugo Chavez, helping him to get to power, and then organizing the whole military counterintelligence and the whole structure of the state to be able to command and control and also support the maintenance of the dictatorship in that country. Now, having said so, they are also on the field very different cases. The way in which power is exerted in Venezuela is different from the way in which power is exerted in Cuba. And in that regard, I think that we need to be very conscious of the historical moment that the Cuban people are living right now. We have to be very conscious of the convergence of the elements that for first time in decades we are seeing in Cuba. The Cuban people are enduring a humanitarian catastrophe that is provoked and generated by the Cuban regime. The Cuban people have been living through a humanitarian crisis for decades. Right now, the situation is unsustainable. It's gonna come the moment in which, even when the thermoelectrics try to work and have the oil, the country is gonna stay in a blackout, because the reality is that the regime has no capacity to provide basic service in Cuba, and the energetic system and virtually every system in Cuba is collapsing, but the repressive structure. That one is alive and kicking. As we speak, there are more than 1,200 political prisoners in Cuba, and the only reason why that regime is still in place is because of the use of the force against their own citizens. But we talk about the convergence of several elements, right? The first one of them, the most important one of them, is the civic mobilization inside Cuba, and the Cuban people demand for freedom is very obvious and eloquent. Not only from 2021, when we saw the whole country in the streets demanding freedom, but 2025 ended up with an average of 30 protests a day, even when the hunger is at its maximum, when there are not medicines in the pharmacy or at the hospitals, where people cannot know if they are going to feed their children at the end of the day, even when lights are not on. For the Cuban people, there is a conviction that the only way out, the only way to overcome the crisis, is to get rid of the dictatorship. At the same time, the democratic alternative for the Cuban people exists, and the main democratic forces of the opposition are united behind the Freedom Accord and a transition plan to be ready in the moment that the totalitarian power fractures, as it will fracture. And the third point, the third element that is in existence right now and that is new for the Cuban people is that international pressure, specifically the pressure coming from the US government, that is mounting over those that are in the position of taking the decision of keep shooting down and throwing in jail the teenagers in the streets, or submitting to the will of the people and leave. That convergence now exists, and I think that will be intensifying during the next months, Nora.
Thank you, Rosa. Elizabeth?
Thank you to FIU for having me. Well, I think we are living in a very crucial moment in history. We have seen changes in Venezuela, and we will hopefully see them soon in Cuba. And of course, when we are looking at Venezuela, economic recovery is important, but it is not a sole step. We have to think also of democratization, and we have to think of democratization processes very soon. The window of opportunity we see here is very small from my point of view. So we have in parallel to think about how to strengthen institutions, and we have to push forward the first steps, thinking of liberation of political prisoners, thinking of transitional justice,
because the moment we are seeing is very important, and we have to speed it up from my point of view, because speeding up in Venezuela might also mean more imminent actions regarding Cuba.
Ambassador, what's in the future for these two countries?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have been conditioned by watching the failures of lots of careers in the State Department on the Cuba question. So I'm not going to talk about Cuba. I'm going to talk about Venezuela. And I'm also cognizant that I'm here in South Florida. So we'll talk Venezuela. I want to start by saying that no one outside of Venezuela, perhaps also Weston and Doral, is more excited about seeing Nicolas Maduro in jail than I am. January 3rd was an extraordinary tactical success. My concern now is that I see in a very acute case, in the case of Venezuela, what I am seeing across the hemisphere, which is democratic backsliding and institutional weakening. When I looked, and we talked about that this morning, as we consider that the new national security strategy has a focus on the Western Hemisphere, I think that's fantastic. I think it should. Everything that happens in Latin America has a direct impact on the United States of America in a way that other regions really don't. But we have to start working on our own institutions so that we're not working by executive order, but we're having some actual legal some laws passed, some bipartisanship as well. And I think about the Plan Colombia. And I recently articulated this in an article we published with the Atlantic Council, that what the region needs is a Plan Venezuela next. We have to actually take this idea of a focus in our hemisphere and broaden it and put action and resources behind the idea of a strategic focus. We've spent $45 billion in the last couple of weeks in Iran. We don't really blink an eye at that. Yet we spent 20 years and $10 billion to save the institutions in Colombia and create a regional partner that's the cornerstone of our relationship in the hemisphere. We need to be doing the same thing across the hemisphere. We need to build stronger institutions. And in the case of Venezuela, who knew, for instance, that Vladimir Pujino Lopez was secretly a clandestine cultivator of corn or soybeans or whatever else? He's now the Minister of Agriculture. What does that tell you about what's actually happening on the ground in Venezuela? And ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you that this exact same regime under new management, and we need to start making the hard asks now. And part of these hard asks is about how do we rebuild institutions in a country that for 25 years made a decision to undermine those institutions and put them at the specific task of making sure that one political movement stayed in power. When I saw Secretary Burgum, I'm repeating some of what I said this morning, but y'all weren't there, so it's new to you. When I saw Secretary Burgum take the Interior to go down with a bunch of mining companies, I thought to myself, well, that's great. Who's going to get rid of the ELN? Because it's not the FAN-B, it's not the Bolivarian National Guard, and it's certainly not the police in Venezuela. So we have to work, if we're going to have this economic recovery, it's going to have to go in lockstep with the democratization and reinstitutionalization of the country. What I think we should be working on now, we've hit the 4-month plus mark, is okay, what are the things that we should be asking of the regime in Venezuela to start making the shift? That sends a signal to the international business community that it's safe to invest in that country. Because again, capital is a coward. Capital is not going to go where it's put at risk. I don't believe ConocoPhillips is going to say, okay, let's invest another $10 billion after they've already been robbed of $9 billion by the same people who are in power. And I don't believe it's possible to start working in the Arco Minero in Venezuela if you have ELN actively mining in that area and killing members of the national forces, the army of Venezuela. So we need to start asking the hard things. Hard things don't get easier with time, right? Easy things we haven't asked for. CNN en Español, it's not in the air. I did 3 interviews yesterday in Spanish. All 3 of those websites are blocked from being able to transmit into Venezuela. That's an easy ask, and we haven't done that. So I think we can really turn the page on Venezuela by starting to ask the hard things now.
Let me follow on that because I have a question about that. So, Ambassador, Professor Javier Corrales, a political scientist, he penned a provocative piece recently on Foreign Affairs. And he said that after following the U.S. capture of Nicolás Maduro in Venezuela, the U.S., and I quote, removed the dictator but kept the dictatorship, end of quote. I watched this recent congressional hearing in which senior State Department official Michael Kosak, which I'm sure you know very well, defended the administration's choice to prioritize stability by working with Delcy Rodriguez, and stated that the U.S. is, and I quote, now helping Venezuela transition from a criminal enabler to a responsible partner through the three-phase approach to Venezuela stabilization and democratic transition. So the question is, should we give the administration more time to see if this policy is working towards a democratic transition? And this is an argument I always hear from policymakers, oh, you know, it didn't work because they didn't give it enough time to work. Or is Corrales and some members of the Venezuelan opposition correct in fearing that the administration might forget to advance those, a meaningful political transition in Venezuela, those democratic goals? And we see Delcy Rodriguez moving to consolidate her presidency. So what signs would indicate that Venezuela is actually moving to a transition, a political transition? How do we get there?
Look, you have to do phase 2 and phase 3 together. I mean, that's full stop. And I don't disagree with, and I actually said this before January 3rd. I said, I knew we were going to do something. I didn't anticipate. Actually, I had 4 ideas. This was number 4, what we actually did. So don't listen to me. I obviously don't know what I'm talking about. I thought it was the least likely outcome. But I said, be careful of de-Baathification. But one thing is not de-Baathifying. The other is removing Saddam Hussein and putting Uday and Qusay Hussein in charge, right? The sons, if y'all remember. And what we've done is we kept that stability piece, but at some point, Maria Corina Machado is going to go back. I mean, politics is a contact sport, and she'll go back. I think she'll go back in the next couple of months. I think she should go back. Are we going to tell her, don't go back because it could be destabilizing? And what I would submit is I think we're going to, yes, of course, I'm going to give the administration time on this. I think you have to give people time on these things. But I'd like to see some signals that we're starting to also work on phase 3 while we're convincing people that phase 2 is full steam ahead.
Which signs would that be? Like, what do you want to see?
How about something super easy? No more internet blocks on information, and allow CNN Español, Fox en Español, si lo tienen, no sé, can go into Venezuela without a block. I mean, that I think is a minimum thing. I'd love to see Diosdado Cabello off the scene. And I'd love to see, or I would prefer to see USG officials not taking photographs with a person who has $25 million reward for justice on his head. But having said that, is it going to be easier to get rid of Diosdado Cabello in 3 months or 6 months? And the answer is no. It's going to be more difficult in the future. And I think that maybe that's one we can't do right now, but there's plenty of easy stuff we can do. Return the political parties to the rightful leaders. What about that one? I mean, there are plenty of things that we've worked on in the past. There's a long list of them. I just haven't seen them move in this direction yet.
I've been covering U.S. foreign policy towards Latin America for a while, and it's always struck me like how specifically policies towards Cuba and Venezuela swing back and forth in a matter of a few years, from engagement to sanctions to back. So from your experience, Ambassador, what do you see the gap between, policy planning and policy outcomes? And what have U.S. policymakers have gotten wrong or overlooked that is worth, highlighting at this particular moment so we don't do the same mistakes?
I've worked for 5 presidents and 9 secretaries of state, and I've not agreed with all of them all the time. I think that's a healthy part of being part of democracy. Right. I think that under the first Trump administration, we believed that pressure alone was going to yield a break in the system, and that we were going to have this fissure inside of the regime that would then lead to a good result. Under the Biden administration, a lot of people complained about the fact that the Biden administration wanted to do a negotiation, but it actually led to a primary result that Maria Corina won. And then it led to a very little known person named Edmundo Gonzalez winning the presidency in July of 2024. But we gave up a lot of leverage in the process of doing that, perhaps too much leverage in that direction. For me, January 3rd was kind of bittersweet because I think at some level it showed a failure of diplomacy to get to the end result. That we had to go to that Clausewitz, war is diplomacy by other means type thing. And I think that, both administrations made plenty of mistakes. I think that the action taken was perhaps necessary in a lot of regards. We were running out of options. That happened on January 3rd. And again, I applaud the result. Now I'd like to make sure that we get a solid, independent, democratic nation state in Venezuela, and not one that continues to harbor ELN and FARC-D, continues to work with our strategic competitors, and that continues to abuse the human rights of the people within its borders. I mean, for me, 8.5 million people voted with their feet, and it's an extraordinary catastrophe for the region. So we can Monday morning quarterback all the time. I mean, it's easy to say, we should have done this, should have done that. But right now where we are, let's be clear-eyed about who's still in charge and how do we use the leverage we have? Because tomorrow we're gonna have less leverage. And the next day we're gonna have a little bit less leverage. Our leverage was at its maximum on January the 4th. So we gotta use the leverage now to get where we wanna be. And I'm curious about the future of Cuba. I'm trying to get off the stage right now, right? So, do we have the leverage there? What is that going to look like? Sorry, I'm not supposed to be asking the questions, but.
No, that's a good question, and we can follow up with Rosa. Elizabeth, it is clear that for a democratic transition to happen in Venezuela, there must be, reconstruction of public trust in institutions. How do we do that in the current political environment in which, Delcy Rodriguez and the others are very much in charge?
Yeah, in fact, citizens have to see soon results of this process, starting with the release of political prisoners, so that citizens understand that rights are respected and restored. So an amnesty law has to be applied equally and correctly. Mm-hmm. And when we speak about transitional justice, it's not only for the victims, but also for the perpetrators in the end. You have to, I think we have to recognize that as a reality. Mm-hmm. And then we need a real independence in the judiciary. Mm-hmm. Because without that, there will be no possibility for investors, for example, to deal with challenges in the country when there is no legal system they can rely on, no legal certainty. And then, of course, the next step, a very important step, because people have to understand that they might change power structures through elections. So free, fair, and competitive elections, prior a dialogue between, yes, the authorities and the opposition groups have to be in place soon. I mean, I know that the election process is part of the US strategy, but there is no concrete date mm-hmm. that citizens might rely on. And this is kind of the first group of immediate processes that have to start. And then, of course, in the second phase, where people might rebuild trust in institutions, can refer to a professionalization of the security forces, that people really see that members of this authoritarian regime are stepping back, or that there are consequences for their actions perpetrated during the regime. And then, of course, you will strengthen a dialogue between politics, between civil society, and you will initiate programs of capacity building for organizations of the civil society. And there, I think development aid enters with institutions that might support those processes and give them legitimacy. And in parallel, of course, the stabilization of the economy and the reduction of inequality will do the last part of this rebuilding the trust from citizens towards institutions and towards a democratic process that restores their rights and let them regain also economic possibilities to develop businesses and to participate in decision-making process.
I think the question of leverage is so important here because we're basically asking an authoritarian regime to cooperate into its own dismantling, which to me it's, you know, like extraordinary. But I want to continue with you, Elizabeth, because the administration has framed its Cuba and Venezuela policy as part of a broader doctrine in the Western Hemisphere, this Dome Road doctrine that is putting U.S. dominance in a center and is preoccupied with managing migration and countering adversaries. How do you see you know, events in Cuba and Venezuela and U.S. policy towards those countries shaping some of these regional dynamics? I'm thinking, for example, well, Venezuela and Cuba are under a travel ban, for example. So that has, I guess, you know, important impacts on migration in the region as well. And even Maduro's capture, for example, highlighted the perils of relying on Chinese and Russian technology. So how do you see this happening?
Well, as long as we see relief of sanctions, which might mean an economic development in the near future, migration might decrease. If you tighten sanctions, or if you think of programs of the temporary protected status, then you will see a shift in migration flows, not towards the United States, of course, but to other countries in the region. So in the way you relieve sanctions, you might also see a returning of migrants, of Venezuelans, to their country. So it is also a return of talent to the country, talent that might contribute to the development and the processes ahead. But it will depend on how migrants feel the economic pressure. If they see a possibility to stay in Venezuela, I'm sure that nobody wants to live in exile.
Right.
You know, exile is a very difficult scenario for everybody. So getting back to Venezuela is surely a possibility for those migrants, for those 8-9 millions that left their country, but they have to have certain guarantees that they will be able to survive and generate wealth and in their own country. That's for the migration issue. For the shifting of powers and power blocks in the
alliances,
region, yeah, we will see Venezuela getting pulled more towards the US and the Western Hemispheric to bind them within this system. And we will see, for the moment, Cuba being pushed towards the other powers, namely China, Iran, Russia, in a way that is worrying, because the Cuban Red government regime relies on those powers, on that support for the moment. And it is interesting how Latin American countries will position in that sense, because the influence of China, of Russia, is very important and very worrisome in the region. So to push that influence back is starting with this process.
Let me continue with Cuba, Rosa. In that congressional hearing I was mentioning, Ambassador Kozak was asked, and I quote, is the model for the discussions in Cuba the same as what has occurred in Venezuela? And after stating that the two countries were very different, he went on to say, and I quote, "If you can get some people in those regimes to start making real changes in the direction that we want, that's a good model," end of quote. Is that a good model for a transition in Cuba? And if not, what are the alternatives given the fact that the Cuban government seems to be still in control and able to suppress dissent?
There is no need or desire for a Delcy Rodriguez in Cuba. I want to be crystal clear with that. It's not a path towards any positive outcome. It is unrealistic and naive to believe that the Castro family is gonna commit suicide voluntarily. They're not. Now, to your point, Ambassador, the leverage that the US government now has, the size of the upper hand, I believe that in combination with the demand for freedom and the civic mobilization coming from the Cuban people and the democratic alternative ready to act the moment the power fractures is the right combination to finally eliminate what has been the head of the authoritarian octopus in our region for decades. You were mentioning the ELN, El Ejército de Liberación Nacional, operating right now at the border, in Venezuelan territory and at Colombian and in Colombian territory. The ELN was founded by Fidel Castro and have been co-directed by the Cuban intelligence for decades till today. We are in a security conference. We cannot just forget that the definitive element in the impossibility that our region has had for decades of achieving democratic stability, it's related, sometimes correlated, and sometimes provoked and generated by the action of the Cuban regime in this hemisphere. From the collapse and maintenance of the Venezuelan dictatorship, to the guerrilla movement, to the drug trafficking, to the mass migration that we have lived the last 5 years, and all the wave that we lived before during the last 6 decades. So no, we do not need a Delcy Rodriguez. The way in which power is exerted in Cuba is very different. We do not have a pleiade of powerful actors in Cuban national territory as we have it in Venezuela, very different and with different masters. In the case of Cuba, it's pretty much a dozen of persons. It's pretty much a family and a bunch of generals and a few representatives that needs to leave power in order to have an orderly transition process. And while we shouldn't be thinking the way we have to, the path we have to walk away from is the one that, that is trying to appease or to manage those dozen of persons. We have to be very clear. We need them to leave, and now it's possible among several reasons, and not because of the failure of democracy, of diplomacy, in my humble opinion, but because of the recognition of the limits of diplomacy. We are not dealing with a normal state. We are dealing with criminals in power that are ready to kill you, as they did with my father when he tried to use the system against the system legally. You cannot use a weaponry that is not that is not the same one that they are using against you. We are dealing with a criminal group in power that is also a military group that also sits over the intelligence apparatus that in my opinion, is the most influential intelligence apparatus in this hemisphere. As we speak, the largest, and beyond, I had to say, as we speak, the largest number of foreign nationals in the Russian army in the front in Ukraine is Cuban. As we speak, China maintains espionage bases in Cuban territory. We are worried about the mining in Venezuela. Well, I'm also worried about the mining in Nicaragua and the presence of China and the gatekeepers and the brokers of that interference in Western territory has been those that have been interfering for decades, and is the intelligence apparatus of the Cuban regime that, by the way, have one main goal, and is destabilizing this country through mass migration, through drug trafficking, through intelligence penetrations. The last 50 years, the largest intelligence penetrations in the highest level of the U.S. government have been exerted by the Cuban regime. So President Trump and Secretary Rubio are right when they say that the Cuban regime is a threat to the national security of this country. And yes, China, Russia, Iran, all of them have been propping, and others have been propping up the Cuban regime, and they are still trying to help. But 80 million is not going to make the difference, which is what China, the check that China wrote. And one oil tanker is not going to make the difference. From when I'm sitting, they are virtually saying, "Not my problem." When we talk about the Cuban regime. And I know you have another question I want to say.
No, I want to just follow up, because you have mentioned so many challenges in a way for a transition process in Cuba. For example, the dismantling of that big security surveillance system, that's going to be a major challenge. So I want to ask you about that. You know, in the event of a regime transition, where do you see the major challenges in the immediate and medium term? And what do you see your role and the role of Cuban exiles in general? It's a really, two big questions. We have 4 minutes.
Okay. Transition in Cuba and the difference with the way it's being, I think, started in Venezuela, and I hope that Maria Corina Machado will be back soon, and they will have the rule of law and the democratic leaders that the Venezuelan people deserve, and we need to see a calendar for that to happen, because I agree the window is narrow. Now, in Cuba, there are a lot of challenges. Mm-hmm. I have to say, the biggest headache is liberation. The biggest headache is force those criminals in power to leave. And now, the leverage is there. Needs to be intensified, but it's there, so it is possible. The situation on the island is unsustainable, and I have to say more. For the Cuban people, for the Cuban nation, that, by the way, Nora, the Cuban nation lives on island and off island. In the last 5 years, millions of Cubans have emigrated, have been forced to exile. The same thing has happened during the last 60 decades, and the Cuban nation has a resource that almost not any country in the world can claim, and is the power, the unity, the organization, the success of the exile community that never disconnected from the Cuban people, and that is ready to participate and to help during the transition process. And that's why liberation is the biggest headache. The other one, right, transition process, of course, is not gonna be easy. It's not gonna be the first time in the history of the planet that we see a transition from a totalitarian regime to a democratic one. We have seen that before. We have learned from that. And that's why the democratic alternative is, I have 1 more minute, is that...
Five more, you have 5 more.
Oh, wow.
I'm told.
Very generous. Thank you. It's very relevant now. That's why what happened the 2nd of March this year, when a big majority, I believe the main forces, but it's open to all the democratic forces, but the main forces of the Cuban opposition came together behind the Freedom Accord, behind an alliance that announced a transition plan that take care of the institutional political change that needs to happen, of the dismantling of the totalitarian structures at a political level that needs to happen, but also takes care of the humanitarian crisis.
I wanted to ask about that because that's a major challenge. You know, Cuba's not the same like 10 years ago. If we were talking about this 10, 15 years ago, the country,
it's devastated.
It's in a terrible situation.
The country is devastated at virtually every level, from the infrastructure to the energy system, but also to the education system, to the healthcare system, and the main task, the first 6 months, is gonna be humanitarian. Of course, there is also a commission for economic recovery, in which especially the exiled community, and not only Cuban Americans, are gonna be and are being so far a big resource. But as Elizabeth mentioned, that process, that provisional period that needs to take place, because we cannot have free, fair, and multi-party elections in Cuba tomorrow. We need a transition process that needs to be led by Cubans, and it's gonna be a unity government in order to make the changes that are necessary in Cuba. Also have to take care of the transitional justice, also have to take care of the security apparatus, also needs to take care of the huge amount of humanitarian aid that are going to be necessary, and as the ambassador said, that needs to be a collective effort, not only of the Cuban people, but also of allies as the U.S. government and other governments in the world, and especially in the region. If something is still an opportunity in the Cuban case, it's for the rest of the Western democracies to finally take sides with the Cuban people and join the U.S. in these efforts. And I'm going to be very clear also here, because we have been hearing about phases, and the phase number 1 in Cuba needs to be liberation. The number 1 steps in Cuba needs to be the release of the political prisoners and the guarantee of the fundamental rights. By the way, not cost-effective. Costs zero money to open the doors of the political prisons in Cuba. Because zero money is stop repressing. Actually, it's cheaper not to repress that, keep repression ongoing. That's how we measure that the transition process is.
Ambassador, you want to come in on the issue of the resources? Who's going to fund this titanic effort?
I'm going to say something a little more controversial. Y'all know who Bill Brownfield is? Yeah, he's one of my mentors, Ambassador Brownfield, funny guy, Texan. Y'all all know who he is. I know you do. He told me when I went out in July of 18, he said, the result of this is going to be insufficient to please everybody. And I think that if you look historically at transitions returning to democracy across the hemisphere, we're going to have to hold our collective noses at what this looks like. Right now I'm holding my nose because I see Diosdado Cabello at the table. I'm not holding my tongue, but I'm holding my nose. So I do think that the end result here is, in all of these cases, is probably not going to be the dreamed of perfect result where it all works immediately, but rather a process of national reconciliation where people who were fairly bad actors may not face the justice that they richly deserve. Hopefully those that did the worst crimes do, But as much in Cuba as in Venezuela, the theft of the national patrimony that's gone out the door, we may never get it all back. You may never get it all
And
back.
that's, unfortunately, we're running out of time. That's a very sovereign, good argument to end our discussion.
My apologies.
We're in Miami, we can be discussing Cuba and Venezuela forever, but unfortunately we have to stop here. This has been like a very illuminated discussion that I hope policymakers in Washington have been watching. And thank you all for sharing your thoughts, and thank you for listening to us. This has been great.
Rosa,
Thank you so much. One more round of applause for this
Nora.
great panel.
Oh,
We're going to take a picture with the panelists here. While they're doing this, we're going to go to a coffee break. So we're going to have about 25 minutes. We're going to have the doors open, coffees on the left and the right. We do encourage you to network throughout here and wait for our panelists, but we will proceed in about 25 minutes. Thank you. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Please begin taking your seats. We're going to get started in 1 minute. Please begin taking your seats. We're going to get started in 1 minute. Thank you. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, how's everyone doing? Do we need some cafecito? ¿Dónde está la cafecito? All right, well, look, very excited for this next discussion, but before we kick this off, we're going to have a couple more sessions and then hit off for our network and lunch, but I want to recognize some folks in the room that are here, a number of former ambassadors, a number of ministers, so we highly encourage you to come, but definitely want to give a shout out to some representatives from the Department of War who are here supporting our security in the Western Hemisphere. For this next speaker, I'm excited to introduce Joseph Humeyer. Joseph is the Assistant Secretary of War for Homeland Defense and America's Security Affairs, where he is overseeing U.S. defense policy across the Western Hemisphere. Before that, he served in a number of roles, most notably the founder of the Center for Secure Free Society, visiting fellow at Heritage Foundation, as well as a fellow at the America First Policy Institute. Having just left the Pentagon working with ASW Humeyer, excited to hear kind of his vision for the region. So please join me in welcoming Assistant Secretary of War, Joseph Humeyer.
Okay, good morning, buenos dias. So first, I'd be remiss if I didn't begin by thanking Randy, FIU. This is the 11th symposium, and you guys were lucky because you guys got Randy back. We tried to keep him, but you guys got him back, and Randy did a great job for us at the department, working on a range of priority issues from Mexico to Haiti to other things. So thank you, Randy, for everything that you've done for the country, for the administration, and obviously for the Western Hemisphere. So I'll begin a little bit with why I don't actually speak publicly too much because I'm not in a really public job, but I'll begin kind of why I'm here. And I'm here, well, one, because Randy invited me, but also I'm here for one very simple reason. I'm here because under the leadership of President Trump, under the leadership of Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and the entire leadership team in the U.S. government, we are changing history. For everyone that's been working on the Western Hemisphere, and I count myself, because those that know me in my previous life, I've been doing Western Hemisphere work for going on about 20 years, and we would dream of when the day would come when the country would take it seriously, right? I'm sure those of you, this 11th conference, I'm sure many times you've done this conference, you said, well, one day the United States will take it seriously. In fact, I'm here also in Miami because we just have a meeting with the ambassadors at Southern Command, and I think Secretary of State Marco Rubio, he said something to us yesterday that kind of stuck with me, and he said, like, you know, taking the Western Hemisphere seriously was almost like telling your parents telling your kids to eat your vegetables. Like, you know it's good for you, you know you're supposed to do it, but for whatever reason, it just never happens, right? But well, we're here, and we, collective we, have now prioritized the Western Hemisphere in ways that we have never done before, and that's what I'm going to talk to you about for the next few minutes. I'm going to talk to you about how we've done that, what we're doing, where we're going, and hopefully that's useful to everybody here in the room. So what's the secret sauce? Like, why is the Western Hemisphere more important today than it's ever been in the past? And I'm going to give you like a little bit of like harsh reality. So someone's probably going to disagree with me, and so please, like, you know, be kind and gentle. But the reason is not trade. Trade's important, and you need trade, right? But let's be brutally honest with the numbers. Latin America and the Caribbean, if you take out Mexico and Canada, like the big trade partners, the rest of Latin America and the Caribbean is 7% of global trade, right? It's 5% of global manufacturing. It's 6% of shifting demographics. So I can come out and give you 10,000 arguments of why there's the promise of trade and they have all these natural resources, but the business mentality of the investors and the major market actors, those numbers don't lie. You go to Asia, it's 50, 60, 70%, right? The market moves to where there's a demand signal. So I do think one day, if we do our jobs right today, Latin America will become a hub for international trade and you know, nearshoring, you know, all that stuff. But it's not today. The reason why the Western Hemisphere is the #1 priority for the United States is because of U.S. homeland defense. This is the basic common knowledge. Our shared geography is why. Because like those numbers, if you put it anywhere else in the world, and like the United States just won't care. But you put it next to us, and it's not good. Because everything bad that happens in Latin America, the Caribbean, or in the Western Hemisphere at large, eventually reaches our borders. And I think that was more evidenced to what has happened in the last several years prior to President Trump assuming office in January 2025. But in just 14 months, well, actually now 15, 16 months, so this is like an older remark, but in just a year and a half, I think we've been able to reverse the tide. I think we're now starting to win inside the Western Hemisphere in ways that we haven't done in the past. And its commitment to win under President Trump is to put America first, to put Americans first, and obviously put the Americas first in our U.S. foreign policy and national security. So how does this begin? So when I joined the Pentagon about a year and a half ago, when I joined the Pentagon, my first job was actually not Western Hemisphere. My first job was my first job was the Southwest border. And if you work on Western Hemisphere issues and you haven't studied what has happened to our Southwest border, you're missing the point. You know, the crisis that we had on our Southwest border in the previous administration, whether it's record illegal crossings, I mean, upwards of 12,000 illegal crossings a day, when the border only has a capacity in terms of personnel and infrastructure to handle about 2,000. Or it's the amount of deadly drugs that are coming into our country, killing our American citizens. Fentanyl for sure, but cocaine in and of itself would kill about 35,000 Americans per year. So that was the initial thing, is we have to put an end to that border. Matter of fact, in previous administrations, all these record numbers, whether it's illegal crossings or drugs, we were breaking records for all the wrong things. And it wasn't going to be sustainable. So when President Trump came in, he said, we're going to put a stop to that. My first trip as a appointed official was to our Southwest border. I went to, actually I went with Randy, and we went to Arizona, Fort Huachuca, near to where we had one of these things called a National Defense Area. And the logic of the National Defense Area, we have 6 now, all throughout the 1,954-mile border. About 43% of the border is covered by U.S. military installations called National Defense Areas that works in partnership with federal law enforcement. And how we did that was basically, if you look at this 2,000-mile border, you start to put national defense areas in places where law enforcement has less an ability to detain, to surveil, to control. Then you allow law enforcement to concentrate on the major ports of entries so their capacity doesn't get taxed. That's the logic of it. It's basically squeezing that balloon, right? And if it didn't work, we wouldn't have gone from 2 to 6. We would have probably stopped and done something else. But the numbers speak for themselves. I mean, we turned record levels of mass illegal migration to the lowest recorded border encounters in the history of the United States as numbers have been encountered. So that's how we did this. And so once the numbers of illegal crossings to the Southwest border started going down, and that happened relatively quickly. I got to argue almost it happened a little too quick, because people just like, okay, that's done, move on to the next thing. It's like, wait, that's still, you know, as the White House and Homeland Security Council always reminds me, that's not 100%. So we have to do more. But once we started looking at those numbers going down, we started looking at the deaths of American citizens to deadly drugs. Obviously, fentanyl is at the core of that. You know, fentanyl has been classified as a weapon of mass destruction. There's over 100,000 Americans that perish, many times young Americans, your children, your neighbors. These are the Americans that are getting killed. And then there's the drug trafficking organizations, and now what we call designated terrorist organizations that is moving those deadly drugs into our border and across our borders. And so once we looked at the border numbers, we started looking at the overdose death numbers. This is the President of the United States looking at these numbers and saying, I need to see a reduction. So we start looking at the massive amount of drugs coming in the maritime environment. You probably heard of Operation Southern Spear, which was launched last year and is ongoing to today. Well, if you look at it like this, think of the same logic that I explained about the Southwest border, right? About the squeezing and to be able to concentrate, to build capacity, to deter, seal, and repel. That same logic is applied to the maritime environment. If you look at the maritime environment in Latin America and the Western Hemisphere of things that move south to north, it's called, I look at it as a 4-lane cocaine superhighway, right? You have the Eastern Caribbean, the Central Caribbean, the Western Caribbean, and the Eastern Pacific. That's the cocaine superhighway. Well, we began to shut off some of those lanes. We began with the Eastern Caribbean, because frankly, it's not where all the bulk of that percentage-wise of those drugs are flowing, but it probably was, in some ways, I don't want to say easy, but it was like the easier to start to shut off because of shorter distances. The biggest one is the Eastern Pacific. That's the mega cocaine super lane in the cocaine superhighway. Well, we also began Eastern Pacific operations, and we did it with partners all along the way. In the beginning, it was the United States, but then we started to motivate some of our partners. So what I'd like to do for the next few minutes is kind of dispel some of the myths that I've been hearing about Operation Southern Spear or about our efforts in the maritime environment. The first thing I constantly hear is about, well, why are you going after cocaine when it's fentanyl that's killing all the Americans, right? That's the number one thing you probably hear, despite the fact that I mentioned that there is a lot of significant overdose deaths by cocaine alone, and then there's a lot, once you mix cocaine with fentanyl, that becomes like even more deadly because it's disguised. Well, the truth is, we're not going after cocaine and fentanyl only. We're not just going after the commodity. We're going after that designated terrorist organization, and that goes back to January 20th of 2025 when the president made that key executive order, one of the first that he signed, to designate cartels as major terrorist organizations. Later in February, the Department of State actually did the classification, February of last year. So we're going after the organizational structures. Because I have news for everybody here. It's something you Western Hemisphere experts already know. The Mexican cartels or the Mexican terrorist organizations did not build their business on fentanyl. They built their business on cocaine. And cocaine is still the driver of how those organizational structures operate. Today is fentanyl. Tomorrow will be some other synthetic. But we're dismantling and we're destroying those organizations as they exist. So they're not going to be trafficking anything. They could try to traffic avocados, and it's not going to work. Because we're going to dismantle those organizations across the board. There's upwards of 15, and I might be off on a number too, but there's upward of 15 major cartels that have been designated as designated terrorist organizations. And these cartels don't live on an island, right? They're transnational by nature, so they hop around. The Mexican cartels in themselves, the Mexican DTOs, operate in at least 10 countries throughout the world, if not more, and many inside our hemisphere. The second myth that I want to dispel is that these operate, and we get a lot of this from the Hill, from our friends in the Congress, but these operations aren't transparent. The striking of the vessels in the maritime environment, they say, oh, it's not transparent enough, you're not giving us, it's on TV. So I don't know, I mean, I'm not, I've been in the military before. I mean, it's probably one of the most transparent military operations I've ever seen in my life. I mean, literally, after you get down to the command center, you get upstairs, and it's already on Twitter or X. Like, I mean, it's pretty they're showing the videos. It's pretty, and the funny thing is, like, we carried out these type of counterterrorism operations in other parts of the world, notably in the Middle East. I mean, I never remember anyone asking, like, who were the Yemeni fishermen that were operating in the Gulf of Yemen before you struck that? I mean, you kind of know these are terrorist organizations, they're doing terrorist things, we got to go after it. But somehow when it gets closer to our shores, it becomes like a novelty, or like and that's like logic to me is like, it gets lost upon me, because if it's closer to our shores, it's actually probably more important, it's probably more worrisome, and we probably want our military to act a little bit more aggressively. But the reality is that they're very transparent operations. They're operations that have been briefed both at the classified level and at the unclassified level by our leadership, most notably the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. And we're adding layers of transparency, and fundamentally, we're adding layers to do partner-led deterrence-focused operations. I point to everyone to pay attention to what's going on in Ecuador. Ecuador has now decided to use its military to go after the fight with the cartels, and it's not the only solution. This is a force multiplier to interdictions and seizures of the normal way of going after these major cartels. But here's the reality. We've been doing that for like 20, 30, maybe longer years, and barely make a dent. So deterrent is sending a signal. It's complementing federal law enforcement. It's about sending a message to these cartels. You're elevating their risk of activity to complement all the law enforcement efforts that are still ongoing today. The other myth is that they're fishermen, right? They're the nice fishermen on twin turbojet motors sailing around the Caribbean looking for that big fish that they have to get. And I mean, I don't know how he really addressed that, other than I say the same intelligence and targeting that we use to go after terrorist organizations in other parts of the world is the same methods that we're using here. It's very professional. The United States does this probably better than any other country in the world. Targeting. I mean, for those that are in the business, you know how targeters work. And targeters are very methodical, they're very meticulous, and they work within an interagency. So that's how these things are getting worked. And you know, are they fishermen? I mean, sure. I mean, maybe one's a fisherman, but fundamentally they're trafficking not fish, they're trafficking other things, and they're connected to or belong to one of the designated terrorist organizations that have been listed as such. I mean, if my neighbor is like a good guy on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but he's like massacring people on Thursday, Friday, it still makes him my neighbor, but he's actually, you know, someone should probably do something about that. And the results are there. We're starting to see a diminished movement in vessels from these two lanes, the Eastern Pacific and the Eastern Caribbean, allowing law enforcement to concentrate on the Western and Central Caribbean and start to get more, and then inspiring our partners to do more. And we're having that conversation. Actually, the last time I was in Doral, in Miami, I was at a conference that we put together, led by the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, called the America's Counter Cartel Coalition, ACCC. I think some of you were there, actually, for that. And that's where we launched a coalition of 18 members, including the United States, of countries that have decided to join the fight with us. They say, we've been dealing with this. You know, the number one thing I get when I talk to these countries? It's not like, oh, we don't know about the sovereign. They're like, what took you so long? Like, this is a problem for your country. This is a problem for our country. Why wasn't the United States taking this serious enough? They've been waiting for this. And so we've given them that platform to be able to elevate their partnership with the United States. And I'm looking to have other countries join the America's Counter Cartel Coalition. The Department of War wants to work with other countries, but they have to show that will and capacity to go after the problem set. But the other myth, and this is probably the biggest myth that I've been hearing, is this another forever endless war? Are we getting ourselves into another long, drawn-out military campaign? I'll start by saying defending the homeland is not a mission that you just turn on and turn off. Defending the homeland is a permanent state for the United States because we constantly have threats that are coming from all angles and from all areas and domains. But this isn't the war on drugs. This isn't what you might have heard in the past. This isn't, like I said, we're not attacking the commodity. We're attacking the actual structures of these organizations. And a lot of people just don't think we could win. And that's actually, I think, part of this, right? A lot of countries in Latin America gave up. They just frankly said, you know what? They got too much money. We're just not going to win. You know, what's the saying? If you can't beat them, join them, right? Some countries just had to go that route. Part of what we're doing is showing you that we are going to win. And you know when we found out we're going to win? We know when we showed the world that we can win? On January 3rd, 2026. When we, through only the United States military, carried out one of the most sophisticated, complex, and successful joint operations in support of law enforcement to capture a fugitive of American justice named Nicolas Maduro. On January 3rd, we proved to the world what our U.S. military can do. I always knew what our military can do. Many people always knew, they just never allowed them to do it. And by doing that, we inspired all kinds of things, particularly the other leaders in Latin America, to start to take the United States seriously. And the United States, everyone in Latin America knows what the Maduro regime was doing. They know how they were tied to DTOs. They know how they were moving not just cocaine, but all kinds of other things. And they had all these, adversaries coming to their country. But no one was really going to do anything about it. They were just like waiting and watching, and it's getting a little worse, little worse, little worse. So that was a very difficult mission, but it was a mission that was carried out to precision, and I think there's a before and after. There's a January 2nd and there's a January 4th. And obviously many aspects of the mission are still classified. Obviously can't talk too much about it, but what I can say, and actually the president did show one part about it. He showed at the State of the Union, and I thought that was really important. Eric Slover, Chief Warrant Officer, who was one of the pilots of the helicopters, I thought it was really important to show the level of sacrifice that our soldiers, our military, our members are willing to do for other countries. But fundamentally, do it for other countries to defend our homeland. Right? We do it all over the world. We do it in the Middle East. I mean, I served in the Middle East. Many of you probably served in the Middle East, so those have been the privilege of wearing the uniform. And we do it in other parts that are far from home. We've never done it so close to home where it matters the most. But really, on the geopolitical level, the aftermath of that showed us many interesting things. It opened up talks with Cuba, talks that are led by President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, talks that probably wouldn't have ever been really possible, or at least taken as serious as they are right now because of what happened in Venezuela. It started to look at Nicaragua. Nicaragua started to look at this. I mean, I'll give you an anecdote. Like before, one of the problems with Nicaragua was on mass migration, and not immigration, not like actually, getting a visa, like like just moving. Was that Nicaragua was becoming a visa-free transit country. They were just inviting everybody to come in the country without a visa, and then they would not have any accountability what comes in, and then they leave the country, and then we have to deal with them when they get through Mexico. And we told Nicaragua many times, like, we need to put a visa, you need to put controls on this, you need to do something about this, and they're like, yeah, great, thank you, good story, and they move on. Well, a little bit after Operation Absolute Resolve, Nicaragua put a hold on their visa-free transit. So something that we've been asking for a long time, because they started to pay attention. They say, okay, there's going to be some consequences if we still mess around. And I think fundamentally Venezuela, right? I mean, Venezuela, about a month ago, has flown the American flag at our U.S. Embassy in Caracas for the first time in about 7-8 years. We actually now have a diplomatic presence in Caracas. Our charge, our ambassador that we sent there, that was a charge, stood up a U.S. embassy that's been closed for years in a matter of weeks and months. That, in diplomatic speak, is very difficult to do. And I can tell you, I've seen that up close. That was not easy. And the thing with Venezuela is despite perceptions, and there's all people's perceptions, and I'm curious to know what your perceptions are, but fundamentally, Venezuela is better today than it was yesterday, and it'll be better tomorrow than it was today. It's inch by inch, Venezuela is moving towards a transition. Venezuela started, and I'm in the Department of War, and we're in the stabilization side. The recovery, rebuilding side, that's concurrent, and that's happening by other agencies. I think we've had multiple agency heads, Department of Interior, Department of Energy, and others that have already visited. And now it's actually opening up, and you're getting a lot more people coming in to look at investments, and obviously the transition phase at the end. But the fundamental stabilization phase is key, because if people don't think that Venezuela is stable, investors are just not going to come. So the stabilization phase has gone very well, exceeding any expectations that I had or anyone had. It's gone remarkably well. And I think a lot of that's due to the interagency coordination and the fact that our White House leadership has really pushed this as a top priority to get there. So Venezuela is going well. That's the good news. And I'll start to wrap up and just say, like, how are we moving on the way forward? What's our look in the way forward? Well, you see a lot of things in the news about the Middle East. As long as you've been in foreign policy and national security, the Middle East is always going to be there, right? Like, you try to get away from it, it always finds a way to get you back, right? It's like that ex-girlfriend that just won't go away, right? Like, she keeps going away, but always finds a way to snap you back. But I'll tell you this, even during the most intense times of Operation Epic Fury, in the building that I work in the Pentagon, the Secretary of War would never disengage from the Western Hemisphere. At my level, we don't always talk to the secretaries historically in the building, but I talk to the Secretary at least once a week because of his importance. I don't have any responsibility over the Middle East. I do have responsibilities over the Western Hemisphere. And he always wants to know what's going on in the Western Hemisphere. And I think, frankly, we have this codified now in documents. We have, at the strategic level, at the White House level, you have the National Security Strategy, right? If you haven't read that document, do read that document, because it'll tell you the vision of the U.S. government, the Trump administration on national security. And at the Department of War, we have the National Defense Strategy, right? The National Defense Strategy is the Pentagon, the Department of War's strategic vision nested under that national security strategy. And in both these strategic documents, we have put the Western Hemisphere as the #1 priority of the United States. That is historic. I mean, honestly, maybe I would even say years ago, I didn't even think that was possible. And I think what we're doing now, and this is kind of just going to paint how we're looking forward, is we're kind of going back to the past. It's kind of like a back to the future exercise. Because about 230 years ago, the United States made a bet on its foreign policy. It was a young nation. It was starting to grow, starting to thrive, but after the heels of the Revolutionary War, had to still sow its footings. We weren't the most powerful military in the world. I'm talking about the early 1800s, the early 19th century. And then we had a young Secretary of War. We were called the Department of War back then. We changed it after World War II, and then we're going back to that. And it's not about war. It's about peace. It's about that warfighter mentality, because the job of the military is always to give a diplomat another day. So our job is to make sure that we hit peace, but sometimes you got to do that through strength. In fact, it's probably the only way you have to do that, is through strength. But going back to the early 19th century, we had this young Secretary of War who fundamentally knew that the battle upon him in 1815 would have been the battle that defines the future of the United States. I'm referring to the Battle of New Orleans. And the reason the Battle of New Orleans was so important is because the rest of Washington wanted to look north with the Continental armies that were moving with the British and Canada, and said, look, we're going to move north because we got to secure the north. And he said, well, while you guys are looking at the north, we might want to look west and south, because I think that's where we're going to get attacked. And we did, and we engaged in that battle. And that Secretary of War won the Battle of New Orleans. Then a few years later, he culminated the War of 1812 into the Seminole Wars and won that war. Later became the Secretary of State. Then became the President of the United States and signed a doctrine in 1823 called the Monroe Doctrine. Talking about Secretary of War, Secretary of State, and President James Monroe. The story of James Monroe, and also wore the uniform. The story of James Monroe defined the Western Hemisphere more than 200 years ago today. And then we abandoned it. We left it alone. So we're going back to that posture. The Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine is going back to understanding the logic of making the Western Hemisphere once again a high priority for the United States. And at the Department of War, we're even going a little bit further by looking specifically at World War II. Because in World War II, we were forced to look at the Panama Canal in a very serious way. I haven't spent a lot of time talking about the Panama Canal, but it's very strategic. Everyone knows why it's important. But what we understood in World War II is that you had to protect the Panama Canal, not just on the canal, but around the canal. And back then in World War II, we had a homeland defense posture that carried all the way into the Arctic, both through Greenland and Alaska. You guys remember the Bluey bases in the southern part of Greenland extended to Iceland to power project into the Arctic. And then you had military bases on the Galapagos Islands and in the northern part of Brazil to look at those shipping lanes that go to the Panama Canal, because we understood that to protect, to win any war in any part of the world, you have to win in the Western Hemisphere first. And to be able to do that, you have to protect your homeland. So we created a posture for that in 1941, and now we're going back to that posture. So in the Department of War, and in closing, I'm getting the high sign to get off stage. So in closing, I'm going to say this is a commitment from President Trump, from Secretary Hegseth, from our entire leadership, Secretary Rubio. This is a commitment on the Western Hemisphere, and we're always snapping back. There's other priorities in other parts of the world that will get dealt with and they'll be attended to, but we're always going to keep our eye on the Western Hemisphere. It makes my job a lot easier because I have the complete support of our leadership. And the conferences like this, and places where you are always talking in the margins of foreign policy, will now become the centerpiece of U.S. foreign policy. So we all have to elevate this to a higher level, and I'm very pleased and honored to be able to do it today with you. So thank you again for your time and attention, and I look forward to seeing and chatting with you throughout the conference. Thank you.
Please join me in another round of applause for Assistant Secretary of War, Joseph Himar. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Claudia Litardo. I am a senior at FIU, majoring in International Relations and Political Science, and I'm also an Intel Fellow of the Yardley Gordon Institute Intelligence Community Center for Academic Excellence Program under the Intelligence Analyst track. My research focuses on Albanian criminal networks using Ecuador as a strategic trafficking hub. Today, I have the great honor to introduce the next panel, a fireside chat with the Ministry of Defense of Guatemala, General Henry Sáenz Ramos. This panel will discuss the importance of the United States and Latin America relations, also talking about national security strategies for the region. This panel is going to be moderated by Eduardo Gamarra. He is a PhD Director of Research at the Yardley Gordon Institute. He also serves as the Director of the Latin America and Caribbean Center at FIU, and he's the co-founder of New Link Research, a consulting firm dedicated to electoral and public policy campaigns through Latin America. Please join me in welcoming our standing speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm Bolivian as well, but I don't speak as long as my compatriot, so we're going to try to make this really a briefer session. Tengo el privilegio, vamos a hablar en español, para los que no hablan español, tengo el privilegio de poder conversar con el señor ministro de Defensa, el general Sáenz de Guatemala, quien ha tenido una trayectoria brillante en la institución en Guatemala y ahora está pues obviamente encargado de un área de vital importancia en un contexto complejo, que es el contexto centroamericano, pero específicamente el contexto guatemalteco. Yo quisiera pedirle, general, en unos minutos, que usted nos diga más o menos cómo ve usted la situación en Guatemala hoy, sobre todo en lo que concierne al área de seguridad. ¿Cuál es la amenaza principal a la que se enfrenta Guatemala en este momento?
Buenos días a todos. Es un honor representar a los soldados guatemaltecos en este foro importante gracias a las autoridades universitarias. Creo que no solo Guatemala, Latinoamérica necesita más estos foros. ¿Cómo veo a Guatemala? Inicialmente quiero reconocer la figura del señor presidente constitucional y comandante general del ejército. ¿Por qué lo digo? Y no lo digo en un tono populista, ni por quedar bien, porque sea él mi jefe. Lo digo porque el perfil del señor presidente ha cultivado el conocimiento en el estudio de la seguridad de las Fuerzas Armadas en Guatemala, que constitucionalmente nos llamamos Ejército de Guatemala. Esto facilitó la disposición en el terreno de las Fuerzas Armadas hacia las amenazas que encontraba al recibir el gobierno. ¿Cuál es la amenaza mayor? Es la amenaza común que tiene el hemisferio, que es el narcotráfico. El narcotráfico en todas sus manifestaciones no solo es trasladar, producir, cultivar o vender. Es muchas características que esta amenaza puede tener en nuestros gobiernos. Para Guatemala, esa es la principal en estos días.
Perfecto. Quisiera pasar en el tiempo que nos queda a hablar de varios temas que tienen que ver obviamente con su rol como ministro, pero quiero hablar sobre todo del tema de seguridad interna y el uso democrático de la fuerza. Lo conversamos un poco antes de esta sesión. ¿Cómo define usted el papel adecuado, ¿no?, de las fuerzas militares en el combate contra las pandillas, por ejemplo? Cómo las Fuerzas Armadas deben combatir al crimen organizado y a la vez cómo las Fuerzas Armadas pueden preservar esa distinción entre defensa, labor policial y administración de justicia.
En esa respuesta compleja quisiera tocar varias aristas o varios carriles que hemos tenido que caminar o trotar, dependiendo la prioridad. Guatemala, quiero comentarles, estamos muy orgullosos de nuestras fuerzas especiales, caibiles. Hemos sido probados en guerra, hemos sido probados en diferentes continentes y somos guerreros. Pero quiero empezar con esa respuesta porque no somos débiles, no rehuimos al combate, lo enfrentamos. ¿Qué decimos nosotros los caibiles? Nuestro lema es: si avanzo, sígueme; si me detengo, aprémiame; y si retrocedo, mátame. Y ese es nuestro vivir en el combate. ¿Por qué empiezo con esa aseveración y con esa contundencia? Porque nosotros estamos practicando el apoyo a las fuerzas de seguridad pública de manera democrática. Esta intención y esta orden del señor presidente constitucional de la República, que es un amante de la democracia y es un maestro de la democracia para nosotros, ha hecho que sea más fácil la tarea de mi gestión hacia los oficiales subalternos que tienen las unidades operativas. Pero ya les comenté nuestra naturaleza guerrera. Y para los que somos soldados entenderán que cuando uno llega a nivel de estrés en una situación en el terreno es muy difícil contener ese ímpetu. Pero nosotros tenemos que cultivar el profesionalismo en estos días, si es que nosotros pretendemos ofrecer al mundo un modelo de seguridad democrática sostenible en el tiempo. ¿Cómo lo hemos hecho en Guatemala? Le hemos apostado a la educación y a la educación. Establecimos la 4ª escuela en el hemisferio de derechos humanos. No podemos nosotros abrogarnos el uso de la fuerza en el Estado en Guatemala si no sabemos hacia dónde dirigirlo, cómo dirigirlo y cuánto necesitamos en cierta circunstancia hacerlo. Esa fue una de las circunstancias que tuvimos que tomar de entrada. Segundo, el empleo no fue inmediato. Quiero compartirles que el empleo inmediato desde que se empezó en este gobierno fue la implementación de mejora en los dispositivos, composición y fuerza de nuestras unidades en las fronteras. La operación Cinturón de Fuego nos ha ayudado a controlar los terrenos fronterizos, especialmente la frontera más violenta que tenemos nosotros en común con nuestro hermano mexicano. La frontera norte de nosotros, la frontera sur de ellos. Pero la evolución que tuvieron y los problemas que tuvimos en enero de este año en las cárceles provocó que el señor presidente involucrara al ejército en la seguridad pública. Inicialmente, hecha la tarea en las fronteras, ahora a apoyar a la fuerza pública. Y quiero lucir esta operación, porque los señores comandantes en el terreno se lucieron. 3 centros penitenciarios de alta peligrosidad, coordinados unilateralmente con un mando de terroristas, de maras, ya denominados así en la ley de nosotros, tuvieron la coordinación y el amotinamiento en enero de 3 centros penitenciarios. El señor presidente da la orden que empecemos y que coordinemos con la Fuerza de Seguridad Pública, Ejército y Seguridad Pública, y en 14 horas retomamos el control, sin heridos y sin muertos. Ese nivel de contundencia, pero de eficacia, es lo que la democracia, el respeto a los derechos humanos y principalmente el orden constitucional y de derecho, es el reto que día a día tiene que enfrentar la fuerza pública.
Quisiera profundizar un poco sobre lo que usted acaba de decir, porque la crisis de enero fue una crisis muy grande para ustedes y sobre todo para un sistema penitenciario, ¿no? Y lo interesante es que las Fuerzas Armadas tomaron un rol muy activo en ese sentido. Usted estaba empezando a hablar sobre el tema, pero ¿qué lecciones aprendieron ustedes desde las Fuerzas Armadas sobre cómo combatir a las pandillas y cómo combatirlas, particularmente en contextos tan específicos como el de enero?
Bueno, inicialmente, toda la fuerza pública y las Fuerzas Armadas necesitamos el respaldo jurídico para poder accionar. Es imprescindible que la fuerza pública tenga el respaldo y ese marco y esas reglas de empeñamiento de la fuerza. Es imprescindible. Meses atrás, el Congreso de la República había publicado la ley determinando que las maras en Guatemala son terroristas. ¿Qué lecciones aprendidas debemos de tener? Una mayor cooperación entre nuestras agencias. El Ejército de Guatemala tiene en Guatemala una determinación en trabajos de inteligencia exclusivamente en el ámbito de seguridad nacional. No vemos temas de seguridad pública. ¿Y qué lección aprendida tuvimos? De generar la confianza permanente con las diferentes agencias y las diferentes fuerzas públicas. Esto fue determinante para que los resultados salieran como salieron. El ministro de Gobernación, la gestión fue impecable, los funcionarios de la seguridad pública abrieron las puertas y nosotros también de común acuerdo para intercambiar información, y con esto ambas fuerzas no sustituimos a la otra, nos complementamos. Y esa es el mayor de las lecciones que ambos pudimos aprender. Perfecto. Nadie va a quitar a nadie, nadie va a sustituir a nadie. Las dos fuerzas en Guatemala nos pudimos complementar y ese punto fue el parteaguas para que de inmediatamente nosotros nos pudiéramos en acción literalmente y que en tan poco tiempo pudiéramos tener esos resultados.
Perfecto. Continuando un poco sobre la conversación esta sobre el papel que juegan las Fuerzas Armadas en la lucha contra las pandillas. Nosotros estamos involucrados en un proyecto de investigación en Centroamérica con un enfoque sobre Guatemala y hemos estado identificando, yo diría, las grandes tensiones que existen con las maras, con las pandillas. Y el gran problema al que se enfrenta la ciudadanía es el problema de la extorsión. Quizás es el denominador común en toda la región, que más allá del tema de narcotráfico, el tema de la violencia, etcétera, es el tema de la extorsión. ¿Qué papel juega una fuerza armada al tratar de enfrentarse a este problema tan serio al que se enfrentan la mayoría de los guatemaltecos? ¿Cómo coordinan con la policía, con otras instituciones de la Administración de Justicia, por ejemplo?
En Guatemala, yo lo he dicho en otros foros, el fenómeno tiene varias capas. La primera capa fue la que nosotros pudimos evidenciar y resolver en las cárceles. La coordinación, la organización y la infraestructura que tenían ya estas organizaciones se dieron el lujo de retar al Estado como tal. ¿Y cómo? Coordinando varias cárceles, varios centros penitenciarios y retar a la fuerza pública. Esa fue la primera capa. Pero cuando estamos hablando de asesinatos, que es otro problema, y de extorsiones, que es la pregunta en cuestión, nosotros estamos hablando de capas más profundas. El ejército de Guatemala no estaba involucrado en la seguridad pública, no generaba inteligencia hacia las acciones para este tipo de fenómenos. ¿Qué estamos haciendo nosotros? Estamos tratando de debilitar al liderazgo de estos terroristas pandilleros. Y eso va a coadyuvar al trabajo de inteligencia civil que está haciendo la fuerza pública. ¿Qué estamos haciendo nosotros? Estamos complementando en las calles con operaciones de alto impacto, con operaciones en los lugares más peligrosos y poniéndonos de objetivos a los líderes más peligrosos de estas pandillas. El efecto extorsión, que es una capa más profunda y que necesita inteligencia, mucho trabajo de inteligencia, eminentemente debe de ser civil. Recordemos que Guatemala le está apostando al modelo democrático de seguridad, pero debemos de entender por qué. Porque entendemos que es el que tiene más sostenibilidad en el tiempo. Por eso lo estamos haciendo así. ¿Y por qué? Sabemos que es un camino más tortuoso, más lento. Todas las poblaciones en todo el hemisferio quieren resultados inmediatos. Guatemala está escogiendo el resultado que perdure. Entonces, el ejército como tal no está investigando, no está trabajando el fenómeno de extorsión. Estamos posicionando en los lugares más violentos de Guatemala a los soldados para que estos tengan presencia y liberar de esas tareas a la fuerza pública y que ellos sean los que investiguen, ataquen y eliminen el fenómeno de la extorsión.
Bueno, hemos hablado también, y quizás esto, que como todos, en el contexto de lucha contra el narcotráfico y las pandillas, etcétera, se ha popularizado mucho el modelo Bukele, entre comillas, ¿no? Pues tiene un impacto en toda la América. Y ustedes han creado algo que se llama el Comando Estratégico contra las Amenazas Transnacionales, el SECAT, no el SECOT. ¿Me podría decir usted qué es el SECAT? ¿Cómo funciona? ¿Cuál es la diferencia conceptual, por ejemplo, del modelo guatemalteco frente a estos otros modelos latinoamericanos.
Ok, quisiera dar un poco de contexto.
Claro.
Porque no estamos hablando de seguridad pública al hablar de SECAT. Para Guatemala es seguridad nacional y sí se involucra específicamente y solo las Fuerzas Armadas. Pero quiero dar un poco de contexto en esta transición porque cuando les estaba mencionando nuestro ejemplo del sistema penitenciario, el señor presidente sí autorizó un estado de sitio. El estado de sitio, todos lo sabemos, da la dirección de la estrategia y de la maniobra a las Fuerzas Armadas como tal, pudiendo allanar, pudiendo capturar de una manera más express. Teniendo esas herramientas legales, el Ejército de Guatemala y la Fuerza Pública no las utilizó. Toda la población guatemalteca en su momento tuvo garantizados los derechos civiles. Y eso es otro lujo que también nos gusta lucir, porque sí se puede llevar un modelo democrático con resultados perdurables en el tiempo. Cierro el capítulo de seguridad pública y abro el capítulo en el ámbito de seguridad nacional, que es lo que voy a contestar del SECAT. Yo siempre me dirijo a los Estados Unidos como nuestro socio estratégico. Ha sido el que nos ha dado educación, donaciones y equipo por mucho tiempo. Nuestra Marina de la Defensa Nacional, por ejemplo, un 90% de nuestro equipo es donado por nuestro socio estratégico. Pasado esta explicación, nosotros empezamos a tener unidades especiales en las operaciones contra el narcotráfico en los 3 ámbitos: en nuestro espacio aéreo nacional, en nuestras aguas jurisdiccionales y obviamente en nuestro territorio nacional. Para cada uno de ellos tenemos una unidad especial. El Comando de Fuerzas Especiales Navales, que son los encargados de nuestras operaciones especiales en el mar. Nuestra unidad de interdicción terrestre, obviamente, es para nuestro territorio nacional, y una unidad especial de Fuerza Aérea para las operaciones de interdicción por vuelos ilegales. Se hacía muy difícil la coordinación. Cada vez que había una operación, cada vez que venía un vuelo ilegal de Sudamérica, teníamos que coordinar con 2 o 3 fuerzas. Y esto hacía muy inseguras las coordinaciones y con algún porcentaje de fracaso por las coordinaciones que fueran muy complejas. En algún momento determinado pudiera haber fuga de información o que fueran no oportunas. Tuvimos más dinámica operacional el año pasado y todo concluyó en el evento desafortunado en La Mesía, en Huehuetenango. Ahí, ahora yo ya les puedo decir unas actividades post-crisis en donde un conductor, un suboficial, un especialista de nuestro ejército estaba involucrado con una rama, una célula de un cartel. Las imágenes fueron evidentes. No pudimos nosotros decirlo de otra manera, porque en el mismo momento que fueron el combate entre oficiales federales mexicanos con narcotraficantes guatemaltecos en territorio guatemalteco, toda esa crisis saltó lo que les acabo de explicar. Las coordinaciones muy lentas, no oportunas, y de esa crisis salió la oportunidad para unificar el mando. Y este comando es el que va a dirigir ahora esas operaciones especiales, en donde ya la coordinación se unifica, como dice la doctrina, unidad de mando, y va a hacer lo que su nombre dice, es un comando estratégico contra las amenazas transnacionales. En ese comando va a contener la Fuerza Especial Naval, va a contener la Fuerza Especial de Fuerza Aérea y la de Tierra. De hecho, ya está sucediendo, ya nuestras aguas territoriales están seguras. Todo lo que viene a Estados Unidos viene más o menos entre 1,000 y 1,500 millas náuticas del territorio centroamericano. Ya nuestro espacio aéreo nacional tiene casi 2 años de no recibir en suelo nacional ninguna traza, cuando que en años anteriores se recibían hasta 73. Y ahora la tarea pendiente, la gran tarea pendiente, es combatir el narcotráfico por tierra, porque ahora la modalidad es el narcomenudeo, en donde distribuyen toda la carga por diferentes corredores para el tránsito de la frontera este a la oeste en Guatemala. Entonces, este comando, que exclusivamente va a estar en el ámbito de seguridad nacional, viene a facilitar las coordinaciones con las agencias internacionales y otras fuerzas y otros ejércitos para facilitar el combate a todas estas amenazas.
En los pocos minutos que nos quedan, quisiera pasar un poco al ámbito más internacional. Ustedes han desarrollado una base militar en el Petén. Eso es parte de este proceso al que usted se está refiriendo y un poco, usted lo mencionó al principio, en el relacionamiento que tienen con México, ¿no? ¿Nos podría dar una idea de cuál es esa estrategia, tanto el uso de esa base en el Petén y por supuesto el relacionamiento con México?
Para los que conocen Guatemala saben que Petén es la joya de la corona para nosotros, es un territorio vasto, verde, hermoso. Los invito a que nos visiten. Tiene una joya histórica y un patrimonio mundial. No lo digo yo, lo dice la UNESCO. Estical, tiene sus ríos impresionantes, fauna, flora, es bellísimo. Pero esa misma belleza hace que haya un sincretismo con el crimen transnacional. Esa misma falta de infraestructura, que no ha sido por falta de intención, sino para cuidar la reserva natural, ha sido o ha permitido que sea un territorio para crimen organizado. Esta base a la que usted se refiere solo es parte de la gran estrategia. Sí, Petén es un punto importante geográficamente, no solo para Guatemala, para toda la región. ¿Y qué sucede en Petén? En Petén está sucediendo el primer paso de lo que Guatemala está haciendo. Estamos modernizando al ejército de Guatemala, empezando con la base denominada Brigada Especial de Operaciones de Selva. Estamos recuperando ciertas actividades o ciertas capacidades que habíamos perdido de hace muchos años. Estamos haciendo las instalaciones completamente nuevas, con armamento y equipo completamente nuevo, que valga sea decir, Guatemala es el país que más está invirtiendo en defensa. Y decidimos, o se decidió, el señor presidente decidió hacerlo acá, con el socio estratégico. Teniendo muchas oportunidades, decidimos estar de este lado. Y entonces, esa base a la que usted se refiere, que está más al norte, es un puesto avanzado, así lo estamos tomando, en donde ya estamos aprovechando una pista de aterrizaje y eso nos va a servir a nosotros para cortar todo el flujo o todos los corredores de narcotráfico, narcoganado y fentanilo que hay en Petén. Esto nos va a servir a nosotros para mayor control territorial. Entonces en Petén tenemos varias posiciones militares, de hecho es la casa de los caibiles en Guatemala, Petén, pero está al este. Al noreste está la primera brigada de soldados regulares, al suroeste está la Brigada Especial de Operaciones de Selva y esta nueva posición a la que usted se refiere va a ser el núcleo de las operaciones aerotransportadas que vamos a hacer de inmediato en contra de las amenazas transnacionales.
Muy interesante. Usted acaba de mencionar fentanilo en esa zona, que creo que poca gente sabe que fentanilo ha surgido también. ¿En qué sentido eso tiene una relación con México, la producción de fentanilo en Guatemala?
Sería muy irresponsable de mi parte de darlo sin tener conocimiento alguno sobre eso. ¿Qué podemos decir? Que para Guatemala el fentanilo, nosotros únicamente somos paso. Ya hemos encontrado fentanilo o extracción de materia prima en el Ministerio de Salud, ha pasado. Hemos encontrado fentanilo en los diferentes puertos que vienen de otros países y que vienen hacia el norte. Y no tenemos evidencia de una relación por sí sola o una relación fuerte con México. Lo que sí sabemos es que somos paso ya de fentanilo.
Perfecto. Bueno, 47 años de prohibición de ayuda militar a Guatemala. Se acaba de levantar. En algún sentido podríamos decir que hubo un embargo, ¿no? Como
Claro.
a Guatemala. Se levantó el embargo. ¿Qué consecuencias tiene para lo que usted está intentando hacer, este nuevo relacionamiento con Estados Unidos en términos de asistencia militar?
La administración, desde que tomé la responsabilidad de la cartera, la basé en 3 premisas. Y creo que les acabo de decir minutos antes. Educación, educación y educación. Con esta premisa he podido llegar y estar acá y estar muy orgulloso de poder decir que hemos tenido éxito en estas premisas. No me quiero perder de los 47 años porque es casi medio siglo que no tuvimos oportunidad de renovar equipo. Tuvimos que cambiar nuestra organización como ejército. Tuvimos que aprender en libros porque no teníamos equipo. Y tuvimos que hacer muchas cosas creativas que ahora van a quedar como anecdotario en todos nuestros anales. Ahora, cuando yo digo educación, vamos a tener, ¿qué oportunidad estamos recibiendo el ejército de este gran paso importante? Tenemos que enseñarle a nuestro soldado a usar el armamento nuevo, porque teníamos armamento del 70, por ejemplo. Ya muchas cosas han pasado. Tenemos que enseñarle al mayor y al teniente coronel que pueden planificar operaciones ribereñas, porque vamos a tener tripulaciones en nuestra organización que cuida a Petén y van a tener que enseñarle también a nuestro soldado a usar visores nocturnos. Van a tener que enseñarle a nuestra unidad de drones a poder utilizarlos y poder saber cómo se usan. Todas esas oportunidades están saliendo después de 47 años que no habíamos tenido acceso a este equipo. Claro, decirlo es fácil, pero vuelvo y repito, hemos hecho la tarea. Soldados profesionales, soldados guerreros, soldados que nos gusta la guerra, pero entendemos la responsabilidad de planificarla, de conducirla y terminarla. Y por eso mismo amamos la democracia, porque hay que cultivarla, construirla y mantenerla para no llegar a la guerra. Todas estas oportunidades que aprendimos nos llevaron a que ahora podemos decir que esos 47 años pasaron, estamos comprando aviones. Nuestro primer paso, aviones de transporte y para ayuda humanitaria, nuestro primer paso. Estamos comprando embarcaciones, estamos comprando guardacostas que nos lleven más rápido y a más profundidad de lo que nosotros necesitamos. Y estamos comprando armamento.
Bueno, nos quedan 2 minutos y quiero, para que seamos muy disciplinados con el tiempo, quiero hacerle la siguiente pregunta, ¿no? Que muchas veces se la hago yo a mis estudiantes cuando terminan. En 5 años, ¿dónde ve usted el proceso guatemalteco y cuál va a ser el impacto de su gestión sobre el tema de inseguridad en Guatemala? ¿Cuál quisiera usted que fuera el impacto?
Bueno, inicialmente, y siendo coherente con mi participación, inicialmente que quisiera que fueran unas Fuerzas Armadas más educadas en los 3 niveles que les acabo de decir. Esa sería mi primera propuesta o la visión de un ejército que yo pienso más adelante. La segunda, que el mando se vaya desarrollando y que tenga esta participación como normal, como la estoy teniendo yo, que no sea algo aislado, que las Fuerzas Armadas se involucren en actividades económicas, políticas y obviamente de seguridad. Pero el tercero, y no más importante ni menos importante, pero no podríamos dejar de hablarlo, que el gobierno en Guatemala determine que las Fuerzas Armadas no pueden tener menos del 2% del Producto Interno Bruto para presupuesto y para desarrollarse. ¿Cuál es o hacia dónde veo yo la hipótesis de defensa en Guatemala? No podemos pensar en un desarrollo o en un país mejor si no ponemos la línea de defensa en una seguridad y en una defensa fuerte y robusta. Pero la defensa, ¿para qué? Para que las instituciones, para que el Estado de Derecho puedan estar tranquilos y desarrollarse, y que todos los ciudadanos, como dice nuestra Constitución, tengamos el bien común.
Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias, general. Por favor, un aplauso para el general.
Muchas gracias.
Y le deseo muchísima suerte. Creo que...
Muchas gracias.
Al contrario.
Gracias.
Placer.
Gracias.
Listo.
Thank you, Minister Sines, Dr. Gamara. One more round of applause for this great discussion there. All right, it was even more impressive because applause to you and the audience for sticking around, because that was the last panel holding you between here and lunch. So we are going to go to our lunch break right outside of the foyer. If you take a left over there, you'll see the lunch area. Please grab yourself some food. While you're also out there, if you look in the front of the foyer in front of FIU, you'll see two vehicles, historical vehicles from the Miami-Dade Military Museum. I encourage you to check those out, as well as the Clearview Tower that's actively monitoring right now any drones and UAS that's navigating campus. So encourage you to check out those, check out the tables, and we'll be resumed in about an hour. So look forward to seeing you in about an hour. Thank you.
Recording stopped. want 5 chairs, but they want tables and chairs. Oh, the lady said it? So we gotta leave the other table. Start miking up. después Randy. Randy va a subir al escenario para ayudar.
Okay. Sí, más que nada, I think I can do it on my own. Like when I went up on my own, I think I can go down on my own. But someone needs to take this down. Okay, yeah. ¿Quieres ver mis palabras antes de, por si acaso? 7 minutos. Me di hasta el último segundo. Solo no quiero que si salgo medio no te gusta más.
Recording in progress.
Yeah. Randy, when she's done, you brought this up here. When she's done, she can use this to get here, but then you can't come here. And you'll need to bring this down. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was going to help you.
I can go up, down on my own.
Do we want to keep this here?
Yeah,
We're
she
gonna
needs.
keep it down here, so I was gonna
No,
come
she
up
needs.
for you.
I brought it up here. She can't get from here to the podium, so I brought this up here.
You're gonna help her.
And we tried.
Strong guy.
I told Ray I've been working out for her, so.
All right, let me. All right, please begin to take your seats. We're going to get started in 1 minute. 1 minute.
Jason, I can talk with you, or I can just introduce you by your title. What is your preference? What are you going to do? I say most impressive man in all of the So actually, but I was going to say here, I'm going to say my. Yo solamente tenía.
Good afternoon. How did everyone enjoy that lunch? Very nice. So excited to have you. Again, we have a few more panels going on today. I'm very excited about this next panel. To lead this next panel is a key partner of Florida International University. Many of you already know that over the past year, FIU and the Atlantic Council signed a strategic partnership that has us working together to spread knowledge and actionable recommendations on security in the Western Hemisphere. So extremely proud to have co-hosted this and partner with the Atlantic Council for the 11th anniversary of the Hemispheric Security Conference. And here to facilitate this next panel is an old friend. Where is he? There he is. So Jason Marzak is the Senior Director of the Adrian Arsh Latin American and Caribbean Center and Vice President at the Atlantic Council. Very few people know the region better than Jason. So excited to bring him to the stage for this next great discussion. So please join me in welcoming Jason Marzak.
Well, thank you. Thanks so much, Randy. Randy actually missed one of the most important parts of my bio relevant for this conference is that I'm also a Panther. And so pleased to be an adjunct here at the Kimberly Green Latin American and Caribbean Center here at FIU. I want to go ahead and also invite up our panelists. I think we'll go ahead and do that. So before we'll have an opening speaker, but first I'll invite Eric Bethel and Carlos Pimentel and Carlene Willis and Jorge Salcedo to come up to the stage and take your respective seats here. Save us a little bit of time. This panel is going to examine how procurement systems and governance frameworks for critical and dual-use infrastructure, particularly we're going to look at ports and strategic transport corridors and how they can become vectors for security risk, corruption, and foreign influence, and what it takes to close those gaps. Ports and transport corridors are not just economic assets, they're also strategic terrain. Who controls them, who builds them, and who maintains them carries, of course, profound security implications. And across the Western Hemisphere, we are seeing a convergence of threats. Transnational criminal organizations exploiting infrastructure for illicit flows, and we heard from Joseph Umayer earlier, and also foreign actors seeking influence through opaque investment and equipment supply chains. Here, the United States has a direct national security interest in what happens at key ports in Latin America and the Caribbean. And today's speakers are going to represent multilateral, investment, procurement, operational, and manufacturing perspectives, which will all help us to map some of the vulnerabilities and what's going to take to close them. So first, to frame today's conversation, I'm pleased to invite to the podium Leah Jimenez. Leah is a senior advisor to the president of CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. She has served as Minister of Finance of Paraguay, Secretary General and Chief of Cabinet of the Presidency of the Republic of Paraguay, among her many other roles. From CAF's vantage point, financing infrastructure investment across the hemisphere, she is uniquely positioned to frame some of these regional stakes. And I'll also say that Leah and the CAF is also a fantastic partner of the Atlantic Council in our work focused on countering criminal organizations, especially with respect to their role in impeding legitimate economic growth. So please join me first in welcoming Leah Jimenez to the podium to frame this conversation.
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues, representatives of government and international organizations, members of the private sector, and partners from across the hemisphere. Thank you for the opportunity to join you today. It is a pleasure to be here at the Florida International University with the Atlantic Council and all the institutions contributing to this important conversation. Ports, roads, logistic corridors, energy systems, financial platforms, and digital networks are the backbone of development. They connect producers to markets, reduce costs, attract investment, and integrate countries into regional and global value chains. But they are also at the center of one of the region's most urgent development challenges: the convergence between economic activity, organized crime, and institutional vulnerability. This convergence creates an uneven playing field. Unlike lawful businesses, illegal actors benefit directly and disproportionately from institutional weaknesses. Where controls are fragmented, where data systems do not speak to each other, where procurement is vulnerable, where customs, police, prosecutors, port authorities, and financial intelligence units operate in silos, criminal networks gain advantage. They can move faster, adapt more easily, exploit gaps to their benefit, and run those weaknesses into huge profits, protection, and market power. Meanwhile, lawful agents face higher costs, delays, extortion, insecurity, and reputational risks. This is a critical challenge. We are facing a diversified, highly organized, highly profitable, and deeply networked criminal economy that uses our strategic assets more aggressively than many lawful actors can, and that thrives precisely where institutions are weakest. As a result, the Americas register levels of transnational organized criminal activity above the global average. The data are sobering. According to UNODC, organized crime and gangs are linked to roughly 50% of homicides in the Americas, more than twice the global average. The region also has a particularly lethal combination of violence and firearms. Around 67% of homicides in the Americas are committed with firearms, compared with much lower shares in Europe and Asia. All this matters for development because violence is not only a security problem, it is a tax on growth. It raises the cost of doing business, disrupts trade, weakens investors' confidence, diverts public resources, and erodes trust in institutions. The direct cost of crime in violence in Latin America and the Caribbean is estimated to be around 3.5% of GDP. That is comparable to what many countries in the region spend on major social or infrastructure priorities. The cocaine market illustrates the scale of the challenge. UNODC reports that in 2023, we reached a record level of coca cultivation and cocaine production, with an estimated 377,000 hectares under cultivation and 3,708 tons of pure cocaine produced globally. This is not a marginal activity. It is a transnational and transcontinental business of enormous scale. And to connect supply with demand, criminal organizations depend on ports, roads, warehouses, customs systems, maritime routes, and financial networks. That is why areas around strategic infrastructure are increasingly targeted and exposed to violence, extortion, corruption, and institutional pressure. This creates a painful paradox for Latin America and the Caribbean. The region has the resources to lead the development and contribute significantly to food security and the green transition, with agriculture, energy, biodiversity, critical minerals, logistics, tourism, creative industries. But it continues to face lackluster growth while ranking at the top in 12 out of 15 criminal markets. And the cost is not only economic. Our young people, who should be at the center of innovation, productivity, and democratic renewal, are too often being recruited, threatened, or victimized by criminal economies. Globally, critical infrastructure is understood as a matter of national security, strategic autonomy, and defense. Latin America and the Caribbean must apply the same lens to all its critical infrastructure. The question is not only who finances, who builds, or who operates these assets. It is also who controls the flow that moves through them, who benefits from those flows, and whether the state has the capacity to govern them. For CAF, this means security can no longer be treated as a separate from development. If we finance infrastructure without understanding the criminal risks around it, we might unintentionally strengthen the very network that undermine development. But if we integrate security, governance, transparency, and institutional resilience into infrastructure planning, procurement, and operations, we can protect assets, strengthen markets, and restore state presence. The next generation of infrastructure investment must include a security calculus from the beginning, not as an afterthought, but at the design stage. This is a powerful way to begin to shift the advantage back toward lawful actors. We face an important challenge, but also a great opportunity for hemispheric integration. Let us work on this together. Thank you.
Leah, thank you so much for those important framing comments. I think set the stage for the rest of this conversation. A couple key points. The tax on growth, the cost is not just economic, and that also security calculus must start at the design steps as well. So all things we'll talk about as part of this panel, where we're going to now focus more on I'll focus on the operational, the policy, the manufacturing realities, because the gap between the strategic diagnosis and what actually happens at the contracting table or at the port gate or on the water, that's where this conversation can really surface actionable ideas moving forward. So I'm going to now go ahead and introduce our four speakers joining us today. To my immediate left here is Jorge Salcedo, the president of IMSA. IMSA is headquartered here in Miami, with a commercial office in Buenos Aires, production plant in Houston, and also technology development center in Mendoza. It's also a global leader in the energy and port crane sector with deep project execution experience across the region. And I'll also say, as we're having this panel, a front row seat to what procurement competition actually looks like when you're a regional manufacturer competing against suppliers with state-backed financing. This is an area also of our work with IMSA. So Jorge, great to have you here on the panel today. Next to Jorge, joined by Carlos Pimentel. Carlos is General Director of the Dominican Republic's General Directorate of Public Procurement and the champion also of a landmark resolution establishing integrity and security standards in national security contracting, along with a joint action protocol between the office he leads and the National Intelligence Directorate, which we will speak about as part of this panel today. Next to Carlos is Eric Bethel. Eric has looked at maritime infrastructure, I would say, Eric, from nearly pretty much every angle. He's done this as a Senate-confirmed U.S. representative to the World Bank. He's done this whether it's nominated as ambassador to Panama, co-founder of Mare Liberum, which is a maritime technology fund with $150 million in Pentagon funding, and also sits on the board of Windward, which is a maritime AI company. He spent years in Shanghai running Sino Latin Capital. So a real expert insider's view on the issues we'll talk about today. And next to Eric is Carleen Wills. Carleen is the Director for Government and Community Affairs at Tropical Shipping. Now, Tropical, which we've worked with a lot over the years, is I'll say the premier cargo and freight shipper in the Caribbean, over 60 years of experience. You're headquartered near the port of Palm Beach, about an hour and a half, depending on traffic, up 95. Your vessels, your terminals, and your cargo move through some of the hemisphere's most exposed maritime corridors. I'll also say that as part of our work, the Atlantic Council's work with Tropical to accelerate more U.S. investment into Caribbean ports, we held back in February the inaugural U.S. Caribbean Maritime and Ports Forum here in Miami Beach alongside FIU, and we're joined by Governor DeSantis to give some comments as part of that conversation. So opening, and I'm going to start with you, Eric. Leah described some of the structural problems and with a high degree of precision. But we're going to start to look at kind of diagnosing the gap, and specifically we'll be focusing on port infrastructure, in particular on the vulnerabilities as part of this panel. What do you see insofar as the gaps between the rules that exist and the risks that persist, especially from your perspective with regard to the mitigating foreign influence?
All right. Let me begin by just describing what it is that we do. So we have a fund, and we invest at the intersection of critical technologies and maritime. Obviously, ports play a major role. When you think about port security, you think maybe we need security guards and you need a gate, and maybe a key card so that you can get in and out. But the reality is the ZPMC cranes that you have, which are like China has, this is a Chinese company, it has like an 80% global market share. They have cameras on them. They're telling Beijing what exactly is going into and out of your port. There's a Chinese company called China Nuke Tech, that does all the scanning equipment, and they see what's inside of your containers. Again, all of that's being harvested. You've got Hikvision cameras in your ports. So you have a whole world of technology that is hidden in plain sight, and you think it's benign, but it actually isn't. So to be charitable, let's assume that all of that equipment is, it's not designed to be malicious, but it's harvesting all of your economic data and it's sending it one way. So clearly you have to start thinking about, from a policy standpoint, which was your question, how do you address things like this that are hidden in plain sight? And to all of you in the audience that run ports, just think about another company, China Log Inc. or Log Inc. It's a free Chinese software company that does port optimization. It helps you know what ships are coming in, what's leaving, is there demurrage in your yard. All of this is Chinese. And so you need to think to yourself, when something is free, maybe I'm the mark, right? So just keep that in mind.
Thanks, Eric. We'll go back to those points throughout the panel. Picking up on, and I'm going to go to you next, Carlos. But picking up, and also for those, Carlos will speak in Spanish. So if anyone wants, you should have translation if you need it. When you look at the gaps that exist between the rules and the rules that exist and the risks, Eric talked about China. You've done some work specifically with regard to kind of getting governments more involved insofar as addressing those challenges from a criminal perspective. Share a little bit more on kind of how you see the role of government and specifically how you've been able to address that from the Dominican Republic insofar as criminal enterprises and reducing their influence and strategic infrastructure.
Sí. Bueno, lo primero a señalar es que las contrataciones públicas han pasado de ser un mero trámite administrativo a una de las políticas más estratégicas de cualquier Estado. Primero, por los volúmenes de recursos, por el flujo, se estima un 30 o un 32% del presupuesto, o un 15-20% de Producto Interno Bruto de algunos países, y está asociada a riesgos que atentan contra la seguridad nacional de cualquier país. Primero, la corrupción en las contrataciones públicas. Segundo, es una vía de entrada de lavado de activos. Y un elemento importante que ha sido poco debatido y me parece muy importante traerlo a este escenario son las incidencias geopolíticas en las contrataciones. A veces pensamos que las contrataciones solamente tienen intereses económicos, pero hay intereses geopolíticos. Por eso, las contrataciones públicas tienen que ser vistas obligatoriamente desde una perspectiva integral del Estado y una mirada importante vinculada a la seguridad nacional y a la seguridad hemisférica. Digo esto porque ya no es suficiente que una agencia de contrataciones de cualquier país por sí sola pueda trazar políticas, normas que puedan garantizar no solamente que el Estado adquiera lo que necesite, de la calidad que lo necesite y al precio más justo, sino qué está comprando el Estado y a quién le está comprando el Estado. Y dentro de esas preguntas, prestar atención a tres sectores fundamentales. Primero, infraestructura crítica como energía, telecomunicaciones, tema de agua potable, transportes colectivos. Segundo elemento, muy importante a prestar atención, las adquisiciones de medicamentos e insumos médicos. Y el tercer elemento está vinculado a la adquisición de tecnología. La adquisición de tecnología en todas las operaciones del Estado es de alto riesgo y por eso cada vez más se debe prestar atención con quién contratamos. No es suficiente un procedimiento, un precio, un requerimiento, sino que es necesario trasladar aquella vieja premisa de quienes investigan delitos financieros, de conoce tu cliente, hoy día tenemos que decir conoce tu proveedor. Y no es suficiente una debida diligencia simple, sino que es necesario la debida diligencia ampliada. Y por eso los entes del Estado, garantes de la seguridad, de la inteligencia, de la protección de los delitos cibernéticos, o en el caso de la República Dominicana, que hemos creado recientemente el Instituto Criptográfico Nacional, juegan un rol fundamental. Hace 2 semanas, la Dirección General de Contrataciones Públicas de la República Dominicana firma un acuerdo, un protocolo con la Dirección Nacional de Investigaciones, con el Centro de Ciberseguridad y con el Instituto Criptográfico Nacional, para poder atender la infraestructura crítica que representa el sistema electrónico de contrataciones.
Y Carlos, vamos a hablar un poco más detalles sobre este protocolo en algunos minutos, porque me parece tan grave para compartir con toda la audiencia. Pero quisiera como I'll continue with this first line of question. We'll go back to describing in more detail the protocol. I think what we've heard so far from Eric and from Carlos is the importance of really technology, the importance of also Carlos mentioned being integral and the way that we approach procurement and the risk in knowing your provider. And Jorge, I want to go to you. IMSA, as I mentioned, fundamental in this business, specifically and work around cranes. If you could speak from a business person's perspective, as president of IMSA, what you see in some of the gaps that exist between the rules and the risks, and specifically from all the challenges that we see with infrastructure, whether it's the investment screening, security standards, and other things, and how you're seeing that kind of affect day-to-day operations.
Thank you, Jason, for the opportunity. I also want to thank the Taeda Foundation and Mr. Mario Montoto for the invitation, and Atlantic Council for having me in this panel. I think you bring a very important point. I mean, from our standpoint at IMSA, we are, one of the reasons why we acquired a company was based on the market of STS cranes. You know, as Eric pointed rightly, the CPMC is the main provider of STS cranes in the world and also in the United States. I can give you a history with IMSA. It's very unique in the sense that in the 90s, IMSA had a location, a facility in Malaysia where we were building STS cranes, and we have sold around 350 STS cranes around the world. One of our subcontractors back in the 90s was CPMC, and they were in charge of basically erecting the crane in some of our projects.
Actually, Jorge, you want to explain the acronyms for those who might not?
Yeah, so CPMC is, the STS cranes is a ship-to-shore cranes, or the gantry cranes. And CPMC is a Chinese company that builds Chinese cranes around the world, and they sell it. They were one of our subcontractors back in the 90s, and they stole our engineering. And the reason why CPMC grew up the way that they grew up, it was based on engineering that was stolen from us. Now we are expecting new legislation in the U.S., and we're seeing some steps taken in that direction. There are 2 executive orders that are meant to prohibit the Chinese cranes in the market. So it's a great opportunity for us, you know, in terms of from the business perspective, which is because there's only a few non-Chinese manufacturers of gantry cranes and STS cranes, and we are thinking about starting a facility here in Miami-Dade County to assemble STS cranes for the East Coast, and also to start selling around, you know, the allied countries. And one of the things that it's important from what Eric mentioned before is that these Chinese cranes are transmitting information about trade, and they also have the capacity to be controlled remotely and from Beijing. And this is not only a policy that should be focused in the U.S. territory, it should be focused also in allied countries like the Dominican Republic or Panama, where we receive significant amounts of trade. I mean, the cranes, I mean, if we change all of our cranes to be non-Chinese or more secure, but the port of origin has cranes that are controlled by the Chinese, we are not accomplishing the goal of having a more secure ports. So as I said, you know, from the business perspective, I think it's a great opportunity. However, we're really looking to see a more concrete steps in terms of legislation so we can actually compete, because the price of the Chinese cranes are almost 40% of the price of manufacturing a crane under the BABA standards, the Build American by American standards. I mean, that takes our crane to almost 200% of what they can manufacture one. So, I mean, we're really looking forward to more concrete legislation in that sense.
You know, and Jorge, the story that you just shared, the story of what IMSA has had to go through, I think that's something that needs to be broadly shared, and just the risk that exists for U.S. companies and how China's been able to take advantage of that technology. I want to go to Carleen, because Carleen, we've done so much work together with tropical shipping, looking specifically at the importance of greater U.S. investment and Caribbean, specifically Caribbean port infrastructure. It's so important. Tropical as a premier shipper for the Caribbean. When you look at as well at the structural challenges that exist from a shipping company perspective, what do you see insofar as the biggest gaps between the rules that exist as well as the risks that persist, whether it's for tropical or whether it's actually for tropical's customers as well?
Yeah, thank you for that great question, and thank you for being on this panel. I would say that there's probably, from the ship operator side, 3 things that we're seeing. That's legislation, because the shipping industry is one of the most heavy regulated industries. Then you're also saying, and this was mentioned, the technology solutions. And then finally, the capacity constraints that occur with operating in the Caribbean region, because that's the only region that we operate in. So just to talk about legislation, we operate in multi-jurisdictional territories. So, sovereign nations that each have their own legislations on security. And then you also are regulated on the international level at the International Maritime Organization on security as well. So one of the issues that you have, particularly operating in the Caribbean, is the implementation of the legislative frameworks that allow for proper port security. If you can ratify an agreement at the International Maritime Organization, but if you don't integrate that into your domestic legislation, it becomes a little bit of an operational problem for us. So we like to encourage the member states I call them member states, I used to be a member state. We like to encourage the countries that we work with to make sure that their legislation is up to date, and that's something that we do as tropical. Also, we talked about technology. When you're operating in the Caribbean region, some of the ports are still paper-based. And when we talk about issues of security, you want to know what is coming in and out of your port. So if you have a paper-based system, it makes it very difficult to track, what are the goods that are coming in, and it becomes an administrative burden for us as a shipping company to be able to answer certain questions, or to know, if you're looking through a stack of documents, to be able to report on what has come in and out of a port. That's it's a burden for us as well. And then finally, sometimes you're looking at capacity constraints at particular ports. So, I don't want to immediately say that, people are, and this might just be the optimist in me, that they're unwilling to do the right thing, or they're unwilling to implement security measures. You're just probably facing an issue where it's 3 guys at the port, and they don't have the capacity to really do the extent of what you can. And we see that, for example, we operate out of the port of Palm Beach, which is a U.S. port. And, U.S. Customs, Border and Customs, high level of security, the legislative frameworks are there, the capacity of the people, the technology is integrated. But as you move throughout the Caribbean region, you see, I'd say, a variability in the capacity to do some of those things. So as an operator, it does create a level of difficulty for us to have to be able to move through different legislative frameworks, different capacity constraints, and then different levels of technology that are available at each port.
So that's really interesting, Carleen. And so I think as we're looking at some of the things that have been put on the table so far, right? And you're talking about the variability of legislative frameworks and capacity. So a company like Tropical, as you're operating across the Caribbean, we have to navigate different legislative frameworks, we have to navigate different levels of capacity. And all of this, of course, are things that criminal groups are trying to take advantage of, right? The lack of clarity across different frameworks, paper-based systems as well. That breed themselves to corruption and other challenges and capacity issues. And we've also talked about the challenges with, as Jorge was mentioning as well, Chinese technology and monitoring, and Erica's mentioning as well, Chinese monitoring of what's coming in and out based on what they're seeing through cranes, the importance of how do we have more crane technology that's actually U.S. And allied produced, and as Carlos mentioned, the importance of, from a government perspective, really being able to connect the dots between different agencies. This is actually one reason why I'll give a little promotion here at the Atlantic Council. We've started all of our work on America's port security because we believe it's it's criminal groups. It's about more favorable investment in ports, about transparency, economic security, best practices, investment, and procurement that are so critical and is oftentimes underlooked. The importance of ports as part of our critical infrastructure. Eric, as you've looked at ports and maritime infrastructure from pretty much nearly every angle, when you look at the Western Hemisphere's port infrastructure today, where do you see the foreign influence most acute? We've talked about a few examples so far in the panel, maybe give in addition to that. And are markets and governments, do you think, moving fast enough, or what needs to be done to move them to move faster to counter adverse foreign influence?
I'd like to echo what Karina was mentioning. The paper-based systems are not just unique to the Caribbean. We also have them here in the United States. So when, let's assume I'm moving furniture from Miami to wherever, Jamaica, Tropical knows that the box was on the ship, and then they know when it got to Jamaica it was offloaded. But what happens before and what happens after, right? And so a lot of these are paper-based systems, and it's really hard to track. Nobody knows where anything is. So, we've been looking at companies that go in physically with people and take photos of the paper, bring it in, they scrape the internet for vessel traffic, and they have to go through all of these gyrations to make sure that that when your furniture was packed in Miami and it arrived in Jamaica, you know exactly where it is. So being able to track your stuff is almost impossible, even in the United States. There are a number of companies that are out there trying to solve the problem in lots of different ways in a sort of a patchwork method. But that's a huge challenge. I'll stop and then I'll pivot to something a little bit different, and that is finding vessels in the ocean. As I know we're in a Western Hemisphere focused event, but what's happening in Hormuz today is absolutely insane. So for those of you that aren't familiar with the AIS concept, AIS is every vessel has to have one, as my fellow panelists I'm sure undoubtedly know, certainly Tropical knows. The vessel basically was a means to keep your ships from colliding. Even sailboats have them. And it's a beacon, and it says, hi, I'm a sailboat, hi, I'm a tanker, I'm whatever. It's run out of London. The International Maritime Authority has oversight. What's happening in Hormuz is tankers, they pay their $2 million to the Iranians, and they leave, and they're like, oh no, there's the US Navy. So they turn their beacons off, which they can do because it's all self-reported. Then they go back in, and then they reconfigure the system and say, well, actually I left Abu Dhabi, and I'm a Senegalese flagged vessel, I'm no longer a Liberian, and then they go out again, and our Navy doesn't know what to do. So all of these are called shadow vessels or dark tankers. They go by many names. And so that's a monumental problem that needs to be addressed. I can double click on that if you want, but in the interest of time, maybe I'll stop.
Can I just quick follow-up? Originally, going back to my question, how do governments moving faster? What needs to happen so that they can move faster to counter some of these threats?
I think something Carlos mentioned that was very spot on is technology. The use of technology is extremely important. There are so many technologies out there, ranging from cyber, as he mentioned. I'm pleased to hear that there's a crypto, están haciendo mucho en criptología, muy bien. So I'm glad to see all of that is taking place. But I think it's the embrace of technology that is going to sort of win the day.
That's excellent. And I want to go back to you, Carlos. I mentioned earlier you were starting to explain the Joint Action Protocol, and I want to give you some time to share that with the audience, because this is an important national resolution championed in the Dominican Republic that really establishes integrity and security standards in national security procurement. And something between the office that you lead, as well as I'm working closely with the National Intelligence Directorate. So if you could share a little bit about what does this framework do that previous procurement law did not do, and also why did you see it as so necessary to be able to move forward this Joint Action Protocol now, and maybe even do you see it as an example for other countries in the region?
Sí, bueno, creo que se ha señalado que cada vez más queremos usar menos papel, utilizar más tecnología, y es lo que va a permitir más automatización, más agilidad, más datos para tomar decisiones más oportunas, pero al mismo tiempo vamos asumiendo mayores riesgos. Todos los países de la región, las contrataciones de bienes, servicios, obras, se realiza a través de sistemas electrónicos de contrataciones públicas. En el caso de la República Dominicana, hasta el 2020, el sistema electrónico de contrataciones era administrado por un tercero. Nosotros entendemos que los sistemas sensibles del Estado no pueden ser administrados por terceros, y mucho menos terceros que no sean proveedores confiables y que no sean de países confiables. Por eso asumimos como principio la soberanía tecnológica, y por eso el sistema electrónico de contratación de la República Dominicana es gestionado y administrado por el órgano rector de las contrataciones. Obviamente, el órgano rector no lo puede hacer solo, porque influyen distintos elementos que requieren la participación de otras agencias del Estado, como es la Dirección Nacional de Investigaciones, para apoyar en debidas diligencias reforzadas, para conocer con quiénes contratamos, sobre todo en los procesos de contrataciones vinculados a la seguridad nacional. Y toda contratación de infraestructura crítica de tecnología que sea para ser utilizada en puertos, aeropuertos o fronteras, son contrataciones sensibles, que no es suficiente cumplir un procedimiento, y mucho menos lo que señalaba Jorge, que el precio sea determinante. Por eso hemos insertado en el sistema de contratación de la República Dominicana como criterio el valor por dinero. Debemos extirpar para siempre la práctica, la cultura de que tenemos que comprar lo más barato. El Estado tiene que comprar lo que necesite, de la calidad que lo requiera, lo más confiable, lo que garantice mayor integridad y al precio más justo. Entonces, por eso las agencias de contrataciones tienen que contar con una mirada integral con otras agencias del Estado, como es el Centro de Ciberseguridad, para prever los ataques a una plataforma que interactúan 120,000 proveedores, 680 unidades de compra, y que tiene diarios 600 procesos de contrataciones, dentro de los cuales hay procesos vinculados a la seguridad del Estado. No únicamente de la garantía de la plataforma, sino y sobre todo con quién contratamos. Y además, un tema muy importante es garantizar la seguridad jurídica de las transacciones que se dan en nuestras plataformas tecnológicas, y por eso el Instituto Criptológico que nos hemos referido. Ahora, ¿qué es importante en todo esto? Que los estados deben definir de manera muy clara qué compran y qué no compran. Y para eso hay que pasar por procesos de fichas técnicas y hay que homologar bienes y servicios y tener la firmeza de establecer de manera clara con quién contratamos, con quién no contratamos, qué compramos y qué no compramos. Y ahí se genera un equilibrio que hay que buscarle los contrapesos entre lo que es la libre competencia y lo que son los aspectos vinculados a la seguridad o a la integridad de los estados y de las naciones. Entonces, este es un componente que genera otra mirada, que tiene otra visión, y de ahí la importancia de hacerlo acompañado de estas agencias y el protocolo que hemos establecido en la República Dominicana, pues nos lleva a poder tener mayores niveles de coordinación, de articulación, de intercambio, de interoperabilidad, de los flujos de información que generan las contrataciones públicas. Y para terminar, tener muy claro, los estados para funcionar tienen que contratar bienes, servicios y obras. Es la mayor actividad y es donde se vincula lo público y lo privado y donde hay más riesgo vinculado a la seguridad por los factores que inciden en estas contrataciones y sumado a esto en los últimos años aspectos vinculados a los contextos internacionales de la geopolítica.
Sí. Bueno, muchas gracias, Carlos. Me parece muy importante también podría ser como una lección para otros países en el Caribe de lo que podría hacer. It seems like it's a link between the procurement office, the National Intelligence Directorate, to be able to understand, know your customer, right? Know who you're working with, know who you're going to have a potential project with is so fundamental. Jorge, I want to go back to you and just drill down a little bit more because IMSA does such important work on cranes and making sure that cranes are within kind of the allied interests and that it presents a liability not just for the countries themselves and for ports, but also for companies of just China having that access to what's coming in and out of ships, knowing exactly the cargo, and the real challenges with regard to producing more cranes that are controlled not by China, which is China so much dominates that market. How is IMSA seeing kind of the future of kind of crane technology, and what are going to be what's going to be necessary to be able to displace some of the adverse foreign influence that we see currently in the market in cranes?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the only advantage that we have in terms of competition is that our competition is just one company, which is CPMC. The rest of the STS ship-to-shore crane manufacturers are non-Chinese, and there's no reports of other companies like Mitsui Paseco, which is Japanese, and Kone Cranes, which is Finland, and Liebherr, which is German. I mean, none of those cranes have reported to have components that are transmitting information or that are in some way compromise the national security of the United States or any country. So the good thing is that we have one competition, one enemy we need to focus. One of the most critical issues that we have is that the CPMC, which is completely financed by the Chinese government, has a ship that actually, while they're transporting a crane, they're manufacturing the crane as they're delivering it. And I mean, for any STS manufacturer to have that type of equipment or transportation, it's impossible. I mean, it's a very large investment that you will never have the returns that you need. So I guess, what we're expecting is that the United States and the allied countries start taking the position, as Carlos mentioned, that we're not going to buy the cheapest cranes. We're going to buy the ones that actually protect our national security. And the idea here is that we're willing to compete with other manufacturers. We can't compete with one that has such that has the subsidy of the Chinese government, and that makes it impossible for us to compete in terms of price. And I think that's where we need to focus. I've seen some developments for example, the DOT has created a program to finance that gap in price between the Chinese cranes and the non-Chinese cranes to ports that are willing to implement that policy of not buying Chinese cranes. I mean, that difference in price is being financed by DOT in order to protect the U.S. national security. But as I said before, I mean, we don't accomplish the real goal if it's only the United States that is taking this measure, it has to be taken by the allied countries and the countries that we're trading with.
Or is it as simple as just swapping out Chinese technology with non-Chinese technology on cranes that already exist, or is it much more difficult?
No, it's more difficult because, I mean, the reports that we're seeing is not only electronic components that are transmitting information. I mean, they found elements that are not within the original design of the crane. They're actually metal mechanic components that have very small devices. They are very difficult to detect, and they're transmitting information. So, I mean, if you want to be completely safe, I mean, you need to have a process of fabrication that is completely supervised. Also, I mean, even some of the subcontractors and the technology providers like Siemens, I mean, the CPMC argue, oh, we're using Siemens, which is a secure, supplier of technology. But the problem is that the Siemens technology was sent completely to China, and it was sitting there for 6 months while the crane was being manufactured and then sent back to the United States. And then in that 6-month period, I mean, the Chinese could intervene the Siemens technology. So, I mean, we have to have some sort of a supervision of fabrication and reliability, and that's the reason why also the United States promoting the BABA cranes, the Build American, Buy American cranes with, full U.S. suppliers and U.S. manufacturing, and also with the allied contracts. I mean, we are an American company with facilities in Mendoza, in Argentina, and I mean, we have a very secure facility and willing to have a transparent way of manufacturing these cranes.
Thank you, Jorge. I want to go back to Carlene, and then I saw Eric, you nodding your head, so I'll go back. I'm sure you want to add to that point, but first let me go to Carlene, because Carlene Tropical, as you mentioned before, operates across the Caribbean basin. So from an operator's perspective, where do you see security frameworks that governments have built? Where do you see that holding up at the port level? Because you're seeing this at Tropical on frankly, a daily basis, right? And where also do you see some of those security frameworks falling short? You mentioned some of it before, but I'd like for you to have you drill down specifically on some of those ports you're seeing across the Caribbean.
Yeah, I think I would have to reframe that just a little bit in terms of, because when you're operating across the different governments, you expect a certain level of unpredictability and disjointed frameworks. And I don't want to particularly call out the ports that we.
Yeah, maybe from a macro perspective, what do you see rather than, yeah.
I guess I'll say that, when we're operating in, let's say, for example, in like the U.S. islands, you'll have of course, stronger frameworks, but as you get to the smaller ports, particularly in the Eastern Caribbean states, it's a little bit more, porous. So it's just something that we're particularly conscious of. And I wanted to touch on some ways, like I said, because of that unpredictability and because of that difference of framework, how we try to counter some of those things, and how what I've seen has been really helpful, that I hope we can continue, especially with the U.S.'s turn towards the Western Hemisphere. And the first thing is, internally within Tropical, we invest in knowing the rules, so that we have an imports team and a customs team that knows the rules not only in the U.S., but invest in knowing it across the 32 locations that we operate in the region. And that's just internally for us to know, to protect our reputation as a business, to know the rules, to know the laws. And then encourage working with, for example, with members, with the CARICOM, with the Caribbean Memorandum of Understanding, with UNCTAD, with different frameworks, to be able to, make sure that support member states in enforcing the rules. One thing that has been really also beneficial now is the capacity building with the U.S. On security. So partnering with the Department of Homeland Security and with Southern Command within the region to make sure that they have the legislative frameworks that allow for better security, and then that also train the port managers to understand what a high level of security looks like. Sometimes it's not necessarily that, like I said, there's an unwillingness, but maybe it's an expansion of the mind to understand what does a high secure or a secure port facility look like. And all of the things that have been mentioned on the panel in terms of countering influence from China in your port activities, how are you bringing that into the conversation so that countries are aware of what's happening at their port, because they might not even be thinking of it in the frameworks that we are. And then finally, and this is something that I think it's really good that we do with the Atlantic Council, is that we start talking about investments that pivot towards working with US companies and pivots towards how can we partner within the Caribbean to ensure that procurement happens with US companies, and I guess how do you expand that type of framework in mind? Because I don't think in the past that has happened. A lot of the countries have looked for cheaper capital, easier capital, but now that we have this pivot towards working with the United States, how are we taking advantage of this moment to allow for the union of like what needs to be done in a Caribbean port and a US-based company that can invest in that? And that's critical to the work that we do with you.
And it's a real challenge, and that we've been working on for quite some time with Tropical, is the fact that you just don't have U.S. investment coming into Caribbean ports, and so it's very difficult to be able to change the dynamic, whether it's foreign influence or whether it's better legislation. When the U.S. Financial firms just don't see the interest or the appetite to be able to invest in Caribbean ports. I think in the 5 minutes we have left, Leah also framed this conversation as well. We've been talking a lot about foreign influence. We've been talking about China, whether it's on cranes or ports. With Carlos, we've also been talking about the importance of linking with intelligence, procurement, knowing your customer as well, better technology, reducing paper trails as well. But Leah also framed the importance of safeguarding our infrastructure insofar as kind of criminal groups, and the growth of criminal groups is also being a tax on growth, and that the cost is not just economic. So I'd like to just go around round robin through the panel here. Maybe start with you, Jorge. When you're looking at port infrastructure writ large, what would be the one thing that you'd want people to walk out of this conversation to know and to be able to continue to move forward with regard to a concern that you're seeing from IMSA, where you think that there is a real opportunity for change, in addition to maybe some of the legislation that you were mentioning previously?
I think, of course, legislation would be essential. And then I think that if legislation doesn't come up soon, I think there has to be a change of behavior on how the procurement takes place in all the ports. And that would be a private decision of each port of what they want to do in terms of making sure that the ports are secure and that they're safe. So, to me, it's more of a, if taking long to pass legislation in the United States and other countries, I think it's a matter of, the maritime community to put together a policies and procedures that safeguards the ports and start implementing standards that just makes the operation safer and that prevent crimes, and also prevent the intervention of technology that that could potentially expose trade. And the worst part, which is I think it's my biggest fear, is the capacity that some of this technology have to remotely shut down a port, and which would be a crisis.
So moving to you, Eric, so change in procurement at the port level, implementing standards, complementary standards, maybe if there's an opportunity for getting different port operators together, look at what are some of the best practices, and maybe Carlos can share some of that with regard to transparency standards. Eric, what else would you add to that?
Yeah, so I'll try and be brief because I know we're time constrained. We've spent a lot of time talking about China. Our panel is on infrastructure and national security, right? And so the biggest infrastructure provider in the world, and sadly the biggest threat to national security, is one place, and it's China. I know I went off on a tangent on the AIS spoofing, but it's happening in our hemisphere as well. The biggest problem with AIS spoofers in the world by number of vessels are the Chinese illegal fishing fleet that you see off the coast of Peru, off Argentina. The biggest threat we see to our ports is China. The biggest threat we see to our supply chains, including our own military supply chains, is that the 25th supplier subcontractor that makes F-35s could be a Chinese company. We can't talk about infrastructure without electricity. Something like 65% of our large electricity transformers globally are made by China that have kill switches, including in our own country. And I know this sounds very, catastrophizing and very depressing, but my only point is to say, just be wary of what's going on. And there is a solution. The solution is for the countries, the people that represent the various countries in this room and others, to know what their supply chain looks like, where it's coming from. To Carlos's, very astute point on, knowing your supplier, knowing the cyber risk, and not going with the highest price point, or the lowest price point, I think is going to be very important going forward.
Well, sometimes maybe the lowest price point can actually be a very high price point in the end. Carlos, we have 2 minutes here. Last thoughts you want to leave with the audience on what they should be, what key aspects, based on your experience in the Republic, can be actions that can be taken to improve port security?
Sí, bueno, pienso que estandarizar bienes, servicios, tener claridad con quién contratamos, con quién no, establecer pliego de condiciones que establezcan requisitos o requerimientos de adjudicación que no lleven a una continuidad y a una especie de proveedor único ficticio. Hay que prestar atención a las donaciones, muy común en países de la región. Nosotros recientemente emitimos una circular prohibiendo de manera expresa las donaciones, porque las donaciones parecieran ser que es un gesto de buena voluntad, pero detrás de esas donaciones hay un proveedor único que puede perpetuarse en el tiempo en servicios esenciales para el Estado. Creo que los estados deben desarrollar en algún momento industria de bienes estratégicos cuando puedan, para evitar desabastecimiento y garantizar suministro sensible. Reitero el tema de la soberanía tecnológica. Sistemas sensibles del Estado no pueden estar en manos de terceros. Sí. Y eso implica cualquier sistema de puertos, aeropuertos, fronteras, o sistemas que garanticen la seguridad nacional o la seguridad ciudadana. Por ejemplo, muy breve.
Yo voy a, dado que estamos como a la, tenemos que terminar el panel. We have about, I think about a minute, 1 minute to wrap up. So I want to make sure I get to Carlene for a last
No, muy breve. Voy a poner un ejemplo de lo que es un sistema en manos no confiables. En la República Dominicana, investigamos un caso de corrupción, anulamos un contrato, enviamos a la justicia a quienes habían cometido un conjunto de actos. Esa misma empresa administraba la red semafórica del Gran Santo Domingo y en el momento que eran perseguidos por la justicia, por los fiscales, apagaron todos los semáforos del Gran Santo Domingo. Por poner un ejemplo
Carlos,
sencillo.
I'm going to jump in here because we're out of time. But that's a very important example for the audience. Carlene, 30 seconds, just one thing that you haven't shared about that you think is important from Tropical's perspective with port security.
Oh, I think I mentioned it before, but investment is going to be the biggest thing for us going forward, and taking advantage of this window of opportunity where there's a pivot towards the Caribbean region by the U.S. government. How can we take advantage of that? And, security is an integrated network, so continuing to leverage that as we move forward.
Yeah, I think we cannot lose the momentum that we are in right now with regard to U.S. focus on the Caribbean. I think a lot of important takeaways as part of this panel. Please join me in thanking Jorge, as well as Carlos, Carlene, Eric, and Leah. Back to you, Randy.
Thank you, Jason. One more round of applause for this great discussion, please. As we get going here, we're going to transition over to Minister Presti here shortly. I do want to acknowledge a number of our students. As you've seen, our students have been coming up today, and they'll do this over the course of the next few days to introduce a lot of our moderators. But I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize the team behind the scenes that's supporting our students and developing them to be the next future leaders in the national security space on the Western Hemisphere. So I want to introduce the Deputy Director of the Jack D. Gordon Institute for Public Policy and our lead for our academic programs, Mr. Hector Cadavid.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Randy. It is a pleasure to extend a warm welcome to RFIU and to the 11th Annual Hemispheric Security Conference. As my colleague Randy said, my name is Hector Cadavid. I lead the Gordon Institute's academics programming, which includes our Intelligence Fellowship program. You have seen throughout the day some of our students introducing our panels, our moderators. I encourage you to take a moment. These are young men and young women who are in a very intensive program, originally sponsored by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, with specialized academics, courses taught by practitioners, experts in the field. We include mentorship, professional development opportunities, and the end goal is to pathway our students into the security and intelligence workforce and cybersecurity workforces. It is with great pleasure that you have met some of them today. It's a shame that the conference is taking place at the end of our academic semester. Otherwise, you would have seen how vibrant our campus is. But as Randy said, I'd be remiss in double down on the opportunity for you to get to meet our intelligence fellows. Several are in the audience, and many are up here during the course of the next 2 days. So it is a great pleasure to introduce to you one of those young people. Armando Pita-Govin now will introduce our next moderator. I'll be standing outside in case you want to learn more about the program. Again, these are wonderful, aspiring security and intelligence professionals who are eager to support in any way, shape, or opportunity they can your organizations. Thank you again. Pleasure.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Armando Pita-Govin. I am a graduate student at FIU's Masters of Global Affairs program, specializing in cybersecurity and technology policy. I'm also an intelligence fellow at FIU's Jack D. Gordon Institute, the Community Center for Academic Excellence under the Cyber track. My research focuses on Chinese telecommunications infrastructure in Latin America, specifically Argentina and Brazil, and the implications of U.S. national security, digital sovereignty, and regional resilience. In our next session, we'll feature Lieutenant General Carlos Alberto Presti, Minister of Defense of Argentina. This conversation is especially important for understanding U.S.-Latin American relations because Argentina is a major regional partner in hemispheric security, defense cooperation, and democratic stability. It also matters because issues like cybersecurity, critical infrastructure protection, strategic competition, and foreign influence are increasingly shaping security environment across Latin America. This session will be moderated by Fabian Calle, Senior Fellow at FIU's Jack D. Gordon Institute for Public Policy. Please help me welcome our guests to the stage.
Señor Ministro. ¿Cómo estás? Buenas tardes a todos. Primero que todo, agradecerle al señor Ministro de Defensa de la República Argentina, Teniente General Carlos Presti, su asistencia a este seminario, en nombre del FIU, en nombre de la Fundación TAEDA y de todos los auspiciantes. Antes que nada le voy a contar algo al ministro que quizá no sepa.
A ver.
Nuestro director, Brian Fonseca, hace pocos meses, ya un año, obtuvo su doctorado. Y su tesis doctoral fue sobre la defensa argentina.
Ajá.
Hace más de 10 años, el joven Brian Fonseca, como dice Mario Montoto, que sigue siendo joven, me llama cuando trabajaba con un gran director también del FIU, del Gordon, como fue Frank Mora, para decir, vamos a iniciar una investigación en la Argentina, que duró varios años. Y el tema fue el etos militar argentino. Después de una larga investigación, muchos asumíamos que ese etos militar había sido destruido, ¿no?, por varias décadas de maltrato y de descuido. Y una de las grandes sorpresas de ese proyecto que lideró Frank Mora y secundó Brian Fonseca fue que el etos militar argentino estaba intacto, pese a las penurias salariales, las penurias materiales, los maltratos de diverso tipo, estaba intacto. Así que es una buena combinación que un gran especialista en política de defensa como Argentina, como Brian Fonseca, cuente hoy con su presencia en esta conferencia. Ministro,
Gracias, Fabián.
vamos a empezar por la más sencilla. Usted cuando entró al Colegio Militar de la Nación, seguramente soñó con ser teniente general y comandar el ejército.
En realidad...
Lo que no se imaginó iba a ser ministro.
No, nunca me imaginé que iba a...
Cuéntenos un poco su sensación cuando se le comunicó ese evento histórico que un militar en actividad pase a ocupar la máxima jerarquía del ministerio.
Y fueron una sensación muy particular porque yo entré al ejército puntualmente en el año 1984, posterior al conflicto de Malvinas, y toda mi vida me preparé para cada jerarquía hacerlo mejor. Me tocó ser el comandante el jefe del ejército, y pensé que, bueno, esa era tal vez el máximo desafío, pero había un desafío más que tenía el presidente Milei, ya lo tenía en su cabeza, que cuando me convocó, me lo comunicó, que quería que lo acompañe en la gestión como ministro de Defensa.
¿Lo intuyó o lo tomó de sorpresa?
Me tomó de sorpresa, así que...
Como debe ser la política, sorpresivo.
Así que me tomó de sorpresa, acepté este desafío, que es un desafío distinto, histórico, y también pude hacer lectura de esta transmisión que me hacía el presidente Milei. De varias lecturas se pueden hacer. La primera es que siempre es disruptivo en sus decisiones, y esta fue una más. Un militar, yo hablé con él y le dije que ponía también mi disposición de pase a retiro. Y él me dijo, no, necesitaba que sea un militar en servicio efectivo, que quería, en la actividad, ¿no? Y así fue. Y bueno, y estos son los prolegómenos que trajimos ahí a la reunión.
O sea, se siente protagonista de una decisión histórica.
Sí, decisión histórica, y la otra de las lecturas que podemos hacer era también el momento de, como bien lo mencionabas vos, de unir, de dar por finiquitado, por terminado algunas cuentas anteriores, y él ahora miraba para adelante, y en la figura de un ministro de Defensa militar ya se dan por saldadas cualquier diferencia que puede haber habido en el pasado, y hay una reivindicación al etos militar también, hay una reivindicación a las Fuerzas Armadas, y es por eso que también que un oficial de las Fuerzas Armadas hoy es ministro.
Ministro, la Argentina, por su posición geográfica, empieza a estar en una agenda geopolítica que hace mucho tiempo no estábamos, o quizás nunca tuvimos.
Nunca, sí.
Que era cuestión del Atlántico Sur, estrechos, Antártida, una futura creciente competencia estratégica entre los dos Godzillas, como decía el profesor Mearsheimer y Rafael Grossi. En el ámbito de la defensa argentina, ¿usted siente que hay conciencia de esta relevancia y que hay que trabajar en esa sintonía? ¿Cómo lo vive usted, ese mayor nivel de exposición de la defensa argentina?
Sí, creo que es un momento histórico que está viviendo la República Argentina y que tal vez no tenga antecedentes de esto.
No.
Y somos conscientes de la situación que nos convoca. Somos conscientes del alineamiento que tiene nuestro gobierno, el gobierno del presidente Milei con el gobierno de los Estados Unidos, con el presidente Trump. Y en este orden de ideas, Argentina debe ser protagonista en el Atlántico Sur. Argentina debe crear las condiciones de una proyección seria a la Antártida. No solamente diría de una proyección seria, sino la más seria y la más importante debe ser, desde la República Argentina, el principal puerta de acceso al continente blanco, como así también el desarrollo de nuestra infraestructura para generar la soberanía en el Atlántico Sur. Sí, sí.
Ministro, se ha hablado, en las últimas semanas hubo una gran polémica por un email que se dejó trascender desde el Pentágono sobre Malvinas, reacciones en Gran Bretaña, en la prensa, y algunas cabezas, las cabezas más frías y racionales, hablan más allá del tema Malvinas, de la necesidad de darle una gobernabilidad y un espacio de cooperación al Atlántico Sur, con vistas a la Antártida, con vista a los pasos estratégicos. ¿Usted comparte esta idea de abrir un espacio de diálogo de mediano y largo plazo entre los dos actores presentes en la región? El enclave colonial británico, obviamente la Argentina, con su reclamo de soberanía, y un actor hemisférico que el documento de noviembre del 2025 dejó muy en claro que es América para los americanos, no para los europeos. ¿Usted ve la posibilidad de empezar a trabajar en un espacio de diálogo tripartito?
Sí, yo lo vería, Fabián, en primer lugar, que ya en nuestra Constitución manifestamos que los derechos argentinos sobre las Islas Malvinas son imprescriptibles e inclaudicables, no claudican. Y en este orden de ideas, el reclamo es permanente y es todos los días. Sí entiendo que la Cancillería argentina y el gobierno del presidente Milei está trabajando para crear las condiciones más adecuadas y, como siempre yo lo manifiesto, no sé cuándo, no sé de qué manera, pero seguramente el pabellón argentino en algún momento va a volver seguramente por medios diplomáticos, medios pacíficos, pero todo va a surgir de esto, ¿no? De crear seguramente el espacio para poder negociar, para poder hablar, para poder crear las condiciones de que Argentina vuelva a tener la soberanía efectiva en las Islas Malvinas.
Señor ministro, la Argentina está en un cambio de su matriz productiva muy importante. Pasa a ser un gran productor de petróleo, gran productor de gas, gran productor de litio, y muy pronto van a empezar la actividad minera, digamos, una Argentina con una matriz productiva muy diferente. Ahora, todo eso requiere gasoductos, oleoductos, plataformas offshore, puertos, y a veces en la región, en la Argentina también, está esta idea de que no son blancos militares, ¿no? Que no son blancos a proteger, porque están ahí, nunca se los ha atacado, como en Europa, como en Asia. ¿Cómo vive la defensa ese boom, en el buen sentido, de infraestructura crítica que ya Argentina tiene y que va a tener mucho más? Y que en muchos casos interconectada, ¿no? Volver a exportar energía a Brasil, a Chile, toda esa matriz que requiere algún tipo de inteligencia y de cooperación.
Y como conocés bien, nuestra legislación está la ley de defensa y la ley de seguridad, ¿no? El año 2024, el gobierno del presidente Milei sacó 2 decretos referidos justamente a uno de los temas que estamos planteando acá, el tema de objetivos de valor estratégico. Es decir, que permite a las Fuerzas Armadas asistir en aquellos objetivos de valor estratégico que sean de real interés para la soberanía. Hemos planteado este tema también en todas las reuniones que hemos tenido aquí en los Estados Unidos, tanto el presidente Milei en el Escudo de las Américas, yo en la conferencia anticarteles que hemos tenido también ahora hace 2 meses, que se debe mirar a la Argentina muy especialmente en la capacidad de la protección en el hemisferio de este recurso que estamos hablando de vaca muerta, ¿no? Es un objetivo estratégico fundamental que le va a permitir a la Argentina, creo, despegar definitivamente a ser un país estable, serio, consolidado políticamente, integrado al concierto de las naciones, y es el corazón que tenemos que proteger. Toda esa infraestructura crítica debe ser protegida obviamente por las fuerzas de seguridad, y este decreto crea las condiciones para que de manera legal también las Fuerzas Armadas puedan proteger estos objetivos de alto valor.
Señor ministro, usted asistió, según me cuentan amigos en Estados Unidos, como figura muy destacada de la reunión del escudo hemisférico que presidió el secretario de Guerra, Peter Hegseth. ¿Nos puede contar, aquello que sea público obviamente, cómo vio ese proceso, qué proyección le ve, qué rol ve usted para la Argentina, qué conclusiones públicas sacó usted de esa conferencia?
Y fue una conferencia muy productiva desde el punto de vista de la defensa, también para la seguridad. La República Argentina busca en este alineamiento que tiene con los Estados Unidos consolidarse como el socio estratégico hemisférico más importante, especialmente en Sudamérica. Políticamente hay un nivel de integración, ¿no es cierto?, con una madurez estratégica entre Argentina y Estados Unidos que está llevando adelante el gobierno y el presidente. A nivel el Ministerio de Defensa también hay una integración y adecuación del marco legal para poder participar en este tipo de actividades. Y a un nivel operativo, a un nivel fuerzas, ya nuestras Fuerzas Armadas participan con distintas acciones secundarias o de apoyo, siguen participando en este tipo de acciones que se plantearon en esta conferencia. Lo que dejamos planteado claramente es que queremos ser un socio maduro, pero socio de los Estados Unidos. Y hay algunos países que tienen algunos problemas o algunas cuestiones más vinculadas a cuestiones de narcotráfico o cuestiones de transnacionales, de organizaciones transnacionales. La Argentina, que está en el cono sur, en el sur del hemisferio, tal vez, obviamente que también tiene este tipo de problemas, pero no en el grado o en la magnitud que lo tienen otros países. Entonces, se planteó en esta conferencia que Argentina puede liderar la proyección hacia el continente antártico como la puerta más cercana, como la base logística más importante para el despliegue en el Atlántico Sur hacia la Antártida, y también poder colaborar con los Estados Unidos en aquellas cuestiones propias de capitalizar, adiestrar, enseñar y transmitir y hacerse responsable de cuestiones propias de objetivos de valor estratégico. Tenemos el tema, como recién hablamos, de vaca muerta, tierras raras, minerales particulares que están presentes en nuestro país, y la defensa va a estar volcada también a la protección de estos activos de la República Argentina.
Ministro, obviamente una de las tareas más dificultosas a un ministro es obtener recursos. Es el 95% del tiempo. Algunos países han ligado la explotación de ciertos recursos naturales estratégicos a algún tipo de fondo para proteger esos recursos estratégicos, ¿no? El famoso Fondo del Cobre de Chile, la legislación del petróleo offshore brasilero que ayuda a financiar la Armada. En su visión, en sus planes, ¿hay alguna idea de aprovechar este boom de inversiones en petróleo, en gas, en minerales, y buscar algún fuente de financiamiento ad hoc, aunque sea modesto, para la defensa?
Sí, estamos ahora, como también lo hemos planteado en muchas oportunidades, para poder tener una defensa creíble, el país debe tener una economía que funcione y tiene que tener un sistema político sólido. Estamos en camino de lograr estas cuestiones políticas, económicas, que van a permitir el financiamiento de las Fuerzas Armadas de manera coherente. Hubo anteriormente algunas series de intentos que nunca terminaron de materializarse. Sí quisiera hacer mención, hace un par de días también salió un decreto, ¿no? Un decreto del presidente Milei, en el cual, en este proceso de llevar coherencia al país y de darle un ordenamiento y llevar nuestro país a la normalidad, hay muchas estructuras viejas, infraestructura que pasaba de manos privadas a manos del Estado, manos privadas, manos del Estado, que van ahora a financiar el plan ARMA, como se denominó, ¿no es cierto?, para adecuar y adquirir este material militar para la República Argentina. Esto nos va a permitir darle un poco de coherencia y de previsibilidad, ser previsibles en el equipamiento para nuestras fuerzas. Son recursos que no teníamos en otras oportunidades y que esta vez vamos a poder contar con ese recurso financiero para poder no solamente crear e invertir en infraestructura, sino también en materiales y armamento.
Ministro, si uno mira la guerra por las Malvinas, uno veía una gran paridad, digamos, ¿no? La batalla fue muy pareja, más allá del resultado final, pero las tecnologías eran bastante parejas. En los 90, cuando yo estaba en la Armada, sentíamos que quedábamos atrás de la carrera tecnológica, ¿no? Que los países desarrollados, especialmente las potencias, iban a una velocidad abismal y no había recursos para llegar a esa carrera. Ahora, la guerra de Ucrania, la guerra en Medio Oriente, nos muestra que con cosas baratas, con una buena organización, con una buena disciplina y una buena logística, se recupera una gran capacidad de disuasión y defensa. O sea, los países con menos recursos no están tan lejos de poder garantizar la soberanía, como demuestra el caso de Ucrania, frente a 4 años de agresión rusa. ¿Usted es consciente de eso? ¿Impulsa ese, por ejemplo, lo más usual es el tema drones, pero hay muchos otros, digamos, ¿no? Esos atajos que no requieren quizás grandes compras o grandes sistemas de armas, pero que en el momento de la verdad generan un gran efecto disuasivo.
Es muy interesante la pregunta, Fabián. En primer lugar, me gustaría tomarme algo que has manifestado del conflicto del Atlántico Sur en el año 1982 de la Armada, puntualmente. Si bien las Fuerzas Armadas Argentinas en esa época tenían un armamento estándar, un armamento común que cualquier país sudamericano podía llegar a tener, se enfrentaban obviamente al Reino Unido. Creo que lo que marcó ahí una gran diferencia fue la aviación naval, porque la aviación naval tenía lo último en tecnología, en aviones y en el misil Exocet. Y la Argentina en ese momento, con 5 aviones y 5 misiles, causó estragos en el enemigo. Por eso es tan importante el tema de la tecnología en el momento de los conflictos.
Exactamente.
Hoy por hoy estamos en una revolución de la tecnología y la forma de combatir, de hacer la guerra, ¿no? Y la Argentina está observando y mirando los conflictos actuales que se desarrollan en Medio Oriente, en Israel, en Europa, para poder prepararnos para los conflictos que vienen, no para los conflictos actuales que ya pasaron, sino los que vienen. Y es por eso que estamos también apuntando a la capacitación del personal, a generar las condiciones para tener núcleos de modernidad y tecnología adecuada, que es accesible, que no es cara y que los países como la República Argentina pueden acceder y crear condiciones para nuestras Fuerzas Armadas que no son lejanas de conseguir, ¿no es cierto?
Señor Ministro, en las últimas semanas hubo varios hitos en la defensa. Un una visita del portaaviones Nimitz de los Estados Unidos, una vieja tradición que se había abandonado durante algunos gobiernos en la Argentina, cuando los portaaviones nucleares americanos pasaban por Magallanes, en la Armada realizamos actividades con ellos que eran de gran utilidad para nuestra fuerza. Un ejercicio al cual usted presidió en Chubut, si mal no recuerdo.
Sí, el ejercicio Quequén.
Donde vi algunos videos de drones.
También.
Strikers.
Bueno, lo que estábamos hablando.
Tan modernizados y helicópteros. Era un video, la verdad, para que lo que hemos seguido la defensa, una bocanada de aire, de modernidad. Sí. Y el otro, un ejercicio que pasó medio desapercibido por la prensa, pero muy relevante, que es con las Fuerzas Especiales Americanas, Fuerzas Especiales Argentinas y Fuerzas Especiales de Estados Unidos, entrenándose en 3 puntos de la Argentina, si no me equivoco.
Sí, se va a hacer.
Esto es el comienzo de una estrategia intensiva en ese sentido de ejercicios conjuntos, interfuerzas, con otros países. ¿Cómo lo ve este?
Sí, lo veo como esta vinculación y esta alianza estratégica que Argentina está buscando y fomentando todos los días con los Estados Unidos, en el ámbito de la defensa se materializa, ¿no? El presidente argentino pudo subir al portaaviones y es todo un mensaje, ¿no? Que pueda compartir la máxima autoridad y el comandante jefe de las Fuerzas Armadas.
Es la primera vez que un presidente argentino se sube a un portaaviones
es todo
de Estados Unidos.
Toda una lectura, ¿no? Y nuestra Armada también tuvo la oportunidad, y también una diferencia en la interoperabilidad con el portaaviones Nimitz con la Armada Argentina. Creo que fue la única armada que pudo permanecer con sus tripulaciones durante varios días de navegación.
Sí, además aterrizaron Siquín.
En el portaaviones. Creo que fue la única armada.
Que no es usual que los americanos dejen aterrizar medios navales extranjeros.
Así que dos helicópteros nuestros Siquín aterrizaron y acompañaron todo el derrotero, ¿no? Permitieron también la actividad de integración de comunicaciones, actividades de ciber con los aviones de P-3 Orión y el acompañamiento también y trabajo en comunicaciones con los destructores y fragatas nuestras. Así que fue una actividad muy valorada por los cuadros de nuestra Armada Argentina.
Señor ministro, hay un plano invisible de la guerra, que es la guerra informática, la ciberdefensa y la ciberseguridad. La Argentina en el 2009 fue vanguardia en la región durante el G20 con la instalación de un sistema de ciberdefensa. En su gestión, ¿usted lo ve como una prioridad, como una forma relativamente económica de una gran capacidad defensiva y ofensiva? ¿Cómo vive usted el tema de los ciberataques y los ciberdefensas?
Hemos analizado ya, y en el año también 2024, con la modificación de la ley de defensa a través de unos decretos, ya consideramos, además de los dominios en los cuales las Fuerzas Armadas pueden recibir amenazas o agresiones, no solamente ya hablamos de los dominios terrestre, naval, aéreo, sino que ahí incorporamos en ese decreto el dominio cognitivo, el espectro electromagnético, el espacio. Así que desde ya es que está siendo tenido en cuenta. Y Argentina ha sido uno de los países precursores en Sudamérica de la importancia que tienen las actividades de ciberdefensa y ciberseguridad. Uno de los primeros comandos conjuntos de ciberdefensa y seguridad fue el argentino en Sudamérica. Y estamos ahora fomentando la capacitación también de nuestros oficiales y suboficiales, especialmente en ciberdefensa y ciberseguridad, y creando las condiciones, especialmente, lo hemos planteado en varias de las reuniones que he ido al Pentágono, la vinculación en la capacitación y el equipamiento de ciberdefensa y ciberseguridad para las 3 Fuerzas Armadas, para el Ejército, la Armada y la Fuerza Aérea.
Señor ministro, cuando uno ve los videos que prepara el área de prensa de las Fuerzas Armadas, especialmente el Ejército y el Ministerio de Defensa, la verdad que uno lamenta no tener 18 años para incorporarse.
Sí, son muy llamativos. Sí.
Para los que seguimos el tema de defensa, la mejora de la comunicación en defensa ha sido notable. ¿Cómo está el tema de las incorporaciones a los institutos, la vocación militar?
Sí, hemos tenido durante casi 40 años una merma en el ingreso a las Fuerzas Armadas, a los institutos de formación de oficiales y suboficiales, y ahora estamos viviendo una situación distinta. Hay una gran cantidad de oficiales y suboficiales o aspirantes a oficial y suboficial que se desarrollan e ingresan a los institutos. Durante mi vida militar me tocó ser director del Colegio Militar, que es la Academia de Oficiales, y normalmente había un postulante para una vacante, y a veces hasta uno no podía hacer selección. Ahora los números son mucho más altos y la sociedad ve con buenos ojos a sus Fuerzas Armadas, especialmente lo has visto en apoyo permanente a la comunidad en situaciones de catástrofes, en inundaciones, nevadas, en la pandemia misma, y ha habido yo creo que siempre ha sido, pero el vínculo que hay con la sociedad se ha fortalecido. Y de esta misma manera, los jóvenes ahora buscan ingresar a los institutos de formación para vivir una vida militar plena. Uno ve las incorporaciones de equipamiento que estamos realizando, tiene todo su escala en correlación con cuestiones económicas financieras, pero
motiva.
Son núcleos de modernidad que se van a ir replicando a medida que tengamos los recursos, pero la cantidad de postulantes que han querido ingresar a la Fuerza Aérea Argentina.
Increíble.
La Fuerza Aérea Argentina hacía más de 15, 16 años, 11 años que no tenía ya aparatos supersónicos.
De supremacía aérea.
Habíamos perdido esa capacidad.
Con el Mirage. Sí.
Y ahora ya están los primeros 6 F-16 en nuestro país, están llegando antes de octubre la segunda tanda de 6 aviones, y el año que viene se completarían con 12 más, ¿no? Así que es muy, muy motivante para los jóvenes volver a...
¿Le daría a usted ganas de volver a inscribirse?
Obviamente que viviría de vuelta.
Si usted me hace un waiver, falsificamos el documento, me reincorporo. Pero bueno, esto queda en secreto, no queda firmado.
No. Viviría de vuelta. Sí.
Le tomo la palabra.
Sí.
Señor ministro, usted habla de compromisos de la Argentina con la seguridad internacional. La Argentina tuvo en la década de los 90 un rol descollante en temas de operaciones de paz. Llegamos a tener miles de cascos azules en Haití, en la ex Yugoslavia, en el Medio Oriente. El mundo es otro, ya no está el mundo unipolar, lamentablemente para mi amigo Rafael Grossi, que le va a tocar un mundo más complejo,
más difícil.
Pero bueno. Si quiere ser secretario, se tiene que aguantar la situación.
Aceptar los desafíos.
Pero sin imitar los 90, porque el contexto es otro, el mundo es otro. ¿Qué proyección internacional ve usted a las fuerzas argentinas? Por ejemplo, frente a situaciones de crisis, una transición, por ejemplo, en Cuba, que va a requerir trabajos humanitarios intensos. ¿Cómo ve usted la inserción de la Fuerza Armada Argentina colaborando en la estabilidad internacional?
Sí. La Argentina desde el año 1950 y pico ya viene participando en misiones de Naciones Unidas de estabilización, y tanto con despliegues individuales como con contingentes de nivel batallones, ¿no? Y actualmente lideramos también en Sudamérica la fuerza de tarea de Chipre, en la cual invitamos a los países vecinos, los países amigos, y forman parte bajo el liderazgo de la República Argentina, Paraguay, Chile, Ecuador, Bolivia, Brasil, mandan oficiales y suboficiales que conforman esta fuerza de tarea que año a año vamos mandando a Chipre. Tenemos también la experiencia de, como lo hablábamos recién, ¿no?, de hospitales reubicables que la Argentina desplegó en Haití, como también así, y batallones. Yo veo que la Argentina tiene las condiciones para seguir liderando. desde Sudamérica, el despliegue de contingentes de paz y la participación en distintos conflictos internacionales en los cuales pueda, dentro de los marcos legales que tiene nuestro país, poder participar en estos conflictos.
Señor ministro, una de las claves, cuando usted decía en la guerra de Malvinas, fue el capital humano, la inventiva,
sí.
¿no? Que provocó serios problemas a los británicos. Por lo tanto, la educación militar. Estamos en un mundo de la inteligencia artificial, de cambios tecnológicos, de que en un teléfono ahora hay más información que lo que tenía la NASA hace 20 años. ¿Cómo usted ve los institutos de formación militar? ¿Necesitan una reconversión de sus programas, combinar lo tradicional con lo nuevo? ¿Hay una problematización del tema de la educación militar?
Lo tomamos como el valor tal vez más importante que tienen nuestras Fuerzas Armadas, que son su capital humano, ¿no? Sus hombres y mujeres que los conforman. Parte de lo que decíamos cuando iniciamos esta charla es que las Fuerzas Armadas Argentinas, después de 40 años, nunca perdieron su identidad.
Exacto.
Sí, pueden seguramente haber tenido menor equipamiento, menor libertad de acción, menores sueldos, pero su ethos nunca lo perdieron. Y eso es lo que nos ha permitido ser resilientes. Estamos apuntando a tener los mejores oficiales, suboficiales y soldados, porque es lo que marca la diferencia. Con la tecnología adecuada y el capital humano formado, se crean las diferencias. Y estamos apuntando a que todas las nuevas generaciones de oficiales y suboficiales, soldados, obviamente que tienen que estar preparándose para el conflicto del futuro. Así que estamos trabajando desde las direcciones de educación para crear los mejores líderes para la guerra de dentro de 50 años.
Señor ministro, ya entrando al final, para cumplir con el horario pautado, ¿cómo le gustaría que la historia lo recuerde como ministro? ¿Qué hitos usted cuando llegó diciembre 25 se fijó en su cabeza y lo guían en su actividad?
Buena pregunta. Creería que como el ministro que aprovechó la oportunidad que le dio el presidente para poder vincular definitivamente a las Fuerzas Armadas con la sociedad, como el ministro que gerenció nuevamente el reequipamiento de las Fuerzas Armadas. Me gustaría que nuestras Fuerzas Armadas sean acordes al país enorme que tenemos.
Bueno, ya lo está logrando eso, ¿no?
Así que
ha ido a varias inauguraciones.
Sí, acorde al país que tenemos tan grande y con Fuerzas Armadas de 100.000 hombres y mujeres, tener Fuerzas Armadas ágiles, modernas, letales, bien equipadas, con mucha tecnología, en condiciones de interoperar con las fuerzas americanas, con las fuerzas más importantes del mundo, y poder prepararlas para seguir apoyando a nuestra sociedad. Fuerzas Armadas integradas plenamente en el ambiente político de mi país, cumpliendo con las funciones que la ley les determina, y habiendo aprovechado la oportunidad histórica que se nos presenta de vincularnos como socios estratégicos de Estados Unidos, que esta oportunidad la vamos a aprovechar.
Muchas gracias, señor ministro. En nombre de la Universidad, de FIU, de la Fundación TAEDA y de todos los auspiciantes, le agradecemos y nos honra mucho su presencia.
Al contrario, muchas gracias.
El comandante es Calzada, en realidad. El que manda es el fotógrafo.
Muchas gracias. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dali Santana Rhoda. I'm a research assistant with FIU's Jack D. Gordon Institute for Public Policy. I'm also an intelligence fellow with the Intelligence Community Centers for Academic Excellence, where my research has looked into how China is dominating minds across Latin America and the Caribbean. Today, I have the distinct honor of introducing a fireside chat with Michael Jensen. Moderating this session is Randy Pestana. He is the Director for National Security Policy and Strategic Engagement with FIU's Jack D. Gordon Institute for Public Policy. He leads strategic initiatives and enterprise. His expertise includes U.S. foreign policy, civil-military relations, as well as an immense amount of time at the Pentagon driving defense strategy and coordinating interagency efforts. With that, please join me in a round of applause for our distinguished guests.
Thank you. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome Michael Jensen. Michael Jensen is the Senior Director for Western Hemisphere Affairs and the Principal Advisor to President Trump on all things Western Hemisphere. I know there's a little bit of audible, but excited to have you here at FIU for this discussion, so please welcome to Miami.
Yeah, thank you for hosting. It's good to be back.
Well, it's great to have this conversation with you. I know a lot of things are going on. But let's start first with the national security strategy. Obviously, the Trump administration released this, framing homeland defense as kind of the key priority. So thinking from your purview as Western Hemisphere lead, how, when you were looking at the national security strategy, did you merge both the Western Hemisphere with the homeland defense mission?
So if you're wondering where the administration's heading, the NSS is a must-read, especially the section on Western Hemisphere, which is very, very well written. Highly recommend it. It was clear that from the President's guidance that the American people were first. And so America first is the guiding principle that goes completely throughout that. And flowing from that, we have to defend the hemisphere to protect the homeland. So a lot of the threats that we see coming into the United States flow through this, and it's not enough to count on the oceans to keep them away anymore. We have to focus on our own hemisphere. And so that went into the prioritization. It's very clear in the document that the Western Hemisphere is preeminent again. And so now we're going through the work of redirecting all of the departments and agencies to refocus. And that's moving people, it's moving money, it's providing guidance, and we're doing all of that across the entire government.
Yeah, and one of the other things I found fascinating about the national security strategy, there was a huge emphasis on burden sharing, right? So when you're thinking about partnerships, and we just heard from the Minister of Defense from Argentina, and we had Minister of Defense from Guatemala earlier. What is the argument or conversation you're having with partners across the hemisphere in the roles that they can play and be able to assume some levels of burdens, because the United States can't do everything, right?
So I see this as and I think the President sees this as a matter of sovereignty. Sovereignty means something, and it cuts both ways. It both means that you are responsible for your country and should be the decision maker for everything that happens in your border. It also means that you're responsible for exerting that authority throughout your country. So if there are large portions of your country where you can't access, where there are terrorist organizations that are providing government services, where you can't even get your security forces to move into those areas, it seems to be a shortfall on your ability to exert sovereignty over your entire country. So we are happy to help. We are providing a partnership, and I think we'll talk about Shield of Americas a little bit more and what that means. But the burden sharing part of it is, as a minimum, you should be able to provide security for your own people, and you should be able to defend your country. And if your security spending is not equal to your security threats, the United States can't make up that gap for everyone all over the world. We're happy to help and we're happy to contribute, but as your partner, not as a security guarantor for the world.
And have you seen the receptivity among partners in these kind of conversations that you had in terms of, hey, we're there, these are the things we need, support from the United States, or are there countries and leaders, you don't have to get specifics,
right,
but that are saying, I'm going to take a more pronounced leadership role and we just need support in this area?
Well, as you mentioned, it's country by country, but I think it's a realistic ask to ask countries to defend their own territory. And depending on the leader, I think it's an easy case to make, that we're here to help, we're not here to provide all the security for everyone. And so we see different leaders taking this transition period more aggressively. But that's kind of a prerequisite for us to come help, and it is the first step for us to pile in behind you. Does that answer your question?
Absolutely. Thinking about the partnership piece, right? Earlier this year, you had the America's Counter Cartel Conference hosted at Southcom by Secretary Hegseth that immediately preceded the President's SHIELD Summit of the Americas. You attended both, obviously. What were some of the key themes and kind of the discussions that you had with not just the ministers of defense and foreign ministers, but also the presidents that were there with President Trump at SHIELD?
So first, the America's Counter Cartel Conference is a military coalition. So that's run out of Southcom, and that's a coalition of countries that have one issue, and that issue is fighting cartels with military force. And so the way that the president sees multilaterals is, instead of putting a large group together and quibbling about the details and things you disagree with, to just organize around a single principle. So for ACCC, that is military force against cartels. It's a huge problem for the United States, killing hundreds of thousands of people, but it's also a massive problem for the region. And it's a transnational problem. They don't respect the lines on the map, and so we have to work between those lines on the map, between countries, sharing intelligence, sharing capabilities, working together to get after these networks that span the entire hemisphere. So that's what ACCC is all about. And that is through Department of War, headquartered in Southcom, and those countries are already starting to collaborate together and build coalitions in border areas in order to work together across the lines and share information. Some of these countries don't even share between services. And we've done a lot of work in the United States intelligence community, even establishing ODNI, the Office of Director of National Intelligence, to fuse all those intelligence, I'm steeped in acronyms, to fuse all those together, and some of that work hasn't been done in some of our partner nations. You'll see the Air Force not sharing with the Navy. So this cartel coalition, being headquartered in Southcom, we're able to share a lot of our lessons learned on building a true joint interagency task force and sharing everything together within the country and then between countries. And that is off to a roaring start. General Donovan is incredible. I just spent the morning with him, and there's a lot of work to do there and a lot of willing partners. Separate from SHIELD of the Americas, which is a tighter coalition, but also more aligned on more things. So the SHIELD of the Americas is countries that are more aligned politically. They're aligned with us economically, and the ability to create an environment to attract U.S. investment, and also across a broad range of security issues.
Yeah, and understanding, obviously, you got to get the main thing first, right? What is the plan to kind of expand that coalition? Obviously, you want to start with the set group of partners, but is there plans, I'm sure there are, to expand that coalition over the next year, 2, 3 years left in the administration?
Absolutely. We'd love to see every country in the hemisphere join, but to join for purpose. So you have to sign on to the specific goal and objectives of that group. We're not trying to grow it so we can put all the flags up and brag about how many people are there. It's only people who are really aligned and sign on to those objectives.
So one thing that ASW Humeyer talked about earlier was the ability to balance the Iran conflict, and I'm sure in the White House you're seeing a lot of this with the prioritization in the national security strategy of the Western Hemisphere. So how are those conversations happening in the Eisenhower building and other spaces with the president in terms of prioritization of the mission in Iran, but also the prioritization of the Western Hemisphere and the homeland?
Well, I'll say it's a big government. So despite what happens in the Middle East, there's still thousands of us who are laser focused on the Western Hemisphere, and our foot has not come off the gas one bit. So the president puts people in charge, he gives them clear direction, and then he moves on to the next thing. But that laser beam of focus is going to come back, because he does always come back and check in. And when he checks in, you need to have progress to show. So nobody has let up at all, even though Iran is consuming the news cycle. I don't care what the news says. I'm focused on accomplishing the President's objective in the Western Hemisphere, and there's tons of people across the government that are in the same place. So the principals, they will focus on the most important thing, the most critical thing, and that's why they have the rest of us to keep moving out on the President's objectives all over the world.
So this week, unbeknownst to a lot of folks here, but the Chiefs of Mission is occurring this week at Southcom. You were there. Secretary Rubio was there earlier this week. National Security Advisor Rubio for your case, right? What kind of conversations, without specifics of course, were you all having in terms of the future direction of U.S. engagement and partnership across the region?
It's mostly centers around the execution of the national security strategy and the national defense strategy. And so for the NSS, the next phase that we're really focused on right now is jump-starting all the investment and the economic activity and the trade activity between the United States and across the region. We have a lot of dry powder. DFC is $200 billion to spend. EXIM has $135 billion to spend. The Office of Strategic Capital at DOW has $200 billion. We need to get that obligated. We're looking for bankable deals. We're looking to get very involved economically across the hemisphere to build those relationships, those long-term business relationships that guarantee our relationships into the future. And we are working to be the better partner. We want to be the partner of choice across the board. And so that means a lot of these countries working with them to help them understand some of the things that are making them uninvestable, some of the things that are driving off opportunity and cost. And then it's up to them. They can change the structure, or it's going to be very, very difficult to do business in those countries. And we're seeing a lot of openness to that, especially when it's followed up with capital and it's followed up with support from the administration to encourage companies to go down there. On the other side, we're trying to change the incentive structure with our laws and our regulations to make it much, much easier for U.S. companies to go down there and work.
So thinking about that, something you said about business investment and the investment within the region, obviously there's a number of conditions that lead to that. So I go back to the NSS and thinking about the return of the Monroe Doctrine, right? Mm-hmm. And the pushing against Chinese investments, particularly in critical infrastructure. Think Panama Canal, think critical minerals across the Western Hemisphere. We're not playing on equal terms, right? The Chinese will invest even at a loss to be able to advance their own strategic gains. Yep. How can we, the United States, compete in that space and incentivize private sector investment beyond just the government institutions and the international banks to support our regional partners?
So there's the Monroe Doctrine and then the three corollaries. So the original Monroe Doctrine was about colonialism. The first corollary was about control of ports. The second corollary was about communism and keeping that out. I think the Trump corollary, or the Monroe Doctrine, is about commerce. It's about building those long-term trade relationships. And so we're focused on the critical infrastructure. We're focused on end-to-end supply chains. We're focused on getting real good investment against solid U.S. companies to get down there and compete. What we saw is all of these tenders that would go out, and you'd have 3 overseas bidders and no American companies there. So I spent a lot of time over the last year talking to American companies to figure out why that is, and trying to change the incentive structure to make it more attractive for them to deploy capital in these strategic projects in important locations. So some of this is being open to creative deal structures. DFC now has, they have a large chunk of money set aside specifically for equity deals. So in some of these countries where they tend to go back and forth between different types of government and you have a fear of expropriation, now you have the U.S. taxpayer in your cap stack, and so they have to go against the actual U.S. government to expropriate your property. That's just one of the changes that we're making to try and make it, to try and de-risk investing in these strategic projects. We do have a lot of money, but it pales in comparison to what's in the private sector. So we're trying to be the anchor investor to get private capital to pile in behind us, because that's really the answer.
So thinking about switching gears a little bit, it links to private investment, but January 3rd, Venezuela. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we're in Miami, so there's a lot of interest here in Venezuela. But what was the reaction from the region, right? Because historically, obviously, there's been a history of perception about U.S. influence in the region and the proactive influence, and it brings back memories associated with the Cold War. At the same time, no one in the region is questioning whether Maduro was a good guy or bad. Everybody knows he was a horrible human being, right? So what kind of reception have you had regarding post-January 3rd and the conversations regarding Venezuela?
What happened on January 3rd?
The removal of Maduro, right?
I'm giving you a hard time. Yeah, after that law enforcement action to remove Maduro, who was not a recognized head of state, he was a fugitive from justice. It's been overwhelmingly positive. Venezuela was a huge problem that was spreading trouble all the way through the region, and now we're in the process of moving through phases. The stabilization will continue through the whole thing. And then now we've just, with the arrival of CDA Barrett, moving into the second phase of recovery. And so now we are working on restarting that economic engine. So, since we're in the Adam Smith Center here, I think that the philosophical underpinnings of that is that there's economic activity that funds the security apparatus. The security apparatus supports the rule of law. The rule of law creates an environment where investors feel safe coming in there, which increases economic activity. And that's Adam Smith's virtuous cycle. And that is what we're trying to get restarted with the partners that are available to keep Venezuela stable and operating, keep the lights on, keep the security forces paid, keep everything moving just enough so we can get some economic activity, so we can start help the country to recover. Then we have to rebuild the election system from the ground up, starting from national ID through rebuilding the institutions, and we're working very hard on that right now to get those election systems built to the point where when an election happens, everyone trusts it. The people of Venezuela, the international community, everyone knows that it was a free and fair and open election. That's going to take some work.
So thinking about not just Venezuela, but the region, and we're going fast, so we don't have a lot of time here, so I do apologize, but thinking about some of the challenges, right? One of the challenges we heard at the America Counter-Cartel Conference was technology and digitalization, and a number of, need for UAS, need for scanners, need for technology investment. What challenges do you see, not just in the technological space, cyberspace, which is a place that the Chinese are playing a large role in the region, but broader in terms of other security impacts that is not as pronounced as transnational criminal organizations or designated terrorist organizations?
Well, we've been changing up our foreign military sales quite a bit over the last few months. Our military equipment is not the best fit for most countries. Our military equipment is built for $1 trillion military, and there's not a lot of those around the world. So a lot of the things that are gold-plated make it a bad fit for other places. And so what we're looking at is that second tier of military companies, especially the up-and-coming companies that are building very innovative equipment that bring a lot of the same capability at a lower price point. And what we might call attritable or semi-attritable in the United States military is actually an awesome solution that brings a ton of capability at a much lower price point, easier to maintain, and easier to replace when you need it. So our defense industrial base is recovering to try and build some of these big gold-plated things, but there's this whole ramp of incredible, innovative new things that we're trying, and we're trying to get those into the FMS pipeline as soon as possible because they're ready for delivery now. So I think building that capability helps a lot of these countries. There's a lot of countries that have been waiting for years to get some of this equipment so that they can go and fight DTOs, and we tell them, you need to do more, and they're like, we're waiting for a gear to arrive, right? So we're trying to solve that problem there, and then also I think through ACCC, like I mentioned, that intelligence sharing and sharing tactics and techniques and procedures, even bringing in advisors on the ground to teach and train, and then we're bringing a ton of people into the United States also to train, to just raise the level of capability across all of our partners in the hemisphere.
Yeah, that reminds me, the defense industrial base, and it's not specific to NSS, but the NDDS was very adamant about revitalizing the defense industrial base and focus on being able to meet the demands, in a year as opposed to waiting 5 years and stuff like
Absolutely.
that. So what are some of the initiatives that you're seeing in terms of supporting kind of the DIB environment, particularly as it relates to getting equipment to partners in the region?
So first funding. So giving them, trying to do multi-year contracts so that the DIB can plan out farther in advance and everything's not an emergency at the last minute. And that would be a better question for Joe because he's more in that day-to-day. I'm just trying to do the interagency coordination in between Department of War and other agencies. But I know from a top level, increasing the funding, doing multi-year contracts, and just being more predictable in our orders, in our requests, so that they can build the capacity and know that it's not going to be wasted capacity.
So thinking about SHIELD, again, I know you just had a conversation recently with Secretary Noem. You've been working closely with her in her new role as Special Envoy. What can we, the audience, and those watching online kind of anticipate over the next few months in terms of key efforts, key initiatives, and kind of the direction that SHIELD is taking?
So she just wrapped up her talk right before I came over here, so I have the latest on SHIELD.
Breaking news, by the way.
She is very excited about the role. She's completely committed to the Western Hemisphere and to serving the president and accomplishing his objectives. So she will be specifically managing the relationship of the SHIELD countries and building this into a very strong coalition. The membership, as I mentioned, is open. We would love to see more countries choose to align with us. But I think the SHIELD countries will be at the front of the line for investment, for helping solve their problems, to just being good partners because we're stronger, much, much stronger together, especially resisting non-hemispheric influence because we can all partner together on things. And so it makes it harder to pick us off one at a time when we have that SHIELD out in front of the hemisphere. So you should see a lot more from SHIELD coming up. She is building it from the ground up. So she's laying all the groundwork right now. And I think you'll start to see some of those initiatives come out. And it will be a coalition of like-minded nations. And so you'll see the same messaging from us. You'll see the same priorities from us. We have all specifically chosen that group because they chose to align with us and support us publicly and privately. So we're very excited about the direction that SHIELD's going. And it will be, mainly, like the NSS says, to build a Western Hemisphere that's safer, stronger, and more prosperous.
With that note, any final messages that you'd like to share with our audience, not just here, but the hundreds that are watching online across the hemisphere in terms of the Trump administration message to the region?
Absolutely. I would say right now we're looking for deals. We're looking for bankable deals that are investable, that we can start to deploy this capital from all those pots of money that I just mentioned, and then increase the strength and the resiliency of the Western Hemisphere. Projects we're looking at, like you mentioned here before, are the infrastructure projects, the technology projects, agriculture and trade, all of those things that we want to build, and we want to get those north-south trade routes really established and solidified so that we're all on the same page and we have all those things in common. We want to be the partner of choice. We're going to make you a better deal.
Sir, well, I appreciate the time. Thank you for joining us here at the Hemispheric Security Conference, and you're welcome back anytime.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
And then I think we got a picture. All right, so we will be going on a brief 15-minute coffee break, so we invite you to grab some coffee and join us back in here in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to get started in 3 minutes. In 3 minutes.
Okay, good. Good afternoon, everyone. I just would like to do a quick brief and a demonstration of our illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing dashboard that we have here at the Jack Gordon Institute. So my name is Wade Vickery. I'm a junior analyst at the Jack D. Gordon Institute for Public Policy, as well as a graduate student here in the Master of Arts Global Affairs program at FIU. So here we can see our ArcGIS dashboard on IUU fishing. So that is our illegal, unregulated, unreported fishing. Now, you may be thinking this is an economic security or environmental security issue, but this does have clear effects on these nations' national security. And when we look at that, it's not just the fact that we are overfishing 90% of global fish stocks, and that 1 in 5 fish that we encounter are illegally caught. It's that as these stocks are overfished, we lose these local and regional economies and jobs for these individuals. And this leaves them susceptible to other forms of illicit activity outside of their normal fishing activities. So this could be drug trafficking, human trafficking, other forms of using their vessels to maintain their way of life. So this dashboard isn't just an informational exhibit on the IUU problem in South America. This is a tool to inform decision makers, and I'd like to show you a little bit about how we do that today. So the 3 main activities that we look at are the fishing activities themselves. So that could be long, slow speed operations, so that it could indicate trolling or wide net fishing, these big scalping fishing operations. Then we have ship-to-ship meetings. So this is transshipment, similar to money laundering. So we have illegal catch on ship A. We meet with ship B in the middle of the open water. Ship B is a clean vessel. We transfer our illegal catch to ship B, and then ship B then goes to a clean port to enter our illegal catch into a legal economy. And then we have our dark activities. So these dark activities are the turning off of our AIS transponders to hide these IUU activities. So they approach these economic exclusivity zones, as we can see on our map here. They pile up off the coast of these hotspot fishing areas. They turn off their transponder. They cross over into an exclusivity zone, and then they illegally fish. And so as we adjust the map, all of these points adjust on our dashboards. So these three activities can be filtered through to see, okay, we have 360,000 points of information. How do we get to one specific vessel, and how do we stop them from illegally fishing? So we can click on different points. Let's look at China today. So we'll click on our graph, and we'll see how the map auto-populates only Chinese vessels. So we can see here we've gone from this large amount of activities down to a smaller amount. And then as we look at the bottom right underneath our map, these are the top 10 vessels of each activity in a region. So as we zoom in, let's look at the coast of Argentina today, as they are in a big fishing season. So this change is the chart, and we can click on, say, the top vessel in this region. So we can see that this vessel is operating over 8,000 hours of illegal fishing activity. The map shows us all of these activities, but I want to look at a specific example today of what they are doing in this region right now. So I want to plug into our filter at the top for dark activities, the Yangfa 6. So this is a Chinese fishing vessel that is currently acting in this region. So the red point a little further north on the map is an ongoing activity. So this shows us that this vessel has turned off its AIS transponder and is currently missing. So this is its last known location, just off the EEZ line of Argentina, and it disappeared 3 days ago, and it hasn't come back online. So we want to know, well, where's it going to be? We can talk all day about what happened, but we're here to prevent illegal fishing. This is a tool to help informed decision makers solve the problem. So we want to look at who they may meet with. Remember, we're looking at ship-to-ship meetings as well. So we can plug it into another filter on vessel 1, because it is our focus vessel, and we can plug in Yangfa 6 again. And now it's going to show ship-to-ship meetings purely with this vessel. So we can click on this point here and say, okay, so it's going to show our information on the vessel. Okay, Chinese flag, this is the time of the meeting. Scroll down a little bit further, and we can see who it's met with. Okay, so it's met with the Yangfa 9. So this is another Chinese flagged fishing vessel back off the coast of Argentina. And if we want to dive in a little bit deeper, this dashboard has been created with our partners at Windward Intelligence, and we can click on this link and find out a little bit more about these vessels. So here at our link, we are able to see a picture of the vessel, a little bit about the ownership of the vessel, and its MMSI, IMO, and some other information if it is available. And we can scroll down, see why it is high risk. Its dark activity frequency, its ship-to-ship frequency, slow speed operations, high amounts of forced labor, which is common in these IUU fishing vessels. And we can scroll down a little bit further. If it's on a blacklist, it indicates it, but we see the big map. This tracks back a year of activity for this vessel, where it's been. Its port activity, we can see that its last port call was in Uruguay, and we can see if it is reporting where its next destination is. Right now, we can see that it's left the coast of Argentina, is on the tip of Africa right now, off of South Africa. We can scroll down a little bit further, and if we want to get deeper into, hey, where is it turning off its transmission activity? How frequent is it doing? Does it have other names that it has been in the past? Is it spoofing its AIS? What are its current activities, history? We can scroll down a little bit further and get deeper into the ownership. We even have the address. So when we go back to the dashboard real quick, we can really see that this is a very broad subject. When we look at it in a whole, it can be too much to consume. But with proper filters and utilization of this tool, we can narrow down to specific instances and then build out from there, building a network of, okay, ship A meets with ship B meets with ships C and D, and so forth, so that way we can systematically create a system a lot of systems there, sorry about that. But to stop this problem and ideally reduce the amount of illegal fishing off your waters, securing your national security. So now I'd like to introduce our moderator for today's session on Maritime Security Reimagined. So this is going to be run today by Bruce Vitor, the Director of Research and Operations here at FIU's Jack D. Gordon Institute for Public Policy. He joins us after a 27-year career in the U.S. Army, where he finished here in Miami at U.S. Southern Command as the Chief of Future Operations. So please join me in welcoming Bruce Vitor to the stage and our panel.
And please let's give a round for Wade here. He's a great example of, these are the kind of students that we have here, right? I mean, he's only been here for a month working for me, and look what he can do. If this interests you, if I can get the panel to start coming up here, and we'll get set as I talk through a little bit. But again, we're out in the lobby. Wade's out there with some of our other research coordinators. If you want to get a demo or talk through that, or any of the other dashboards we have, we're happy to cover that, and some of the other publications that we have for it also. What I would like to say here too, a couple things on the dashboard, is so we worked with Southcom to identify the hotspots to begin with, and then with Windward to build the AI model to get that activity in those areas. There was a Southcom analyst who was on a Coast Guard ship off the coast of Peru, went 2 years in a row. First year, the way he described looking at boardings, they looked out on the horizon and identified some random ship out there. And he kind of said in his anecdote, about 10% of the time they found illegal activity, some IUU fishing, and did some citations. The second year, using this dashboard and a reach back cell back at Southcom in order to sort of target and look at what are those high risk vessels, it went up well over 50% from where it was before. So again, in a resource constrained environment with not a lot of ISR or cutters to go do boardings, every thing you can do counts. And so the one thing also, if you can go to and another part of this, if you go to the AI export there's a chatbot in here, and there's a ton of information. This has more data that's in the data set in terms of why is it high risk, last port, next port, et cetera. So just highlight that. So with that, if you can close that down. So I'd like to introduce my panel here. And so starting with next to me, we have Rear Admiral retired Mike Studeman. Mike's a senior fellow with the Jack Gordon Institute for Public Policy. He's also got a long distinguished career in the U.S. Navy. He was a commander of the Office of Naval Intelligence, as well as an intel director for two combatant commands, Indo-PACOM and Southcom, here just down the street. We also then have Juan Pablo Toro. Juan Pablo is a senior fellow at the Chilean think tank Athena Lab, as well as the Royal United Services Institute in London. He's worked with us on a number of Latin American Caribbean conferences, to include last year's HSC. And he just recently published some papers on Chinese dual-use maritime capabilities, as well as undersea cable strategy. And then on the end, we have Greg Cassad. Greg is the monitoring, control, and surveillance advisor to Skylight, where he supports governments and conservation partners, strengthening maritime domain awareness and enforcement capacity. He's a veteran of the U.S. Coast Guard, where, again, he's began and has been working on illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing for a long time now. So, again, we'll get into to hear from the panelists here and jump into the actual panel, which is entitled Maritime Security Reimagined, Navigating New Threats at Sea. So again, the illicit trafficking, a lot of what we've looked at historically is drug trafficking in particular, certainly other maritime crime, piracy, arms smuggling, human trafficking, and migrant trafficking has been significant also. But I'd argue with what we're going to say here and hopefully describe, some of the changes are that the maritime domain is not just the transit zone. It's a contested strategic area in which competition is increasingly under the level of armed conflict. And some examples of these are the IUU fishing, port acquisitions, which again were covered a lot in the infrastructure panel earlier, but dual-use maritime capabilities and infrastructure, and then vulnerabilities to communications and infrastructure and undersea cables. So I'd like to start off with Mike and to see, could you frame for us the current environment and what concerns you most about that?
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. Honored to be here, and I'm proud to be a newly minted senior fellow at FIU. I hope I live up to my responsibilities, and it's an honor to be here with Juan Pablo and Greg. I prefer to do things macro to micro and kind of look at the big strategic movements and trends first. So if you'd permit me, I would just say the way I think about the maritime environment today and some of the changes that are underway, one, there's a change in awareness. Secondly, a change in the number of apertures, sensors that are out there in the maritime domain. And the third piece is AI. So I have like sort of triple A thing here with the awareness, the apertures, and AI. And so it's very clear to me that most people in the world today have awoken to the value of the maritime domain. This was not always the case. We have taken the maritime domain for granted for too long. In the Navy, we would call this sea blindness, right? And I believe that the scales have kind of fallen from many people's eyes who didn't know how important the maritime domain was to their lives. And I think that the Ukraine war was one of the first kind of big epiphanies that people had when they had the interrupted energy supplies, grain supplies that feed the world, right? And so that's persisted since 2022. And then this strange group called the Houthis, right, in Yemen, you wouldn't think that they would affect your personal lives, but then, ships were avoiding the Red Sea for all the attacks that were taking place and going all the way around the Cape of Good Hope and rising prices associated with their transit fees. And then, of course, you had the Iran war here recently, still unresolved, and the impact on your personal lives from pumping gas to prices in the stores. And so I do believe, finally, we've had kind of this awareness as to how the maritime domain and what happens there, how that is interrupted can affect us. And I think the main point to talk about is not necessarily people want to talk about the fragility of all this. Things are so tightly wired, right? The just-in-time delivery, that when that's interrupted, we feel it. And I think there's a better word for this, and that's the leverageability of the maritime domain, where you can have small, seemingly distant actors suddenly transform their capability to use a weapon of mass disruption and to have global effects, right? And so the leverageability in Latin America obviously relates to, how your transnational criminal organizations are able to hide in the noise and the static and still have a pathway to be able to conduct their business. And the same is true of sort of the dark, shadow fleets that you've heard about now, that I've known about for almost all of my career, that frankly are getting, the right kind of attention now, not just observing them, but actually doing something about them. So that's the A word on awareness, and I think we've changed for the good. Secondly, when I think about the apertures, there's a sea change with regard to how many sensors are out there now. We're not just talking about drones, but clearly there's going to be a massive influx of drones in all of the warfare domains. But in the maritime spaces, it's changing sort of the nature of what you see and how quickly you can see it with different phenomenologies. And there's that. You have the Southcom's establishment of their Autonomous Warfare Command, which is designed solely to bring more autonomous, assets and drones into the Southcom AOR. That will bring more apertures or sensors as well, but we're talking about the realization with regard to what commercial imagery, geospatial imagery now gives from space. It could be radar, it could be EO, it could be any number of signals detectors for AIS, but today what you can actually get from a variety of different sources is revolutionary in terms of illuminating and lightening up areas that had been dark for too long, which all sorts of actors, nation state and transnational, have been using. And then the final area of artificial intelligence is truly a game changer there as well, because in order for you to be able to use your limited assets with economy, you're going to have to operate with speed and at scale to understand what you can go after, when you can go after it, and have the highest impact. And artificial intelligence, we're starting to harness it, is now giving us an ability to do what I spent years of my life doing in a very slow, primitive fashion, which is all source fusion, almost manually. It got more automated over time, but it's nothing compared to the speed with which artificial intelligence now can actually fuse all these different sources. And we're talking about not just the traditional ones that you would say is ISR. We're talking about social media and being able to scrape social media very quickly. So we're talking about the ability to pick up on digital signatures and being able to make sense of those things in a more timely way in ways humans couldn't. And to me, as we take a look at our ability to do things in the maritime domain for protection and our security, that these trends leading all the way up to artificial intelligence will enable us to actually do more with less. And so I think that's going to be a path that we're on. I believe that artificial intelligence is not yet ready to give us a God's eye view of the maritime space and the people and the processes and the infrastructure and all the rest inside of it. But we need to steadily work towards being able to tap into more data sources and be able to do better fusion as we go along. So there's the AAA framework for me as a way to think about the major trends in the maritime space.
Great, thank you, Mike. I'd like to then, with Juan Pablo, kind of, as we look big picture and get a little more narrow and look at the undersea cables, and based on your recent paper, if you highlight some of the key findings from that and the most concerning parts about China's undersea cable strategy.
Well, thanks for having me here, Bruce, again, and to the FIU. And as you mentioned, we recently published a paper along with my friend Martin Brown. It's over here. He's a young, talented researcher here at the FIU. Undersea cables. I don't want to go so technical on this issue, but to understand the importance of undersea cables, between 99 or 95% of the world data goes through undersea cables. So this is why the undersea cables represent the nervous systems of the world economy and the world communications. These communications include from military intelligence to financial transactions. So this is why are so important. If you see the map of Latin America especially, most of the countries of Latin America, with the exception of Brazil, connect themselves to the world using US cables. So recently, China, in the framework of the Digital Silk Road Initiative, is offering through companies as HMN Tech, former Huawei Maritime Network, and China Mobile is offering right now different projects to different countries in Latin America to develop connections between these countries to China, or to develop cables to connect different countries inside the region. One example is Guyana-Suriname system. So this is a kind of new initiative. Of course, most of the countries are interested in to develop or to increase their connections with the world, because in this digital economy these days, if you have better connections and more connections, of course, your economy is going to do a better job. No? I mean, to increase to open new business with different markets. But as the Professor Mearsheimer described early in the morning, we live in a multipolar world with three big powers, US, China, and Russia, basically redrawing or creating sphere of influences in the world. And these spheres of influence implies political level, economic level, military level, and of course, technological level. And in the case of our research, basically, when we discovered when the countries are looking for increase their connection with the world through cables, they need to understand the world picture of the strategic consequences when the countries choose a provider. Because in the case of Chinese company, you need to understand who is the final owner, or if these companies are aligned with the national objectives of the Chinese regime. Especially because there's a law from the 2017, a cybersecurity law in China, basically that created an obligation to private companies to share data with the intelligence agencies. And if you connect your country with China using a Chinese company, or you choose a Chinese provider, there's a high probability that your data, your national data, you are going to put your national data in hands of finally in the Chinese state. And you need to understand that. And it's not easy for a country to understand that, because I think in Latin America and in the Caribbean, we don't have a strategic culture. Basically, we are still thinking on just business. Yeah? So if a Chinese provider offers me basically the cheapest offer, I'm going to choose that offer compared with different projects from different companies from Europe or from the US. So I think we need to change our mindset. And of course, when we think in terms of maritime security, as the Admiral described it, we've been focused in the recent decades basically in Western Hemispheric waters, in drug trafficking and in illegal fishing in the recent years. But we need to understand what is the importance of what we have basically beneath the sea. I mean, and cables are especially important these days because we discovered, if we see what is going on inside the world, you mentioned the Houthis, the Houthis is a non-state actor that attack cables using explosives in a very simple way, but in a very effective way to create disruptions. Of course, we've been watching what is going on in the Baltic, and around Taiwan waters. So revisionist powers are very focused in undersea cables in order to create disruptions, but in order to gathering data for cables. So recently in Chile, I don't know if you are following with the story, Chile decided to block a project to a company, a China mobile company, basically is insisting to create a connection between Chile and China. A few years ago, we decided to reject this project, and basically we choose Google as a company to create, basically to lay a cable between Chile and Asia using Australia as an outpost. But the Chinese company insists in this new project, and we need to understand why they are so persistent. Because Chile is a 20 million country. It's not the biggest economy in the region. But basically, we need to understand that basically Chile is not the main objective. We need to understand that China wants to develop their own connections to the regions, because if I send a message, you say in my phone or my computer, an email to China, this message goes through the US and then to China. So China wants to develop their own connections to not pass through the US. So this is the first objective in all the persistent attitude of China to promote their own cable systems in Latin America. Second of all, of course, using Chile, the Chinese want to access to the Brazilian data market. And this is really the final goal. And of course, they want to access to Argentina through Chile. And finally, I think that there's a lot of interest of China to basically to one day access to all the data that is generated in Antarctica. And Chile is studying, and right now there's a project to connect the continental American Chile with the Chilean Antarctica through a cable. So if one day we conquer this project, China could access to the data to Antarctica in an easy way between these two cables. The one connect China with South America and the one that connect Chile with the Antarctica one day. But this represents a serious challenge, especially to the Monroe Doctrine. And Professor Merzheim recommend that it's not very smart to challenge the Monroe Doctrine this day. We learn in Chile in the hard way because in the case of the cable issue, basically the State Department announced that they are revoking visas to one minister of the last administration of Chile, the Boric government, and two other officials because they are creating a risk to the regional security because the last government authorized the Chinese cable. But they say that it was just a project. But the government was discovered, the Boric government was basically hiding information. But fortunately, we are not to allow this Chinese company to lay a cable between Chile and China. And just in order to finish, other concern that we discovered, and it's very important, that there are some countries that basically are accepting these offers from Chinese companies to lay cables, undersea cables, but also they are part of the Smart Cities project developed by Huawei company, and also they are using Chinese equipment for surveillance. So if you connect surveillance with the Smart City projects and cable, that's allowed vertical integration to gather your intel and your national data. So this is part of our findings.
Thanks. I have questions for both of you, but I want to make sure we get Greg to talk here. Greg, so illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing can be complicated beyond just the name. But can you kind of talk to us about the challenges of governance of IUU fishing?
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. And first, I'd be remiss if I didn't say thank you to FIU and to the sponsors of this event. I've been fortunate enough to be coming for a couple of years to talk about IUU fishing, and it's an absolute pleasure to be on the stage with these gentlemen and yourself, Bruce. I want to talk about IUU fishing. So just kind of like, what's my perspective? Where do I fit into this? I'm a Coast Guard guy. I come from a maritime security background, but I work at this intersection between maritime security, the conservation community, and then technology. And that's the group that I'm here working with is Skylight, which is a product that comes out of the Allen Institute of Artificial Intelligence. And I will happily talk with anybody on the side about Skylight, but I'm not going to talk about Skylight during this presentation today. What I want to talk about is 3 points. The first with IUU. We talk a lot about the I piece of IUU. We talk a lot about the illegal piece. That's that vessel entering in, it's a vessel using the wrong gear, perhaps fishing out of season, those type of illegal issues, oftentimes tied to sovereignty. As we looked at the dashboard earlier and we talk about vessels being inside of Argentina or Peru's waters, those are sovereignty issues. And that's why people rightfully focus on it. But I will tell you that I think that the community focusing on the U and the U, and that being the unreported and the unregulated. Now, I will say, unregulated, outside the blue hole off of Argentina, there aren't a lot of places left that are unregulated. Perhaps under-regulated, but not where there isn't some level of governance or some type of law in place. The unreported is the place where, for me, I get a lot of concerns. You cannot manage what you do not know. If I do not know how reproductive my fish stocks are, if I do not know how much catch is being taken out of it, there is absolutely no way that I can be successful in managing that fishery. So I would just encourage, as people think about this issue, don't just focus on the I piece, but also looking at how do we build that institutional capacity within these countries, within the region, across the globe, to address the unreported aspects of it and understanding our fish stocks. Because these fish stocks are public trust resources. So we can't lose sight of this. These resources should be for your country. They should be for your protein. They should be for your economy. They should be for your coastal communities. And if we do it right, it will last in perpetuity. It can, but we have to do it right. So just keeping that concept in mind associated with it. Now, I promise, Bruce, I'll pick up my pace. I'm not fast. I'm not a fast speaker, but one of the things I want for this community, the security community, to recognize, coming from a security background, I always thought of environmental groups, and I had a certain perspective associated with where they were coming from. And what I want folks in this room who work in the security side to know is there are nonprofits that are working in this space that are natural partners for you. We are working with the governments to develop this persistent presence piece, being able to understand what is going on in your waters, being able to build the capabilities and the capacity within the country to be able to monitor their waters and then also monitor their fleets. And one example I'll give you is just in the Eastern Tropical Pacific, underneath the CMAR project, working with Ecuador, Colombia, Panama, and Costa Rica, there is a project underway that was funded by the Bezos Earth Fund that is supporting the establishment of command centers, looking at these fisheries monitoring centers, developing the skills within as analysts, but also for law enforcement officers, fisheries officers, and prosecutors, and press. How do you push this out? How do you actually talk about these issues and have that resonate with the public? So there are partners out there that maybe you don't know about. And so what I would offer to you, the security community, is please be open to us. Be open to talking with us and sharing information. You have a lot of lessons learned. You've spent a lot of time and effort and capital learning some of those lessons. It would be fantastic for those to be shared with us. And then the final point, and the Admiral already made this point very eloquently, so I will be very brief with it. Within the environmental community, when we talk about ocean governance, the talk right now is about the biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, or BB&J. That is the topic du jour. And what I will say to you is, I asked ChatGPT, just to use a little bit of AI, I asked ChatGPT when I was sitting over there earlier this afternoon, and I said, what is the size of the EEZs in the Western Hemisphere? And it came back with 15 million square miles. I don't know if that's right or not, but I can guarantee you it's pretty close, and that's a lot of water. And from my perspective, when we start talking about BB&J and trying to do things on the high seas, those waters beyond national jurisdiction, boy, oh boy, the ability to use satellites to be able to detect and be able to identify, and that's where the skylight, and this is my only pitch I'll make for it, this is where we're working on. We're working on taking that information from publicly available satellites, from commercial satellites, taking that and turning it into information that comes in a near real-time fashion. When I say that, I'm talking some of our events come through in the matter of minutes. Some of them come through the satellite data we're talking about within hours. And we're putting that information in front of analysts so they can make decisions on how they allocate resources. So again, there's a community out there in the nonprofit sector. We're coming at it from a different angle, but we have similar goals and objectives.
Thanks, Greg. Again, we only have a minute or so left here, but we'll do a quick lightning round here. And so going back to you, Mike, in terms of technology or policy cooperation, how do we get more upstream and ahead of some of the problem?
Yeah, I do think that the technology, if we do it right, is going to enable us to do what we're going to need to do, keeping in mind that our adversaries are also using that technology, and whether they're hiding or they're exploiting, this is going to be a battle of who uses it best. And in my view, whether you're talking about a TCO or nation states, they've all benefited from us being very fragmented. We've heard that theme before in this conference. And so the question is whether or not we're going to trust each other and trust each other with the right kind of data so that it can be aggregated. So today you have a few data streams that have been braided together, and maybe that's occurred within a certain number of silos, but we're going to have to get really good at this idea of what interagency, whole of government, looks like in terms of sharing data. We were talking about, Coast Guard, fishery agencies, port authorities, our internal investigative capability, our financial, crimes units, et cetera. Like, how are they going to actually share the right kind of data? Because the clues are in there. You may not think so, but they are, and we're proving it out. And so we need to be able to actually essentially intertwine more of these data streams together. We need to have policies that allow us to do this. And we need to have the trust, I think, when we work it well intrastate, that we're going to have to figure out what the interstate corollary of that looks like. Because these are threats that are obviously crossing borders, are multinational by their very nature. And so how do we actually have the trust to be able to combine forces when it comes to the data that we get? Today, I believe we're on a data hilltop, but I don't think we actually have a stratospheric view of the problem set. And we're going to need to slowly but surely build out a data ocean from a data lake, from a data stream, to be able to actually enable us to do as much as our tools really could potentially empower us. And I think without that, with adversaries using these same tools, then you'll find that they'll continue to find avenues to do what they do, and we won't be able to win the competition there.
Great, thanks. And Greg, I'd like to go back over to you and then finish Juan Pablo with the final word. So there is some level of cooperation on different things with drug trafficking and in other areas. What's hindering that same cooperation in terms of IUU fishing? Is it legal, political, cultural? What do you think?
Yeah, it's interesting. We heard a little bit of this from the infrastructure group earlier, talking about governance and some of the themes we've heard from the various speakers today, where you have agencies that don't talk to each other. And that is absolutely the case with fisheries. And we can only, I think the Admiral used the word that I love to use when I'm talking about this, we can only operate at the speed of trust. And in an unfortunate situation, in a lot of places, there is a lack of trust between the Fisheries Administration, the Ministry of the Environment, and the National Defense. Some of those are well-earned, and well-earned may not be the right term, but hopefully you understand what I mean. There's good reason for you to have some potential issues there. So you have to break that down, and you have to then figure out how do you get to the point where you're making decisions as the whole of government. So we have a response where if we have an illegal fishing vessel that's engaged in a country's water, it isn't the Coast Guard taking an action. It's the government of Argentina. And for those of you who haven't been watching, there's a recent case that the government, and I want to, I don't know if any of the Argentine friends are still in the room, Argentina is doing some very innovative things on how they're using law to deal with illegal fishing. I don't have time to get into it today. I encourage everybody, do a quick search on Google and you'll find this recent case where they are in the process of some legal proceedings addressing some illegal fishing that happens there in the Blue Hole. So it is this piece. We do have lessons to learn. There has been a lot of lessons learned on the security side that should be transferred to the environmental side as well.
Thanks, Greg. And again, Juan Pablo, the last minute here. What cooperation recommendations would you say, like how do we address the problem you described with the undersea cable vulnerabilities?
Well, in terms of cooperation, I mean, especially in Latin America and the Caribbean, I think we need to develop screening investment mechanisms. Most of the country of Latin America, we don't have these kind of mechanisms. Could be a committee, so you can share the CFIUS experience to many countries in Latin America, or could be regulations. But we need to start or create a cooperation and develop these mechanisms to cover this issue of the undersea cables, but another kind of strategic technologies. Second, I think the DFC can play a role here, providing aid or loans to develop projects across the region in terms of increasing connectivity with new undersea cable systems. I hope the DFC plays a role because it fits with the new national security strategy in order to develop or provide clean networks. Maybe you remember the clean network concept for the last Trump administration. And finally, in terms of security and defense of cybersecurity, I think we could include cable protection in our regular naval exercises as UNITAS or different kind of exercises of operation across the region. I think during the last year, as I mentioned, we are very focused on illegal fishing. That is good and important, of course, and drug trafficking, but we need to move forward and include protection of cables or undersea cables in this competitive multipolar world that is more dangerous, as Professor Mersheimer mentioned.
Great. Thanks. Unfortunately, we're over time now, but again, thank you to the panelists, Mike, Juan Pablo, Greg. Again, hopefully shed some light on some of the threats that are out there in the maritime domain and build upon what we talked about earlier in the conference too. But if you give me a round of applause for the panel, I appreciate it.
Well done. Thank you.
Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Let's give another round of applause for this wonderful panel, please. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexandra Bishop. I'm a recent political science graduate at FIU and a junior analyst at the Jack D. Gordon Institute, focusing on China's space in Latin America, which is why I'm very excited to introduce this next panel, The Future of Conflict, Space, Cyber, and Drones, which will discuss how the convergence of these domains is transforming modern warfare, highlighting their interconnected roles, emerging vulnerabilities, and the strategic adaptations required for states to remain resilient in a multi-domain battle space. This panel will be moderated by Guido Torres, the Executive Director of the Irregular Warfare Initiative and a national security professional with over 20 years of experience. Please help me welcome our distinguished guests.
Mine's working.
We're being attacked by China already.
Yeah, I think mine is on.
Adversaries at work. You're good now.
He said you're good.
Hello, hello. All right. Technical issues, of course, at the end of the day.
Hey, so good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to moderate the final panel of the day here at FIU on the future of warfare, space, cyber, and autonomous systems. I would be remiss if I didn't mention from the Regular Warfare Initiative some of the work we're currently doing that aligns with this panel pretty well. The first is we have a 6-part podcast on the future of warfare, and we also now have a special project specifically looking at emerging technology. So I ask you guys to check that out. I think it'll be pretty informative for you. But more importantly, today we're joined by a special group of experts here from various sectors that focus on technologies that are already shaping the Western Hemisphere and the character of war. So let's begin with some brief introductions. Laura Delgado Lopez is a senior fellow at FIU's Jack D. Gordon Institute, where she focuses on space activities, governance in Latin America. She has also served as a NASA policy advisor and completed a CSIS Americas Program Fellowship focused on Latin American space programs. Laura recently published a paper titled Mapping Space Security in Latin America here through FIU. Dr. Angel Diaz is a defense and intelligence executive, entrepreneur, Navy veteran, and technology transition expert whose work bridges emerging technology and operational impact across AI-enabled capabilities, autonomy, cyber, sensing, communication, and next-generation defense systems. Dr. Donovan Johnson is an assistant professor of public policy and administration at FIU, whose work examines digital transformation, cybersecurity, public administration, governance, social equity, and the policy implications of technology such as cryptocurrency. And lastly, Dr. O, he told me just to say Dr. O so I wouldn't butcher his name, is an electrical engineer and associate group leader at MIT Lincoln Laboratory, whose work focuses on miniaturized RF systems, small radars, wideband antennas, drone-carried sensors, and special operations relevant sensing technologies. All right, so just some opening remarks here to provide some context for the discussion we're going to have today. This topic does sound somewhat futuristic, but it's not abstract anymore. We're watching the future of warfare unfold before our very eyes across the world. In Ukraine, low-cost drones, AI-enabled targeting, electronic warfare, and commercial space are reshaping the relationship between cost, mass, and precision. In the Middle East, the Iran conflict reminds us that modern warfare is not about missiles and airstrikes. It's also about drones, cyber operations, maritime choke points, energy, and economy security and critical infrastructure. And here in our own hemisphere, developments in Venezuela, tensions with Cuba, the activities of transnational criminals and terrorist organizations, and competition over critical infrastructure from ports to telecom and data systems all reinforce the same reality. Technology central to hemispheric security. We're also seeing something else, the use of commercial dual-use space systems to support real-world military targeting. That raises a different kind of question for our hemisphere, not just about capability, but also about access, control, and governance. And what can we do about it? So Southcom now is standing up an autonomous warfare command, an explicit recognition of autonomy, AI, and unmanned systems that are no longer niche capabilities, but central to how we operate in the region. The Western Hemisphere has its own operating environment, though. We face nation-state competition, but also criminal and terrorist networks and access to advanced tools, fragile institutions, infrastructure, vulnerabilities, and contested information spaces. So the issue is not just high-end military platforms, it's whether states can secure their infrastructure, data systems, and institutions in an increasingly contested environment. The National Defense Strategy reinforces this by emphasizing homeland defense, hemispheric security, and the need to operate across domains with integrated, resilient capabilities. So today I want to focus on 3 questions. What's changing in the character of war? How does that affect Latin America and the Caribbean? And what can we do together to build resilience and advantage? So the central question is no longer what technology is coming, it's who can integrate technology, institutions, industry, and partners fast enough to generate resilience, deterrence, and strategic advantage. So with that, let's begin. Laura, my first question is to you. Your recent report makes the useful point that space security views in the region are not monolithic. They are often differ across diplomatic, civil, technical, and defense communities. In an era when operations around the world depend heavily on space-based capabilities, how should we be thinking about space as part of hemispheric security? And I don't mean just from a warfighting domain perspective, but also from governance and resilience and strategic competition.
Great, thank you so much, Guido. You know, I think to start off, it's important to think about space activities, technology, assets as not something that's just up there, right? And it's this hidden, invisible infrastructure that fuels so much of our everyday life, excuse me, but also essential functions of the state, right? And so critical infrastructure, financial transactions, you know, everything that kind of coupled with cyber, there's a lot of important kind of alignment there that needs to be examined. But, you know, responding to a natural disaster, understanding the weather, the list goes on and on. And that's why it gets to some of the concerns that you raised. Because it's a hidden infrastructure, often those vulnerabilities are hidden. And so you add that to the fact that in emerging ecosystems, such as the ones we have in Latin America, you know, that are still shaping the space environment, they're figuring out priorities, they're figuring out, you know, who is going to be engaged in certain activities. There are decisions that are made in a very fragmented way that ignore the fact that it's so integral to our life, even today. So one of the important dynamics, I think, is even a country that doesn't have any satellites today, which there are very few, by the way, uses space technology, relies on space technology. And so when they start thinking about space and they ignore this kind of more integral, systemic aspect, they might not be aware that their universities have activities, research activities that may be relevant to some of these conversations, that they have private actors that are maybe forging alliances with foreign companies, and there's a lot of good and, you know, great opportunities with that, but there's also risks. And then, of course, as you mentioned in the paper that I authored, you may have a civil entity that's pursuing certain space priorities and activities in a certain fashion, and they may not be coordinating very well with the defense side. So maybe the defense side of the house, say in Argentina, for example, maybe they're very aware of the space and cyber connection and how, you know, cyber threats can impact space infrastructure and our ability to use that infrastructure in you know, for everyday life, but the civil side may not be aware. So it's this really complex set of issues that I think are heightened by the fact that we already rely on space so much. So the point I'll end on is, you mentioned resilience. That is, I think, where a lot of our countries can do a lot of more work on, because it's understanding, you know, where those vulnerabilities are, and then thinking about what does resilience look like, and it may not look like building more space infrastructure, but thinking about how to couple that with some of the other technologies that we're going to talk about today.
Sure. I know this is a topic you're very passionate about and done a lot of work on. What would you say, just as a follow-up, what would you say what are our partners looking for? Is it for, you know, space for climate monitoring, disaster response? What are they looking for, and then what can the U.S. do to partner, support either the U.S. or Western countries with kind of the growth of space in the Western Hemisphere?
Yeah, great question. I actually started looking at space development in Latin America partly because of a curiosity of what drives this interest in space in other countries. I'm very familiar with the narrative, you know, the Cold War beginning of the space race and all that. It's very different in some other countries in our region, and most of the countries in our region. The priorities that drive space investment are really rooted in societal benefit. So it's this idea of, in fact, it's more akin to looking at India's space program and thinking about how can space assets help me make better environmental decisions, help me manage IUU fishing, or you know, maritime domain security, national security, right? The movement of people, climate change, et cetera, you name it, all the things that I think are top of mind in the agendas of the leaders in the region, right? So those are the things I care about.
Right.
So because of that, I think of course, there's a need to continue to provide access and training on the technical side, but where I see efforts sometimes stall and die is actually in the integration, right? How do you translate? At the end of the day, a satellite image could just be a pretty picture if it's not integrated into the decision workflow and provided in a timely enough fashion that someone can actually make a decision based on that, right? And so I think that is where a lot of opportunities lie. You know, the previous panel talked a lot about lessons learned sharing. I think that is something we, the United States, Canada, you know, we could do more of, which is sharing lessons learned about, hey, this is what happened, for example, when we had an emergency, you know, a natural disaster, and we needed to get data to first responders to be able to get the supplies and get the help to the people that needed it. And of course, we use satellite communications, we use satellite imagery for that. But this is what went right and wrong. I wish there was more of that so that then our governments can think about, okay, these are the institutional frameworks, the laws, the policies, the regulations that we need in place to enable that. It's a bit of to my earlier point, and just to end, when I started, I said, we need to think about space as not something that's up there, right? So if you just focus on the technology, then you're never gonna think through these issues.
Great answer. All right, Donovan. Across the hemisphere, we see governments digitizing faster than we've ever seen before. Their institutions, faster than their institutions can secure regulatory and government kind of oversight. How should we think about digital transformation as a security issue and not just an efficiency project?
Thanks for the question. I think not very often on a panel I get asked a question with the answer in the question. And so thank you for that. The more we digitally transform is the more we should see digital transformation as an expansion of the national security perimeter, naturally, especially in the age of emerging technologies. Digital transformation, for every new piece of technology that you add to your governance process, to your national security process, to your decision-making process, you're increasing the attack surface. And that's just the truth. For every sensor you put in the field, for every additional cell phone that you give to staff members, for every piece of technology that you add to the process, you're actually expanding the attack surface. And when we begin to think of digital transformation in that way, we begin to think first of how do we secure these systems as we expand. Because efficiency, digital transformation is often seen as a tool of efficiency. How do we get things done quicker? How do we get things done faster? And we often make the assumption that these pieces of technology will just naturally improve everything and make everything more efficient and make everyone happy and just make us better. But efficiency without resilience is a fatal flaw. And I say it's a fatal flaw because we are seeing it occurring ever so often. Regardless of the number of times we sit on these panels and we talk about these things, it keeps happening. That many governments are scaling at a pace of technology adoption that is just not, while at the same time not advancing their technology protection in a commensurate way. And we find that this is becoming much more challenging for some countries. When we think about Latin America and Caribbean, for example, we see that happening even more in those smaller economies, where sometimes technology adoption is driven by either political decisions or different types of expediencies. And so we should think of digital transformation not just in the sense of this efficiency project, but how is it that we can, at the same time that we're expanding our digital transformation, or transforming digitally rather, we're also protecting those assets. Fundamentally, digital transformation is about people, process, and technology. We often just focus on technology and ignore people and we ignore processes. And so at the end of the day, the technology itself doesn't get us the result that we want, or sometimes take us further backwards, right? I always say to people,
You cannot hack a piece of paper. So records that are paper-based and all of that, we still, I was in a negotiation recently and someone wrote something on a napkin and slid it across the paper. That still happens because you simply cannot hack that, right? And so the more we digitize and digitalize, we're opening the attack surface, and we need to think about digital transformation in that way.
You know, there's a theme here now twice where we talk about where we hyper-focus on the technology and not the other critical components of the potential problem. This panel is about the future of warfare. How does that affect some of the countries in the hemisphere when it comes to how they fight future wars, when it comes from a digitization and protection process?
Naturally, it exposes them, right? The more you adopt technology, the more you're exposed, right? The more you integrate technology into your processes is also the more you create loopholes, right? And if you don't protect those loopholes and plug those gaps, you become more vulnerable. So technology is a double-edged sword, and we need to appreciate it as such, and we need to approach technology adoption in that way. And technology adoption is great, right? Don't get me wrong, technology adoption is great. But we find that many countries in the hemisphere are adopting, as I said, at a pace that they're also not protecting that technology. And that puts them in a worse situation than it puts them in a better situation. When we see, for example, the use of AI, for example, in warfare, that is accelerating the pace at which countries defend themselves and how countries also engage in warfare, right? And the extent to which countries are not protecting those assets expose them to greater vulnerabilities, unfortunately.
All right. Actually, on that same vein for Angel, you know, you've worked at the intersection of defense, intelligence, entrepreneurship, and technology transition. You know, going on the same vein of, you know, where are we going from a future of warfare perspective, the technology themselves or the speed, and the way in which states move from concept to operational effect. How do you see that evolving here, not just in this hemisphere, but really globally?
Sure. So the thing we have to consider is that the battle space has moved into our research and innovation system, right? Our labs, our universities, our defense contractors, our infrastructure. We're fighting a war there. Our adversaries, in particular China, let's say, they very intentionally developed a framework to asymmetrically attack us, in some cases leveraging our own laws against us, to steal IP, slow us down, right? The whole point of that, right, is to reduce the window of technological superiority that we may have over them. That's our whole purpose, right? Now, we don't have a technology innovation problem. We have a technology transition problem, okay? Innovation is great. Now, those who will succeed are not going to be the inventors. They're going to be those that can develop and operationalize in practice in the field and secure that technology. And that is where we need to do better, right? Along the process, from ideation to development, testing, prototyping, and ultimately deploying to the field, that process is fragmented and it is very slow. Along those faults, of fragmentation, those seams, that is what's being exploited by our adversaries. That's how IP is stolen. That's how, our universities are penetrated, right? China has a military civil fusion program specifically designed. They know they can't engage us symmetrically, so they engage us asymmetrically, right? So that's what's slowing us down. The solution to that, and again, Admiral Studman said it earlier, right? We keep on hearing this, it's a common theme throughout this event today, is a whole government approach. Our agencies are fragmented, right? The government is not leading necessarily the collaboration with universities, academia, and industry. What we need is a robust framework governed by security, so security first, right? To govern the development and transition of tech as fast as possible to the warfighter.
No, go ahead.
No, by doing so again, what's the point of developing great technology, spending $20 billion, if by the time we deploy it, our adversary has technological parity? There's no point in that. So not only do we have to develop faster and deploy faster, but we have to do it in a way that's secure so that along the way, the white papers aren't being leaked, defense contractors aren't being compromised, because that is how our window of operational overmatch, if you will, is reduced. And that's the environment that we're in. And if you apply that hemispherically, right, I would say our partners, small and medium-sized countries, right, they don't have the resources to develop their own tech. They're buying what they can get at the best price. And generally, what does that mean? Chinese gear that's already compromised, right? So from a hemispheric collaboration perspective, from a defense or intelligence perspective as well, how do we increase the trust? Right now, very difficult to trust our partners, not because they're malicious, but because they may be compromised, right? So establishing a research and innovation framework, perhaps an extension of our internal framework that allows us to securely share what we can and protect what we can't share, but at the same time, help them stand on their own 2 feet so they don't have to use compromised infrastructure. Would be a first step, I would say, in allowing for the exchange of data, trusted data, right? Additionally, right, we have to help our partners mature their environments, right? So standards and policies and, on the cyber side, cyber baselines, for example, right? But until the cohesion is focused on, until those seams are fixed, if you will, we're going to continue to have a speed problem, which is operationalizing the tech, and we're going to have the problem that our window is reduced.
Yeah.
Right?
I'd like to follow up on a point Angel made, a very valid and salient point on fragmentation. The issue of fragmentation runs much deeper than we think, and going back to the question of digital transformation, we find that in many governments across the region, the issue of interoperability becomes significantly challenging, especially in the context of the future of war. Marketplace of so many different sellers of technology. And within any one government, you have one agency, one ministry, one department buying tech and using tech from different entities and different agencies and different vendors and sellers. And at the end of the day, those technologies can't speak to each other. And so you find a situation where we have a national security response, but we can't respond cohesively, or a national security situation that we can't respond cohesively because the technology that we have transformed to, using does not allow us that scope and breadth of interoperability and intraoperability. That when we are scaling and transforming digitally, we also should do so in tandem with our partners, so that when we face regional security issues, we can also operate not just within our own countries, but between countries in a way that allows us to be more responsive and more effective. And so digital transformation, thinking of it, it's not just about getting an e-pay system or moving from paper receipts to digital payment systems. It's much broader, and thinking about it in the context of national security requires us to think about it in that way, lest we expose ourselves to more threats that we can't even think of.
Yeah, and I think we have an opportunity now with the focus in the Western Hemisphere to build new alliances. The Shield of the Americas is something that we can anchor on as a foundation and essentially start developing some of these institutions for inter and intra-operability, as you say. And we'll get to this later on with autonomous systems and things of that nature, but I think we're at a critical point where we have the opportunities to achieve some of this as a hemisphere to secure this part of the world. I want to go over to you, Raul. Your work on miniaturized RF systems, from search and rescue to special operations. As you look at the next decade of space and cyber and autonomous systems, and I'll even include electronic warfare because I know you're familiar with that as well, what practical changes do you expect in what forces in the hemisphere can see, understand, and do on the ground, at sea, and in dense urban environments? Because we see that as well. That's the interesting thing about the hemisphere. You have dense jungle, you have dense urban environments, and security issues across all of those.
Well, thank you, Guido, and I also would like to take this opportunity to thank the other panelists, and really looking at Laura, Donovan, and Angel. You all brought us some very exciting points that I look forward to building on. But before coming back to Guido's question, really as we look at the future of warfare and the question touching into small electronics, drones, and everything else, I think there is no better example than really looking at the Russia-Ukraine war. Right, we look in there and we see what Ukraine has had to do over the past few years, right? When you're confronted by an adversary that really has significantly more personnel, a lot more technologically advanced, and even higher magazine depth, they've had to adapt to really prolong and really get to the point where we are today. And so if we look at some of the strategies that they've adopted early on, we now talk about really drones and all of those things. We've been talking about drones for a long time, for a couple of decades, but that really became mainstream through the Russia-Ukraine war as we look at the way the Ukrainians have been using those drones. And so really when we start to think about some of these sensors and everything else, they're now really defining the way we're going to be fighting moving forward. But the drones by itself, when we look at them, a lot of the ones that are being used are what's known as the FPV, those are quad rotors, which is just an X-wing platform. And then you ask the question about some of the sensors, right? It is really some of the sensors that are integrated into those drones that are changing, right? As we look at what are they used for, those drones are used for a couple of reasons, a couple of activities. One, we're seeing them primarily, it's for kinetic effects. And so if you look at right now, the highest percentage of casualties is caused by drones. And I think the report, please don't quote me on this, might be maybe 70% or even higher that's caused by drones. It's not single bullets, it is really caused by drones. And so it's really the payloads that are integrated in there. And so I mentioned kinetic. The other one is they're using those now for a lot of more surveillance. And another one is really just using those for extending the range of the communications that they have. And so those sensors that are being integrated into those drones really are the things that are constantly changing and changing very rapidly. And so there's been for now 2 or 3 years, we're talking about really the pace with which things are changing. And that's touching on Angel's note on really the way things are fragmented, the way we do our development process and everything being fragmented. So we transition that into the way the Ukrainians have really been able to adapt that and really being able to move very, very quickly with the way they're constantly the entire OODA loop, and here is a problem. I'm going to come up with a solution, and then the Russians come up with the counter to that, and then it's in the notion of weeks or so. And so they're able to do that by moving forward some of their technologists into the battlefield as close as possible to the edge so that they can really perceive what the challenges are and really think very quickly and how they can address some of these challenges.
Which is very different the way we do business in the United States, right? You have to go through this elaborate TRL process and everything else to get things out into the field a lot of the times. But the lessons learned, I would say that in Ukraine, it's a double-edged sword. There's positive and negative things we have to consider in the sense of they are moving and evolving so rapidly, specifically even on the kinetic strikes of these drones. but so does the adversary. And what we're seeing in this hemisphere is the adaptation of that, not just by nation states, adversarial nation states, but also by non-state actors, as we see in Colombia. So there's a challenge of what do you think we need to do in this hemisphere to work with our partners to, one, take advantage, but also to secure some of our partners from the threats they're emanating?
Yes, on that, I think it's, as you mentioned, right, it provides both, it's a double-edged sword, and really for some of the activities that could be adapted in this hemisphere, I would really point to the announcement that just came out a couple of weeks ago with the establishment of the SOFCOM Autonomous Warfare Command, which provides an excellent opportunity for really establishing partnerships between some of the other nations within the Western Hemisphere with SOFCOM on really joint developments. And I'm going to really tie that to some activities that we have. For instance, I mentioned the whole war in Ukraine and some of the new activities that are now going on in Europe, where we have joint partnership labs, joint development labs between the US and our partners in Europe. We also have those labs, similar development labs also in the Pacific, US and our partner nations there, where we are doing joint developments in autonomy and really looking at, and also through that, being able to take lessons learned from the various AORs and then bring those into the labs and then share those with our partners. And so with the establishment of the Southern Autonomous Warfare Command, I see that as as SOFCOM's Autonomous Warfare Command, I see that as an amazing opportunity to really establish something similar to what already exists in Europe, in the Pacific, where a lot of the partner nations could do joint developments. And the other nice thing with the labs that exist in Europe and the Pacific is that technology, sometimes what works in Europe might not necessarily work all that well when you move it to another AOR. And so those labs, the main focus there is working with the partners to identify the gaps that they have, and then come up with technology solutions that are tailored to their realities and to their environment. And so I see the establishment of this new Autonomous Warfare Command as a wonderful opportunity.
Absolutely. Yes, go ahead.
No, just want to add to that, right? You know, we've learned a lot from the conflict in Ukraine.
Correct.
Right? But so has our adversary. And one of the things I think we can all see is that low-cost disposable technology has been very effective. Low-cost drones, for example, right? Sure, we can protect ourselves and our allies with, you know, taking them down with $1 million missile, but that's not scalable over time. As AI is further integrated into autonomy, because it's two separate things. We've seen autonomy, right, in drones. Now we're seeing AI in drones, for example, in weapon systems, not just drones, right? So that can scale extremely rapidly, right? I would say the investment should go into platform agnostic sensor systems. So these modular systems would be able to go in any kind of drone, right? Because the platform itself is just a commodity. It's a throwaway. The value is going to be in the modular sensors that can be embedded into any which drone you choose to be able to carry out, you know, the intelligence collection, one-way attacks, whatever it may be. But we know that the future consists of a high volume of low-cost weapon systems. We cannot continue to combat that with very expensive weapon systems because they take time to produce and they're very costly, right? We've had some successes reverse engineering some Iranian technology, for example, right? And we've learned that from the Ukraine war as well. But remember, the enemy's learning too.
And that's what they're employing that in Iran now, right? The
Correct.
latest,
Correct.
Drones, which is based off of the Shahid, right?
Correct. Correct. Yeah. So these one-way attacks, right? Much lower cost. But we need to continue driving the cost down, right? And developing sensors again that are platform agnostic, right? That's where I think at a tactical level, at the unit level, I would say that's probably where we're going to head. And then, of course, integration between those systems and higher level systems for data sharing and things of that nature.
Yeah, I think from a Southcom perspective, they see that, and that's why they're probably standing this command up, not just because of the way you can employ these low-cost capabilities to have outsized effects, but also for interoperability and to provide the partner, right? The partner can afford systems that don't require a level of maintenance and sustainability, and then we can build that interoperability between us as well. So I think that's the intent of the Autonomous Warfare Command. We'll see how that goes.
Double-edged sword, right? Yeah. When you develop technology quickly, without going through the proper gates, if you will, well, you could potentially build something that could be easily compromised. And we've seen where our technology has fallen into the wrong hands, and that technology has been reverse engineered, and countermeasures have been developed against our tech. Sure. So, I'm a proponent of speeding up our development and transition of tech. But I'm also cognizant that if you take too many shortcuts, you can develop something that could be compromised, which could cause all sorts of other issues, right? So it's a fine balance, right? It is a double-edged sword. Just because we can do it really fast doesn't mean we should do it really fast or in a decentralized manner. It should always be some kind of overarching governance or standard that we build to.
Sorry,
I was actually going to go to you on this. Go ahead.
Just to further derail this.
Yeah, go ahead.
To stay on Ukraine and the Russian war, because it also, that particular conflict has raised some important issues on the space governance and space security front that are, I think, a good opportunity to highlight. One, very early on in the war, and then throughout, there have been cybersecurity attacks on space systems. And so one, it helped kind of bring space security concerns onto, a more of a public dialogue, right? And the fact that they are being used, that even though when, in my world, we talk about space security concerns and protecting space assets, there is a lot of dialogue around, nuclear weapons in orbit and kinetic weapons in orbit. Yes, definitely a concern. But what is happening today is reversible attacks and cyber attacks and interruption of service that is hard to attribute, hard to limit and address, and cheap, to your point, right? So that's one of the lessons of the Ukraine war. But the other one is that a lot of those services provided by private actors. And so it led to an important conversation that is still active about, okay, are commercial services provided in conflict legitimate targets under the rules of war? And so
I believe some of them are coming up with their own insurance, right, to protect some of their assets in case of...
There's that, and then there's been changes in policy. So in the United States, for example, we came out with a commercial space integration strategy under the Space Force and Department of War, DoD, and it kind of talked about, okay, this is part of our infrastructure, commercial capabilities, and we will protect them. It's a little light on details on purpose, I think, but just to make the point that that has been an important question in terms of governance of, okay, if our security forces or defense entities are going to rely more on the private sector for resiliency to have all these options so that they can quickly adapt and move, are they legitimate targets, right? And then the last point, just to bring it back to the region, our countries in Latin America watched this development and this attack again on a commercial service and interruption of a commercial service, because of course then, Starlink, Elon Musk said he wasn't going to provide certain services to Ukraine, et cetera. And then it really raised some questions about sovereignty and autonomy. And so countries in our region thinking about, okay, maybe we need to develop these technologies ourselves because we're worried that at the time of crisis, it could be interrupted. And so yeah, lots of implications, I think, just from the one event, but really highlights how it's not useful to look at it through the lens of a single technology or something like that, but really how all these interact.
Yeah, I think that's the point of this panel. You know, just to flip that around, so we saw in the war in Ukraine interruption of commercial space capabilities. Recently, the Financial Times put out an article on the Iran war showing a Chinese commercial company providing support to Iran with imagery, US and Israeli bases. So now we have an example of, you know, a nation state targeting a commercial company, and now we have a different example of a commercial company providing support. Do they become a valid military target as well? And then I think the company that was spoken about also has investments in Latin America and their space ground stations here in this hemisphere. So that then adds a layer of sovereignty discussions for partners, and I believe it's in Argentina. How does that affect Argentina? And now is that something they need to consider as well, as they're allowing a commercial, which isn't something they normally had to think about from a sovereignty perspective?
Exactly. I mean, it's Argentina and everyone in the region, right? And back to my point about universities, sometimes, and I, you know, used to work in the science division of NASA, and like scientists, it's so essential to share and be open and to collaborate. But so it's not necessarily their job to be concerned about security concerns and issues, but when they're not sufficiently engaged with some of the defense issues that you know belong in the security apparatus, then they may not be aware of some of those vulnerabilities. And exactly right, you can have companies that are commercial, but they may be, you know, they may be either owned or really following the direction of adversaries that are contrary to what that host country, I mean, even putting aside what our own concerns are in the United States, that might not be something Argentina wants, right? And so, you know, I think there's a number of scenarios you can imagine where either through a university or a private company or a quasi-private company or something like that, where there's a partnership and effort established under the guise of a commercial effort or a scientific effort that then in a time of conflict, contrary to whatever position the host country, Argentina, Chile, or whoever it might be, and that was the point that Juan Pablo was trying to make as well in terms of undersea cables in the previous panel. It's at that point when their sovereignty might be compromised because that adversary might leverage that capability for their own needs. And so it's hard because all of these technologies are global in nature. I mean, and just to end, the reaction to this reality isn't, I'm just going to do space on my own. Yeah. You can't. It's not possible. It's physically not possible, not just in resource and capability space, right? So it isn't to go to the other extreme, but it is to, and I think, and hopefully we get there when you think about solutions, but it is to really educate yourself on how these technologies are evolving, how they're integrating, who is using them, and for what purpose, right? And then you make the risk-benefit calculation of, I know there's going to be vulnerabilities, but which ones am I willing to take on because I know I can manage them?
Yeah, and I know you work with a lot of the regional partners on that and providing them recommendations, advice, or at least showing them what other options exist. But how do you get them to distinguish the benefits between some and some of the risks, the dependencies, risks to data that they might incur as they do partner with either companies, which now is kind of a new thing to look at it from a company perspective, but also from other governments, if, you know, for scientific or academic reasons, but that may have a nexus with governments as well.
Right. I think there's two pieces to that. One is really create robust national frameworks and you know, institutional systems so that you can actually assess opportunities and consider all these different layers. And like I said, make that risk-benefit calculation, knowing that there will be some dependency. So just, I mean, the United States depends on, say, its private companies to transport astronauts to and from the International Space Station. That is a dependency in the sense that if the company goes under, we lose that capability. But that is a risk that the government has assessed and decided that that is in our benefit, right? And so I think it's like that. It's not saying I'm going to avoid all dependencies. You know, for example, a small country, you're going to launch, say, one satellite or a small constellation. You're going to get some great data out of that, but it's nothing compared to what you get if you're able to access data from the partners and from commercial vendors all over the world, right? It's really in the aggregate and in that combination that you can get the most insight. So long way to say the other component, which is when you think about those decisions and how to manage vulnerabilities, I think it's so important to think about alliances and your international partners as part of that, decision space, right? Sure. And so is it regional partners? Hopefully it is, right? That we can do stuff together. And yes, it does create a dependency, but it is one I'm willing to manage because we've been historic partners or something, right? We share the same values. We share institutions that have been collaborating for decades. That is very different than, say, purchasing a service from a company the other side of the world. You don't know where they're coming from. You don't know much about them, right? And so anyway, I think it's your ability to make informed decisions. That starts at the national level, and then it's bringing in foreign policy and foreign strategy and thinking about when you think of your option space, really consider allies. And I think that's where the opportunity for the US is.
Absolutely. Okay, so I'm going to ask one question, and I'd like all of you to kind of provide your perspectives on it at this point. The panel comes after today's elaborate kind of deep dives into different things. We've talked of everything from critical infrastructure, maritime security, and such. So in this hemisphere, strategic terrain includes ports, canals, grids, undersea cables that we've talked about, or we heard the last panel talk about, cloud and telecom infrastructure, data centers, financial systems, and logistics hubs, right? How should we define critical infrastructure for the future of warfare, and what does deterrence by resilience look like in practice? And Donovan, I'd like to start with you.
Wow.
Good luck.
I'll start by saying I like being in a room with Randy because when that happens, I know that I'm smarter than at least one person in the room. But today he said something in one of our discussions earlier that we should think of cyber, and I quite agree with
domain or warfare?
Yeah, exactly. Not think of cyber as its own domain, but as a tool that enables us to operate across every other domain. And it's probably one of the most profound things Randy has ever said. And I think it's true in context of the question you're asking, how do we define critical infrastructure? I'm tempted to say critical infrastructure is everything, given the fact that thinking about cyber and warfare, anything that allows access not just to your systems of national security is critical to your state, the nation state, and it's critical to how statecraft operates, right? Your financial systems are important, energy, health, all of these things, anything that is critical to the functioning of the nation state is critical infrastructure. And in the context of cyber, it becomes even more critical so long as it can be accessed, or it's a part of the cyber domain, or it's susceptible to a cyber attack.
Correct.
And so it sounds like the easy answer, but it's the smart way to think of it, that anything forms part of critical infrastructure, beyond the ones that we know are established critical infrastructure.
Raul, how would you describe that?
So I think that's a very tough question. But I would
gave you some extra time to think about it.
And I would go ahead and say Donovan already addressed a very nice part of that. I would take a step back and really going back into some of the discussions that we've been having and say, tying that to the future of warfare, that is really telling us that it is not just about drones alone. It's not just about cyber. It's not just about critical infrastructure. It is really a multi-domain thing. And really, when we talk about future of warfare, I think it's already here. It might not be, it's not just kinetic, and some might even say irregular warfare. I think we're already in a state of irregular warfare. We live it every day, whether we know it or not. And through those undersea cable cutting, cyber attacks, and all of those things, it's all to a certain point. And so it is, again, I don't know how properly answer that and really bring back into the future of warfare is multi-domain, and we have to pay attention to all of these. And we also have to look at how do we integrate all of those various elements, because a gap in one will expose a much wider vulnerability in pretty much everything else that we're doing.
Thanks.
And we have to rely on partners because we can't do it alone.
Absolutely. Angel, we're running out of time, but I'd like for you to answer and then also provide any recommendations that you have in the short amount of time before we hand it over to Laura.
Sure, again, it's a tough question, but I look at it in terms of impact to our country. If certain infrastructure becomes compromised or damaged, does it cause catastrophic damage to our country from a financial perspective, from a power generation perspective, those kinds of things? If the answer is yes, that is critical infrastructure that we must protect and we must understand. And remember, a lot of these systems have been around for quite some time. And now they're interconnected. And the vulnerability could be at the interface point between, your power distribution system for a power company or at the water company and the way they monitor it, for example, right? So we need to understand all the points in and out of those systems, right? Know where that data is going, know who has access to the infrastructure. We need to do a better job at understanding that. And our partners in the hemisphere, I would say it's even more important for them to understand that, because in many ways, their environment is infected with adversarial technology, which compromises their environment, right? So we need to understand, the ins and outs of the technology that we have implemented. And that's very difficult to do because it's so broad, so much, right? But again, with the implementation of AI and cyber, right, we can make progress in analyzing large volumes of data, right, to perhaps identify some of these potential risks in ways that we weren't able to do before because there wasn't enough manpower to do it, right? So, but again, it needs to be intentional. It's not just going to happen on its own. Unfortunately, humans being humans, we're very reactive, so it's going to take something to kind of go wrong before we really focus and put the right resources on this kind of thing.
I can be fast, just to pick up on the interface point, but go ahead.
No, so next year I'll ask easier questions when we're up here.
Okay, that'll be great. So picking up on the interface point, I think because of those interfaces and because those interfaces, as we've been talking about, involve state, non-state, civil society, universities, etc., creating formal and regular and hopefully agile mechanisms of engagement is going to be important, right? We trust our private sector partners and contractors, etc., then they need to have a way to tell the government what they're seeing, good and bad, risks and things like that, so that it's not too late to address them, right? And same with the other parts of the ecosystem, whether it's small companies that we want to bring in, in space, we talk a lot about new space and all those things. Well, we need a way for the government to know what they're capable of and also what they're concerned about, right? And so, I'll end on one of the things that we gripe a lot about is interagency efforts and everything so slow in the government, how bureaucracy can be a challenge, but it is also really important because, all of the agencies are doing their important work, their mission, and they may be seeing things that impact this critical infrastructure that we all share, and then it might be too late to wait for that, event to be the one that triggers that day when we all sit around the table and talk about how to protect it together.
Well, I think we're out of time. It's a fascinating time to be in the Western Hemisphere and in the national security space. I want to thank FIU. This is the last panel. I know everyone's trying to go home, so appreciate it. If we can have a round of applause for our panelists. So.
Thank you, Guido. This was our last panel. I do want to recognize Donovan is absolutely smarter than me because he did not answer that question whatsoever. So appreciate that. A couple notes before we depart. One, if you took an interpretation machine, please be sure to return it in the foyer back there. You'll be able to pick that up again tomorrow. I think they have your ID hostage. so make sure you return that so you can drive safely and not illegally. Second, we will have, as a reward for everyone who stuck around here, a reception right here on campus at our FIU Chili. So once you go out to Fourier, take a left and you'll be able to see folks directing you over to it. There will be free hors d'oeuvres and stuff like that. There is a cash bar, but fortunately, it's a university, so we have university student prices for most of our drinks. So appreciate you. Tomorrow we will be here at 8:30 a.m. for breakfast. Thank you again for a fantastic day one of HSC. Thank you.